Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are going to be celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We have 18 hours, I think that's how math works, no, 16 hours of LEGO speedruns lined up for you. Before we get into it, just a few quick reminders for you. Games Done Quick is hiring. If you love creative work and have experience in planning and organizing, you can apply to be a prize assistant at our mainline events. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs by May 11th to apply. Also, are you a streamer with a community that loves to support charitable causes? You can now apply to become a SGDQ ambassador. You can join our group of creators that will be raising money for Doctors Without Borders this upcoming June. Selected streamers will raise money for the charity and have the chance to attend the event as guests of GDQ and MSF. You can use !SGDQ ambassadors in chat for more information, and you need to apply by April 27th for all of that. With all of that said, like I said, we've got a bunch of LEGO games lined up for you. I'll hand it over to our runner and commentator here for our first run here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right, so I'm Coolesto. I've been running this game for about 7 years, but I've been playing since release.
I'm L. I've been running this game for 7 years as well.
All right, and I think we will honestly just get right into the run.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much to preface. I think this gameplay speaks for itself. So I'm going to count down from 3. Time is going to start when I hit new game. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so the first time that we start a new save file, negotiations, which is the first level of episode 1, is going to be the only level that we're able to play. So we are going to go ahead and do that rather than mucking about in the diner. Now, I will point out at this opportunity that there are quite a few cutscenes in this game. There is an intro and an outro cutscene to each level. Later LEGO games have a code that you can enter in the shop that'll let you skip cutscenes during story mode. But unfortunately, Traveler's Tales did not think of that in their first video game here. Or their first LEGO game, I should say. I believe they did things prior.
The benefit is that you get these awesome cutscenes.
This is true. Some of them have a lot of character. Alright, so the first skip of this speedrun is actually going to come at the end of this hallway. The first time that we swap to TC-14, the protocol droid, on a new save file, the game is going to play a cutscene that shows us that we can open doors with droids by activating panels, but we're actually going to skip that cutscene by pushing TC-14 directly to the panel and then activating it immediately. Just like this. Now, TC-14 does have a slow move speed, so we are going to push her with the Jedi. And then we're going to get ready for the first out of bounds of this run. So this is what's called a transition skip. The triggers that take you between rooms are not solid objects, so you can push friendly characters beyond them. And once you're beyond that trigger, most levels do not have collision keeping you in bounds because you weren't intended to get back there. This was patched in the very next LEGO game, but for this one, we do use this to get out of bounds quite a bit. And there we used it to do a trick known as ship clip. We clip directly inside of that ship to hit the trigger to end the level, rather than using TC-14 to open the door.
Yeah, and an important thing to note is in that level, Cool collected no studs, which is really important for the status screen here because it will show you how many studs you collected, but also your progress towards getting a true Jedi. And that takes, I think, over 5 seconds. Yeah. Because you can't skip the first status screen in the first level.
So we are exiting to the diner now. We're going to play episode 3 first, and there's a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is that we mainly just want to play episode 1 last. And that's because the Darth Maul outro cutscene is very long, but timing for this category ends when you lose control in the last level that you play, so we want to play Maul last so that that cutscene isn't timed. So that leaves episode 2 and episode 3. The keen-eyed among you will have noticed that we spawned between the episode 2 and episode 3 doors when we return to the diner there. That happens the first time you return to the diner on a new save file to show you that those episodes have been unlocked. So we do take advantage of that, and we go to episode 3 first, because every other time that we respawn in the diner, we're going to spawn in front of the episode 1 door. Now, this looks like an auto-scroller, and you would be forgiven for believing that it is just an auto-scroller that you can't save time in, but there are actually 2 strategies that allow us to save up to 14 seconds in this auto-scroller. The first is something that I found, which I call camera hugging. Basically, anytime the camera is moving in this level, you want to be hugging the side of the screen that it's turning towards. So here we're going through a very slow left camera pan, so I'm hugging the left side of the screen. When it tilts up or down, I hug the top or bottom. It's pretty self-explanatory. So that's the first strategy. The second strategy is having 2 players dropped in, and that was found by Blue Pinata. Basically, our understanding is the ships running into each other boosts them ahead in the level. So by having both players dropped in and constantly running into each other, we can save quite a bit of time. So like I said, total, that saves about 14 seconds in what seems to be an auto-scroller.
Yeah, if you take a look at Cool's input display, you can see he's doing some specific movements on the sticks to have the ships run into each other and boost each other forward, which is usually kind of like half circling on the sticks towards each other.
And then since this auto-scroller is quite long, I figured that it's a good opportunity to explain some of the other base tricks that we use in the speedrun a lot. We've already covered transition skips and negotiations to get out of bounds. The next one I want to cover is wrong warping. So wrong warping in this game is quite similar to in Super Mario Bros. 1, if you're familiar with that. Basically, the game determines what room should be loaded to go to next based on your position in the level. And so we can creatively position ourselves to load rooms ahead of time, because the triggers that take you between rooms don't actually have hard-coded destinations. They simply take you to whatever room is currently loaded. So through some creative positioning, we are able to force the game to take us forward a room when we hit the transition to go backwards. And there will actually be 3 of those in this next level. The other base trick that I want to explain is a drop-in warp. So a drop-in warp is any time that player 2 is off screen and we drop them in. In a lot of areas, this has the effect of panning the camera really quickly to an area that it probably shouldn't go to catch up to P2 and can take you ahead in the level. It can also sometimes bring player 2 to you quickly. And there's going to be one of those in this next level as well. The next level is going to be very dense, so it might be a little bit difficult for us to commentate all of it in real time, but we're going to try our hardest.
Yeah, it is a little intense. Something I should probably mention for anyone who hasn't seen LEGO speedruns before, most of the games in this marathon are going to be using 2 controllers because that is allowed for solo runs of LEGO games.
Yes, very important. That technique is also called 1P2C. For 1 player, 2 controller. And yeah, we are going to use that many times throughout this run as well. So this first room starts off pretty slow, but it very quickly escalates. There is actually an out of bounds on other versions of this game in this room, but we can't do that on GameCube, which is what I'm running on currently. So we're going to do a transition skip in this room to skip a bunch of forcing things and dealing with enemies in this room. And then as soon as I get into the next room, I'm going to set up a wrong warp. This is one of the first wrong warps that was ever found. It was originally called a 2-player warp. Essentially, as soon as player 1 goes out of bounds here, the game loads the fight room. So when P2 hits the transition, we skip ahead to the fight.
Yeah, that wrong warp is insanely coincidental and very lucky that it skips an entire room right away.
In this room, we're going to do a quick kill with this bomb over here. The bombs in this game are basically hard-coded to bring entity health down to 0, which does also impact bosses, so they immediately end boss fights in a lot of fights. here we're going to set up another wrong warp. This one is inbounds and is more of a recent discovery. And then here is the first drop-in warp of the run. And then here we do the third wrong warp of this level. And now that's all the skips of Chancellor. Quite dense. Definitely one of my favorite levels.
Very fortunately, don't have to play most of the level.
Yeah, we skip a lot. Episode 3 in particular is a very skip-heavy section of the run. All right, and that is the end of Chancellor. Right, so this next level is General Grievous, and this is actually the shortest split in the run now, due to a kind of recent strat. It was about, what, like 3 years ago, El, that Grief Cheese was found?
Probably around 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. So usually in this level, there would be a lot of different phases to this fight, and Grievous would jump around to all different sections of this level, and you would have to follow him. However, for some reason, the game logic that checks Grievous's health to see if the phase should advance only runs when the player is actually on this center platform. So by jumping off of it while we shoot him with Cody, we're actually able to bring his health down to 0 without ever leaving the first phase of the fight. Right, and that gets us through Grievous in under 1 minute and 20 seconds pretty consistently. All right, now this is Defensive Kashyyyk. This is home to one of the hardest tricks in this run, and I'm going to allow El to explain that while I take off my headphones so that I can concentrate.
Yeah. Cool's gonna focus here. This is quite possibly one of the hardest tricks in a full game Lego speedrun. In Lego Star Wars 1, Yoda is a really broken character and has a very weird animation set. And in that animation set, you can repeatedly slash and jump over and over, which is really good for maintaining vertical height, climbing slopes, and crossing horizontal distances, which combines into a very insane trick here where Cool is going to try to not drop over 40 inputs and climb over this whole level. So there he made it past the first cutscene trigger, and he's going to be going towards the second tree to gain some more height. And here's where the trick hits its maximum difficulty. There's a camera pan here where you have to do the Yoda flies off screen for a second. And I think he's gonna hit it here as long as he's high enough. Yep, there we go. Awesome.
Nice.
All right, that went pretty well. Now, Yoda does have the highest move speed of any character that we'll get to control in story mode, so we will be using Yoda in every chance that we can for movement. We do have to briefly swap away from him to open this gate with a Wookiee, but we'll swap right back to him in this next room. Now, in this next room, we're going to do an out of bounds with Yoda, which actually took a number of months to figure out how to do, because Yoda's movement auto hops, which has a tendency to try to pop you out of the ground. Really, I should say L, figured out that we can essentially Yoda fly under the ground to prevent him from popping up.
Yeah, I guess I should mention I did find Kashyyyk double Yoda fly many years back when everyone kind of maybe thought it could be possible, but nobody thought anyone would ever try to actually do it.
Oh, I remember being very adamant that I would never do KDYF in a run, and that you could just have record for the rest of time because I was never doing that. All right, so we got Yoda's ship all forced up, and we're ready to exit Kashyyyk.
That was very clean.
Thank you.
Yeah, very nice, GG.
All right, so this is Ruin of the Jedi. This is post Order 66, which technically we skipped. The cutscene we skipped with KDYF is Order 66.
It never happened.
Also, I'm not sure about this, but isn't the disguised clones plotline here? Isn't this a deleted scene from Revenge of the Sith? I don't remember if it made it into the actual movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this game came out before the movie.
Yeah, it released. Oh, I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. I think it was somewhere between a month to 3 months. Yeah.
Yeah. But this game is sort of an adaptation of the prequel Star Wars movies, but released 1 to 3 months before the third movie. And that's why it has different music than the actual Episode 3 movie.
Oh, yes. A lot of the music in this game is actually original Trilogy music. Although we do have
Fool's doing an
turned
out of
off.
bounds here to skip the library. This saves a lot of time because this room takes a long time to finish, but you can just use Yoda to do a very fast out of bounds and basically just go forward until the end of the room.
Yeah, there's a pretty long section where you have to do 3 different platforming sections to force 3 different levers to open that door. But yeah, the out of bounds just gets us right in. Right. And at the end of that level, I swapped to player 2 and dropped out player 1. The reason for that is that in the next level, I'm going to do a drop-in warp immediately at the start of the level, but it's advantageous for me to be player 1 everywhere except for that drop-in warp. So this way, after I drop in P1, then I'll be on P1. And this is the final level of episode 3. This is Darth Vader. All right, so as I
there's
said,
some major Revenge of the Sith spoilers in this game.
Now I am going to do the drop-in warp here, and then we're going to do a trick known as pillar clip. We're going to stand on this pillar while we force it to clip through the ceiling, and then jump past the wall to get behind the door.
Nice. That was first try.
It was. It was pretty
That
clean,
trick is
too.
very precise. You have to be on a very specific corner of that pillar for the clip to work, and if you don't, you'll just slide off of it.
Yeah, probably about 70 to 80% of the places you can stand on that pillar, it'll eject you instead of clipping you. And the 1P2C that I did there saves all of about 0.1 seconds, as long as your dropouts are fast enough to not lose time.
Here in this last room, Cool's going to try to do it as quickly as possible to get to the boss fight arena as soon as you possibly can, because if you do it fast enough, Anakin will jump immediately to the boss fight and start it right away.
Okay, not the greatest lava platforming, but that was not awful. A couple of those jumps are kind of tricky. Okay, and we're jump slashing here, ooh, because Anakin doesn't block it, and it happens pretty quickly. Ooh. Okay, so right there, I just got a bonus cutscene that loses 5 seconds because while Anakin was on one heart, he fell into the lava. For some reason, that circumstance plays an extra 5-second scene to that cutscene. Now we are saving and resetting at the end of the episode, and the reason for that is that at the end of every episode, after the outro cutscene, after the save dialogue, there's a bonus episode end cutscene, and they're quite long, so restarting the console is actually faster. The episode 3 one is particularly long. The episode 2 one is kind of on the border of saving time. On other consoles, it doesn't save time to reset.
This is a pretty good run so far. Cool got a sub 19 Vader exit, which is very good pace.
It's not bad. Do you have the exact exit on that?
I think it was a 4X.
Nice, okay.
Yeah, so not bad.
Nice episode 3 then. All right, so here in the beginning of Camino, I'm going to do a drop-in warp. This is also one of the very few things that I discovered. I did not discover the consistent setup to make it happen consistently, but I was the first person that this happened to, I believe. For some reason, dropping out Obi-Wan as he walks off the edge and then dropping him back in will teleport you across the gap with no need to build the bridge.
Yeah, that drop-in warp is very strange because usually drop-in warps only let characters drop in across areas they can normally cross anyway, but that one seems to let players just actually warp to an area they aren't supposed to get to.
Right. And Camino is fairly out of bounds movement heavy. I did a little bit of a different technique for that transition skip. So the way that I explained it in negotiations was to push a friendly character behind. But what I did there was I started a jump slash and then was dropped out during the frames that I was actually touching the load trigger. It's particularly useful for that one.
Mention in this level, while Cool's doing all these out of bounds, you see an upside down version of Obi-Wan reflected in the level, and that's happening because when you're out of bounds, the reflections in the floor actually reflect into the solid level. So you get this very strange looking upside down reflection.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny little programming hack that they did for the floor reflections. They just make an extra copy of you reflected under the floor. All right, so I messed up that bomb jump. The intended strat here is to jump outside of the bridge so that you avoid the bomb hitboxes and don't die at all. A little bit of a skill issue. Here, I'm going to take an intentional death with Obi-Wan to tilt the camera up a little bit so that R4 drops in early.
Someone in the chat asked if there's a specific reason for the GameCube version, and I think it would be a good idea to go over that. The PC version is the fastest version of this game for speedruns, but it's separated by console, so the next fastest platform is GameCube.
Oh, just 1 second,
because all the other platforms are very slow.
I just want to point out that this clip right here, this is known as Camino clip, and my understanding is that this was the first out of bounds that was found useful for speedruns in this game. But yes, GameCube is just definitely what I prefer. When I started running this game, it was the de facto platform that just all competition happened on, and it's just hard for me to switch. I'm very used to this. I'm very, very in tune with all the very small details that are different.
Yeah, as of right now, GameCube and PC are the most competitive platforms for this game and still see a lot of activity.
Unfortunately, we don't have a convenient bomb in this boss fight, so we do just have to be good at the intended strats. Now, one of those things that we can be good at, though, Django is another character with a very fast move speed, and at the end of this fight, he drops down and tries to run away from you. So we time a jump slash on him right as he touches the ground so that he immediately ends the fight and doesn't run away, because it takes quite a while to chase him down. And unfortunately, this is the longest pause time of the whole run, because this outro cutscene is quite long. The intro cutscene for the next level is going to be even longer. It's actually the longest cutscene in the game at over a minute long. It is nice for a break to go get water, which actually I think I might use that. I think I'm gonna go grab a second water.
Staying hydrated is very important.
Absolutely.
Droid Factory cutscene break has arrived. Droid Factory cutscene. Everyone get your water.
I guess I will use this time to remind everybody that Summer Games Done Quick 2025 is coming up, and that's going to be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 6th through 13th. You can register to You can register to attend the event by May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in Twitch chat, or you can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information on attending.
It is quite convenient that there is a nice little break right in the middle of this speedrun.
The end of this cutscene is hilarious. Anakin's like trying to bang on the door, and then Padme's like, "No, you got to open sesame."
And Anakin's like judging her, like, "How could you possibly think that was going to work?" And then it does. Alright, so in this room, we're going to do a lot of jumping, because walking on this conveyor belt while it's moving slows you down a lot. And we're also jumping on the outside of these presses so that we can avoid getting smashed. At the end of this room, there's an out of bounds that we call Derp Wall. My guess is that the door used to be down here, but they just forgot to put collision there when they moved it up.
You can just go through it.
So this is called Turbo Bucket. What I just managed to achieve was I hit both of those targets before the cutscene started. So normally what would happen is you would shoot one target and watch a cutscene as the bucket comes up, and then you would shoot the second bucket, or the second target, and then the bucket would move. But since we shoot both of them quickly enough, we're able to skip the second cutscene and just get straight to moving. Now, you're intended to need other characters to activate this panel, but you can just fly right over the obstacle. And actually, you can even activate that panel from the outside of those obstacles. That's the strat that we used to do. It's still within R2's activation range, even with those barrels in the way. In this next room, we're going to do a fairly complicated 1P2C. Maybe not complicated, but it's a little bit hard. The reason for that is we need Anakin to do a cutscene skip at the end of this room, but we need Padme to shoot these Genosians, because we have to shoot a number of these Genosians, or else C-3PO can get stuck. And if C-3PO gets stuck, we can't exit this room. Okay, so that wasn't the greatest, but... Alright, so this is the cutscene skip, and you have to do quite a silly little jump to do it. Wow. There we go. So normally if you were to walk on the bottom path here, there would be a little about 4-second long cutscene that kind of pans over to the lava. And it's like, oh, wow, there's lava. How are we going to get across? But we're able to avoid that since we do know how to get across. Now, I definitely lost time with that cutscene skip because, like I said, that cutscene's only about 4 seconds. And it took me multiple tries to jump up there. But ideally, you would just do it the first time. Oh, I made an error.
That was close.
It was very close. Okay, we're doing an out of bounds here known as bomb skip. This is probably the hardest out of bounds in the game. It's quite precise. You're essentially doing a blind jump into a specific collision to get a double jump so that you can... Oh, and I messed it up. No, dude.
You might be able to get the backup.
I'm just not even going to go for it. I'm just going to reset it.
Yeah.
I don't like the backup. I'm bad at it. There we go.
Yeah. Well,
and then
that's
to
how
land
it works
on a...
normally.
Yeah.
It's very precise because what's happening is you're just crossing over a piece of wall collision that's 1 pixel and spamming jump and hoping that you jump off the wall.
I just hit my foot pedal to split. All right, so now we're going into Jedi Battle. Jedi Battle is quite an annoying level. It's one of the more RNG levels. One of the reasons that it's very RNG is just because there's so many enemies that you're kind of fighting RNG to not get shot and die a bunch. But the bigger thing is that in the second half of this level, there's a section where droids will spawn randomly and you have to hunt them down and shoot them before the level will advance. Now, the GameCube version of this game is nice because the RNG is not nearly as random as platforms like PC. So generally, I can recognize which cycle I'm actually on, and I do know where they spawn. But we are still kind of at the mercy of luck as to which one of those spawn patterns we do get. I'm also going to be doing a quite difficult 1P2C in this level. This is by far the hardest 1P2C in this game. Because Padme's gun just has such great damage per second compared to trying to do this just with Mace Windu.
That was clean.
Yeah, Padme's kind of far behind though. I messed up. I forgot to move with her while I was forcing. Not too bad. All right, so this is the section that I was talking about earlier. We call this hide and seek. And it does look like, unfortunately, I'm on the bad cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not. I'm on the good cycle.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yeah.
My mistake. I didn't see him. You can see whether that guy spawns or not for 1 second right before the... or not for 1 second, for 1 frame right before that cutscene. All right, so we actually got lucky with this Jedi battle.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is not the last level where luck comes into play. We'll be having another one of those in a little bit. But
this is the most RNG-inducing level.
Shout out Blue Pinata, my homie. All right, here's another boss fight where we are going to use a convenient bomb to do a quick kill. All right, I will give a little bit of a warning. The next level is very loud. I'm going to do my best to minimize how loud it is for the first half of it. But the second room, I can't do anything about. The shooting in this is pretty loud, so I'm not going to shoot it all in this first room. But in the second room, we have to basically mash as fast as we can for the entire thing. Now, this is the second vehicle level that we play in any percent, and again, you would be forgiven if you thought that this was an auto-scroller that you couldn't possibly save time in, but again, we do have a way to. It's actually coming up very shortly here. There is an intentional death that we take about halfway through this first room. Comes up right about here. And we have successfully, crossed the checkpoint, the midpoint for this level. So we got the respawn in the middle of the level instead of starting it over. And we saved about 3 seconds there by teleporting ahead.
The best part about this level is the end is just a straight mash check on how fast you can mash, and it conveniently has an in-game timer to let you know how quickly you mashed.
That's true.
So there's been a sort of long-running thing in the community to see who can get the best time on the in-game timer here, and I think the best time anyone's ever gotten is a 28. But it could be a 27, I'm not sure. Ooh, 26.
Man, if I didn't hesitate and double back for a second there, could that have been a 27?
It definitely could have, yeah.
It would have been really close. I'm not sure if it would have been all the way over. All right, so this is the last level of episode 2. This is Count Dooku, and unfortunately, this is the level that I was foreshadowing earlier. Other platforms of this game don't have the same issue, but on GameCube specifically, there is an out of bounds that we have to do in this level, which you need to get a good RNG roll to be able to attempt to execute in the first place. So it's not here, it'll be in the next room, in the fight room with Dooku.
Here there's some levers up above the players that you can just conveniently force from down below and enter the door.
Oh yes, and that's a GameCube exclusive skip. Although other platforms do have ways to skip the levers now.
So yeah,
right,
here is the Dooku wrong warp. This is a trick I found a long time ago that skips this boss fight. Cool got it first try, which is super lucky and very hard to do.
That's super lucky.
Very convenient. That's actually crazy. But if you enter that door that you're not supposed to go through in that boss fight, it just ends the level because there's not supposed to be anything after the boss fight. So if you load another area, it just loads the outro.
Yeah, it's weird that there's even a trigger there because, there's no way to go back. The door is completely solid and never opens. But there is a trigger there, and since there is a trigger, since the only place that you're supposed to be able to go is after the level, that's where it takes you.
Did you plug your controller back in?
I did not, and I also forgot to mention that. So during the cutscene before that boss fight, we actually unplugged the Player 2 controller physically, and that causes Player 2 to automatically be dropped out when we enter that fight, so we don't have to do it ourselves. But I've definitely lost a lot of time in episode 1 several times before because I forgot to plug Player 2 back in. So we're going to make sure we do that right now. Right. All right, so this is Invasion of Naboo. And this is a level that I actually usually play second, just because... Okay, yeah, and we're going to get lucky, so it's not even going to illustrate my point. There is the potential for random bonus spawns in this room. Droids can come out of the tree completely at random, sometimes more than a half dozen at a time. We're getting lucky this time, and there's really no bonus spawns to speak of, but sometimes you will lose like 5 or 6 seconds in the first room because they shoot you so much that you can't force the things that you need to. So, but it is fastest to play it now rather than at the beginning because we save time by walking to the chapter 2 door to go to this level, rather than walking all the way to the chapter 6 door to go to Mall, or like any door for that matter.
Yeah. Here, Cool's gonna do some precise jumps to finish this room very, very quickly. Right there, if you jump just high enough and just far enough, you clear all those platforms. And then right here, you can use some collision to creatively skip the force platform.
Yeah, the devs gave Jar Jar a very nice jump, and I don't think they quite realized how good it was.
Yeah.
Which is good, because what we actually just did there, by forcing that log down, we trapped the Jedi back by that door, which means that we can use this to set up a wrong warp, which is exactly what I'm doing right here. And that wrong warp saves 3 seconds, I think, which is the other reason that I like to play Invasion early, because if you mess anything up about that, then you're losing time. Unfortunately, that is the last that we'll see Jar Jar. I think. Is he in Escape? We don't play him in Escape, but is he there?
No. He's gone. This is the only level you get Jar Jar.
That's so sad. He's so cool.
He gets sidelined. This is how his Darth Jar Jar arc starts.
I actually have a theory that one of the cutscenes in that level proves that Jar Jar is a Sith Lord.
Oh, do share.
Well, when he's sniffing the flower right before he almost gets run over, right? If you notice, if you clue in, the flower has a little red force sparkle, like evil force users in this game. And that's the only time that you will see that red sparkle effect, other than a Sith
It's
force.
confirmed.
All right, so there is a skip in the beginning of this room that I will preface by saying that I do not know how to do this skip, so I might be stuck here for a little bit, but I do want to show it to you guys. One of these gates up here has some funny collision that extends all the way downwards, which means... There we go. Which means that you can use it to climb up. And if you do it perfectly on your first try, it saves about 3 seconds. They also just forgot to add collision to that wall extrusion there.
Another derp wall.
So this room is slightly annoying, especially because PC has an exclusive skip that lets you get around this, but we actually have to shoot these targets to open this gate. We are going to do a little bit of a skill shot to do all 4 of them from this elevator, though.
Nice.
This is a really good example of like the base skill of this game, I think, which is moving in a straight line over long distances while the camera shifts and changes what stick angle you actually have to input to stay on said line.
Yeah, this level is a good example of the base mechanics of running this game, which is usually just trying not to die anywhere and like having very good lines. We try to not die in any level unless it's required for a trick.
Shout out Camino Clip.
Yeah.
All right, so that is the end of Escape, and now it's time for truly the greatest level in the speedrun. And I mean that wholeheartedly. There's not a sarcastic bone in my body when I say that, but many people do not agree with me.
Yeah, this is the best level in the run.
This is Mos Espa Pod Race.
If you all are ready to see some real speedrunning lines, they're happening right now.
If you played this game in 2005 like I did, and you were a little kid at the time, I am sure that this level is seared into your memory permanently. I know that I always needed my dad to beat this level for me. Hi, Dad, by the way. But so it brings me a good level of satisfaction to be able to play this level cleanly now, compared to how much I struggled with it when I played this originally. When they re-released this game, or kind of re-released it, when they put it into the complete Saga, they actually completely reworked the pod racing level and made it much easier, although they did include this one as a bonus level. Alright, so this is a racing level, and most racing strategies apply. So one, you want to be fast and not slow. So for that, we're holding A throughout this entire level. There's never a time that we let go of A, so we're always moving at max speed. Taking inside lines on curves is fast, so we try to take all these corners as tightly as we can.
Yeah, this is a lot like this is a lot like Trackmania.
This room is one of the only ones where we actually swing wide and don't take a narrow line, because swinging wide for this extra boost pad actually saves us 1 full second over the course of the level if we do it properly all 3 laps. That is so bizarre. It must be something about pod race, specifically. My input capture has difficulty capturing my stick inputs when I'm playing pod race.
Yeah, it might be not able to get like precise, like lower values.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
As accurately.
It should be fine, but it does have issues. I noticed that in another run that I did. I think it was my record, my 5651 that I said about a week ago. I think that one had the same issue. I am using that cliff face to kind of boost me over farther left there when I go onto that ramp, so that I can take the maximally inside line.
That room 1 was very clean for lap 2. Oh no, the boulder.
That's crazy, dude.
Absolutely sniped.
Dying in pod race. Classic. I also missed that extra boost pad. We're just falling apart at the seams. It's all over. That is quite unfortunate. You're not supposed to die in this level. I don't know if that comes across or not.
Yeah, those boulders that are moving like that are in the same place every time, so you usually can't avoid them. I don't know.
I'm just there. Really bad. No, that's crazy too. Right after I was talking about how much I love being able to play this level well, and then I die in it. That's good though, because it gives us something to talk about during this 5-minute long, very repetitive level. That doesn't
this
have
level is the
about.
Same 3 laps over again.
Basically. This room does change slightly over time, but I guess all of the rooms do change at least once. And speaking of other rooms changing, this 3rd lap on the last room, The bombs that have been in this room up until this point, the flat ones that are on the ground, those are not beneficial, but these round ones that are bouncing, that Sebulba is throwing out of his pod, actually give us a slight speed boost forwards. Oh. We might have another death on our hands here. Okay, no, I got a heart. Never mind. We're chilling. Yikes. Oh, right, and that was pod race. Unfortunately, the fun does have to come to an end eventually.
This isn't actually pod racing, though.
This is true. This is actually fake pod racing. We'll show you the real pod racing later. All right, so now we're going into retake Theed Palace, which is definitely one of the hardest levels. It's quite a long level. There's a fairly wide range of things you need to be good at. And it's right at the end of the run, so it gets practiced very little naturally by your resets. So this is definitely the level that I focus the most on in like dedicated practice sessions.
Yeah, this level and the next level have killed many world records because they're at the end of the run and are very difficult and come after a lot of easy levels that you usually get world record pace going into the last two.
Yeah, the rest of episode 1 until this point is pretty free, but Theed and then Darth Maul right after are definitely potential run killers. I did have a record pace run 2 weeks ago die in Theed. Thankfully, I did get the redemption the next week. But so we're gonna do a 1P2C in this room because the friendly AI in this room is just not very good. You basically just can't get R2 to get to the panel here without controlling him manually.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies in this room that we just don't want to talk to.
Alright, so here we're going to do a little bit of an extended 1P2C to do that forcing quickly, and then to shoot these enemies here, because we want to make sure that we kill these droidekas before their shields come up, which I very nearly messed up even with 2 guns. This might be interesting. So I didn't get the drop in that I wanted. Okay, but it didn't mess up the character order.
Yeah, character wheel is good.
Yeah, the order that you swap characters in affects their spawn positions when you enter a room. So sometimes if you get the wrong drop in there, you won't have a Jedi by the door, and it makes that out of bounds quite difficult. That out of bounds is called Theed Skip, by the way.
Yeah, this out of bounds skips a very, very long room because you can just kind of walk under everything and go right to the exit. It's something we use in so many rooms, but it ends up being very useful in rooms like this, especially, that we just do not want to do.
Yeah, especially for Theed, because Theed has the biggest story party of any level. And so that means you have to build a lot of alternate paths. You have to build like elevators for R2, you have to build vents for Anakin, you have to build grapple points for the gun characters.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot that we are skipping with these. This is called Theed Skip 2. I was hoping that I was going to avoid that guy shooting me, but... And here we're going to do some 1P2C with a gun character to do some sniping. We have to... I guess this cutscene will explain it. So there's a bunch of Naboo pilots that are being held captive by these droids. So we have to shoot all these droids to free all the pilots. So the reason we're 1p2 seeing here is so that Qui-Gon can go and advance in the level while we're sniping this guy with Padme. And then we swap to R2 because we need him at the end of this room. Oops. All right, and there's that R2 panel that we need to activate to end the level. So we're gonna come over here and get in this corner and then drop him in to get him over here. And for our efforts, we are rewarded with a glorious Windows XP background.
That background is so nice looking. I wish you could run around out there.
The dream, truly. Now, we told you that the prior level was fake pod racing. This is pod racing.
Now this is definitely pod racing.
All right, so now we are moving into the final level of this run, Darth Maul. Just ahead of time, I'll point out when time is going to end. Time is going to end when I hit Darth Maul for the last time and his health goes to 0. I'll point it out when we get there, though, also.
Right here at the beginning of this level, Cool's going to use a pixel jump similar to the one in Escape with the gate, where this lamp on the right side just extends its collision downwards. So you can use it to pop above the lamp and then jump over the boss fight. And that skips a very long boss fight with Darth Maul, because you can just enter the next room.
And then we're going to skip the intended platforming route up above to come down here and do a slightly more skillful and unintended platforming route.
And in this next room, we have one of the best wrong warps in the entire run. It skips probably one of the worst rooms in the whole speedrun. This room is really long and really bad, and nobody liked doing it, and we wanted to skip it for a very long time. And eventually,
many years of searching for a skip in this run, in this room.
A wrong warp setup was eventually found that uses a very, very creative camera pan to unlock the camera and then enter the transition with the next room loaded.
Yeah, so basically I'm walking so incredibly far away from the camera with Obi-Wan that it actually just happened. The camera unlocks from him. So it does still slightly follow him, but not as aggressively as it did before. And this is going to allow us to get into range to load the next room. And that skips a lot of fighting droids. There is an out of bounds for this level, or this room, I should say, that we used to use, but it is actually just faster to 1p2 see it. Got hit with some iframes there, unfortunately. There we go.
It looks like you're going to get the L-bop.
Oh, let's go.
Very good run.
Thank you. It felt pretty good. All right, so once we hit him here, he's going to come down. And now we're just going to hit him 4 times. We have to wait for him to force us first, though. And Maul's pathfinding cannot get to us up here on this little raised edge on the outside of this room. So that's the reason that he's not attacking us right now. All right, on the next hit, time is going to end. Right now. GG's.
GG.
That was an awesome run.
Thank you. I'm glad I was able to show one that was this good. So this outro cutscene is the reason that we do episode 1 last, because it is quite long. It's just so epic.
You got the L bop by 3 seconds.
Ooh. So what is that? 50.
57.49.
Okay. Oh, 49? Nice. All right. And then I will just show this, since my estimate is quite a bit longer than what we just did. This is kind of a tradition in LSW1 speedrunning, to watch this bonus cutscene after episode 1. This is the Gungan celebration. And basically we just imagine that the Gungans are celebrating our epic run with us.
They definitely are.
Oh, for sure.
They saw how fast that was.
All right. And then right here, yep, all 3 episodes are complete. So that is an E% done.
GG. Do either of you have any shout-outs or anything you want to talk about before we move over to the next one?
I'd just like to
so.
shout out everyone in the LEGO community. These games are really awesome to speedrun, and I think we have one of the most awesome speedrunning communities, and I love getting to show it off and share it with people.
What about you, Cole? Do you have anything?
Oh no, I think Elle pretty well covered it. LEGO games are pretty awesome. It's a great community, very, very supportive, tight-knit community. Lots of people watch each other's streams all the time. We support each other. It's a very feel-good community.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are interested in running any of the LEGO games, you should definitely check out the LEGO community. Like they both said, it's a great community. You should definitely check them out. With that said, we have a bunch more games for you, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with LEGO The Lord of the Rings after our break. Just a quick reminder before we do go to that break, you can join the official GDQ Discord. You can add the hotfix role. You can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. You can use ! Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We'll be right back in just a few minutes with LEGO Lord of the Rings. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Don't Click Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We are here with LEGO The Lord of the Rings. I'll hand it over to our winners here and let them introduce themselves.
Right, so my name's Carcoon, and today with me I have Rup, and we'll be running LEGO Lord of the Rings Restricted Any %. And you might ask yourself what restricted any % differs from, or how it differs from any %. And that is that we are required to play on 60 FPS for the entirety of the run, since there is other tech that allows you to get a lot of vertical launches that allows you to skip a lot of things in levels if you uncap the FPS. So we'll be running on 60 FPS for this run, and with that we should get ready to get started. We'll be playing with saves, just in case the game crashes for marathon safety, and the time will start when I press OK on the screen. So without further ado, I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
Have fun.
So, like Carcoon said, there are no VSync launches in this game, which give you a ton of height, and in a lot of levels allow you to like kind of skip everything by hitting out of bounds triggers and just like either ending the level or like going to the next mapped section on the level. But there are actually a few launches still that we'll see later, but those are done on 60 because that's what we're capped to on this category. But for here, we're mainly just like trying to get rid of the orcs here. It's like somewhat of an auto-scroller, but you can kind of like group the orcs together and then do a slam attack with Elendil and then clear them out pretty quickly. For this section, as Elrond, I have to do this mashing section, and then Carcoon can do a slam attack, and it can like basically get the kill off before I'm like basically done with the animation of killing a guy. So it's just like a slight optimization that you could do. A thing that we'll be doing in like a little bit here is on the first level of like, I don't know if it's every LEGO game, but I mean most LEGO games, you will have these like status screens at the end for like all the things you collected, and like the stud meter will fill up. And so we're actually going to be trying to get 0 studs while playing this. So at this point, Carcoon will try to make me lose studs. I did actually collect one during there, so then just take another death. And so then I just drop out so that I don't collect any studs here. You can actually lose studs later, it's not a big deal, but it does kind of change how this fight works here. So we actually got a no walk on Sauron. He did 0 steps, we call it, and which means that he just starts attacking faster and like going through the phase of his fight. It's like only saves a few seconds, but if I'm dropped in for this section, it actually, he's doing a bit of walking because Carcoon's slump, but this is like the walk he would do if he didn't hit kind of his trigger of his fight early by like double jumping. But actually if player 2 is dropped in, it like kind of changes how you have to like get that to work and like manip him walking around. So it's actually just easier for me to drop out during this section. But here you're basically just trying to lose studs while also hitting Sauron's mace. And then Carcoon's also holding the swap button, which is Y, and it basically just gives you iframes, so nothing can hurt you during this section until you let go of the button. So you do that through Sauron's attacks there, then you just like do it again, and if you want to lose studs, then you just let go and have the orcs kill you. But you want to have them kill you at like a time where he's not like in an idle animation before attack, because there is a chance that he can just like start walking all over the place, and you want him to like kind of stay in the same spot for his cycles. But anyway, now we're gonna get into like kind of the first piece of tech that you can do for movement, which is, we call this a triple jump, where Carcoon is essentially going to do a double jump and then do an attack. This is like used basically everywhere. This is like the main movement tech that we're gonna do. It just lets you clear gaps, essentially. It doesn't give you like any kind of like height. Like when you do the attack, it'll, like if you double jump and then you fall and then you attack, it'll bring you up to the original height that you jumped at. And so you can't really like get to a higher ledge by using it, but if there's a gap that you have to go across, or you have to like get around a piece of collision, then it's like really good for that. So here we're just gonna try to avoid some studs. Accidentally pick some up. Not the end of the world. We can just lose some studs here. I will drop in. I unfortunately died immediately, but we end on 0 studs anyway. That, for some reason in this room, you actually like lose more studs falling off. And so you can just like clear out all your studs. I believe you can have up to 3k studs and it'll drop you down to 0 studs, versus losing 1,000 each time.
Yeah.
And so you just want to avoid the studs there like we did. I mean, we picked some up, but it was okay because we took some deaths earlier. So now we have to start in Hobbiton, and we're going to do some hub movement to get to the next level. There's actually a character warp that can happen here, where I will drop out here, and hopefully we get it. It's like pretty rare to get it, but there is a chance that Sam will actually spawn ahead of Frodo here. It can happen in a few of the hub movements, but like I said, pretty rare. Yeah, didn't get it there, unfortunately. But, I mean, it doesn't save that much time.
Yeah, so here Flop is going to be holding the drop-in button, which for some reason allows Sam to be in his normal walking state instead of being crouched like all the other hobbits are. So this allows Flop to navigate this section a lot more easily. Which also means that she can get ahead here and be ahead of the Black Rider. Which means we skip a couple puzzles there. And heading up here, she'll just be using the hatch to avoid the gaze of the Black Rider. And that is pretty much the entirety of the first section. And she'll be waiting for this Black Rider to start moving as well, so that once it gets into the next section here, it'll be stuck. Which means we'll be skipping a couple other puzzles here as well. As you can see there, the Black Rider is stuck in place and won't move. And with that done, it's pretty much just a matter of breezing through to the next room. She can do a little jump here, where she goes onto the right side here, which gets her up into the bridge and outside the map, where she can just hit the trigger. I'll also be dropping out here to re-drop in on controller, since I dropped in on the keyboard earlier.
Oh, I got dropped out. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
not much
there
to
is
say for this section.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an auto-scroller. If you're playing on standard where you can't skip the cutscenes, you actually exit here and then re-enter the level, and it allows you to skip the end cutscene where you normally wouldn't be able to in the rest of standard. And it applies for like every auto-scroller. But because we're on no cut, where we can just like skip the cutscenes, which Celeste mentioned earlier that there's games that have that. This is definitely one of the games that has that, and makes the run a lot faster.
Yeah, so for this, there's a bit more hub movement, making our way from to the Prancing Putty. This is also the introduction to the quests that are scattered throughout Middle-earth, where you have to interact with the blacksmith here to construct a mithril trowel.
Mithril trowel to replace my tatty old one. For your trouble, I'll let you in on a secret to help you seek out other quests.
So while I head into the blacksmith here, Flop's just going to be sitting there for now, ready to give the NPC the mithril trowel once it's been forged. There is also a chance that the UI will be become stretched here when I swap to Pippin here, but that can be easily remedied by alt-tabbing. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I don't know why it stretches here, but I believe it has to do with like when you swap while the camera is still moving and you like gain control. But it's an easy fix to just alt tab back in the game. So I'm gonna start mashing so that as soon as it swaps back over to gameplay, that we can immediately give this to the guy here. Oh, I actually have to go upright this time. It like sometimes angles the camera differently. Oh.
Yeah, and here we have some more hub movement to get to Weather's Hop, which is going to be the next level. you can save a little bit of time coming up here by jumping on the cliffside here to make it up, instead of having to walk around. Like so. Alright, so this is going to be a pretty action-packed room. What we're trying to do here is minimize the wait time for lighting the campfire here and cooking the breakfast here. And so Flip will be fishing up the fish there and hitting the tomato plant while I gather a bunch of planks to fuel the fire. And then Flop will go back up to get the last ingredient, which is the egg. While she does that, I'll light the fire so that we minimize the time spent waiting. And with that done, we can just grab the egg and put it on the fire and transition to the next room. And here, Fluff will be building this bridge for me, and if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get a little jump on top of it and make it to the other side. Didn't do it there, but that's fine. We'll be skipping over this section by doing a triple jump, as Fluff mentioned earlier, and planting this crop to grow a plant to bounce us up to the next section. We can also skip this here by simply jumping across and timing a triple jump, which gets both players across, skipping having to go down there to light the campfire. And we can do another skip here, where we jump on some collision here and slide up the rock, bringing us to the next section. And Fluff is going to be constructing a bunch of campfires here, by breaking objects and such, and I'll simply be following the trail to light those. So there's a total of 5 campfires, and that's pretty much it. Flop just has to make sure to avoid the Nazgul that are patrolling around the area.
Yeah, if I got caught by the Nazgul here, you basically get put into a mashing section where you have to basically resist the Nazgul. And it just loses a bunch of time because you are just stuck mashing for a while. But now we're gonna transition into the lighting the Nazgul on fire. It's just another heavy section of like trying to grab all these torches while Carcoon's also creating the fire right now. So, oh, the camera is bugging out. But you're basically just trying to split up like who's doing what so that we can do this as quickly as possible. In a solo run, this is obviously much more challenging with the 1P2C. But you're able to just like split up who's doing what pretty well, and like everything overlaps in a way that's pretty fast. There's been like a few routes that I've kind of been through, and I mean this seems like the best one. Oh yeah, a thing to note right there is that if you skip that too quickly, it'll actually black screen the game and then you have to restart the game, so you actually want to wait for those. And then we have to do some force swag here. Yeah, basically any cutscene after a level, I think it can happen on. But now we get to see some force swag. Mandatory 360s. The animal properties in this game are very interesting. Where there's just like a ton of momentum and you can just do a ton of spins.
Yeah, it doesn't actually affect your trajectory, so why not have some fun?
But basically right now, we're trying to get to a spot where we form the fellowship. There is actually a map stone that you can use there that you can teleport to if you get within the range of it by using the map. But you have to like do this hill roll, and then it only saves like 2 seconds if you do it really quickly. And so we've kind of not been doing that. I believe in my solo run I do it, but typically people don't really do it. We got a warp there. It's not a useful warp because we actually need Legolas to shoot these targets here. But you can get one later here. It's like pretty rare to get it. I think we've gone to like 3 times maybe. So let's see if we get it here.
Yeah, anything past this section is helpful.
Yeah, it's just a slight like RNG time save you can get. But it's like quite hard to actually have it happen. There's like maybe some minute for it that we're not sure how to do. But I am ahead of Carcoon right now, which is good. That also varies, but now we're gonna enter Caradus here, which is the first like pretty challenging level. Definitely challenging in solo for 1P2C as well. So nice, I was able to cross that gap here. And in this level, you do get the whole party, and you're technically supposed to use a lot of the party here, but you actually only need to play this level with 2 players. In this upcoming section, we'll have to bring Aragorn along with us, or any like tall character, because we'll need to throw Gimli across the gap. But after that point, we actually don't need to have another player with us. So Carcoon just like crosses that gap really quick with a triple jump. Then we do a throw there. Then, oh, I actually don't know how I swapped to that. But here's our first launch that we're gonna do, which is a pickup launch. So depending on the walk cycle, you can get varying launches by just being within like 2 pieces of an object and then just doing a grab on the other player. We're actually gonna do this like 3 separate times in this level back to back. And this essentially allows us to skip having to bring everyone along and just skips a bunch of the puzzles we have to do. So normally we would need Sam here because he has a tinderbox, but we can actually just do another pickup launch here, and then that just like gets us up here. And then you could just walk along here for a while. And now immediately another one. This I would say is the hardest one to get. Let's see if we get it. Oh. Okay, so we're stuck on the collision. Oh wow, okay. I don't know how we didn't fall there.
That's crazy.
But, yeah. But we got stuck on between collisions, so we actually had to do a grab and like an ungrab re-grab. So now we're just gonna go across some invisible collision, and that's actually probably the most dangerous part of the level, because if a player gets across and then the other player doesn't, you actually soft block and you have to play the whole level again because you won't be able to do the launch because the other player is stuck on the other side.
Yeah, so this section is a fairly short one. We want to make sure that we grab all the planks to light the fire here with Sam. We're trying to transcribe these runes here on the Moria door. And we have a couple neat skips to solve this room pretty efficiently. I'm going to be putting down the last planks here so that Flop can light the fire. And you can do a little neat jump up there, which skips some slow platform.
Walk right.
Yep.
The camera's a little weird there. Oh, somehow I didn't.
There you go.
Is he too far away,
enough.
actually? No, swap to him.
Yeah, I need to adjust the position here. Need to be
so
precise.
Sometimes... Oh, wait, it's still not doing it. That should work right there. Okay, yeah. A little finicky there, but you can get a throw there and essentially skip having to do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, and so this is the last room. We have the fight with a Kraken here. We're just going to be standing in one spot, and it's going to attack with its tentacles. We just got to hit them a couple times and rinse and repeat.
Yeah, we're like not entirely sure if this is RNG or it like matters where you stand, but see the tentacle there, they swipe attack at us instead of aggroing on us and being able to be hit there. See, there is the animation for when it's going to actually come down. But seemingly standing here is like the most consistent kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, so there are a grand total of 4 tentacles we have to hit, and that was the 4th. So that leads us into the next section here, where we need to throw Gimli at the breakable wall here. So we're just going to pick up Gimli and throw him across. We're going to need to do that one more time, but before that we have a small little section where we're just going to be using the iframe. Oh wait, we have to shoot the eye first. But after that, we have a small little section where clubs just get a hold the swap button or the item button and use the iframes. And here we have that cracked wall again. And then just one final eye to shoot. And that's characters. And to avoid Saruman, of course, we have to go through the Mines of Moria, which is our next level.
Okay, so this is probably the hardest level. There's a lot of very challenging things that we're going to have to do here. So first we're going to do this launch. Yeah, that's not enough height. So we're trying to get a launch so that we can land on this collision on the roof. Oh, that would have worked, but I think those... Oh, that'll definitely work. Okay, so now I'm actually going to stay on Sam, but Carcoon has to navigate basically on this collision and very slowly nudge until this camera moves. And once this camera moves, you can actually just walk right here, and it just lets you go across the entire roof. This is something I found, and I initially thought was too difficult to put in a run, but this has just become the thing we do. And it actually skips having to kind of do that first section with the well, which takes like 40 seconds or something. So now we're trying to hit, and we hit it first try. Wow. So in that spot, there's an out of bounds door, which basically, I think it saves around 2.5 minutes, something like that, where it actually just leads to room B. There are 3 different maps on this level. So you have Moria A, B, and C. And if you play the level normally, you have to do a section where you get Pippin out of the well. Then you have to build a barricade on the door in the next section and shoot some targets. Then you have to wait for a while for orcs to pile in. And then you have to do a whole troll boss fight, which they all basically happen in Moria A. Even though it might seem like you're playing a different map file, it's actually just all in the same spot. So you can essentially just bypass doing all of that, and then you can just hit an out of bounds trigger. But that's like usually a pretty hard strat to do, so getting it first try is like really good. Yeah, and here Flop is just going to be using Gandalf's
was your ability to get rid of the orcs very quickly. It's much faster than killing them normally.
A thing to note is actually, because I swapped to Gandalf in the first room and we hit the trigger, it actually allows me to become Gandalf in this section, which you actually normally can't unless you're doing the trigger hit. So it makes it much faster. It's like, I imagine the same kind of like game design as like a Star Wars 3, because you can like force droids and such in that game, and so they kind of just like took that mechanic. I believe that's before this game. If it's not, one of them borrowed from each other for sure, but it just allows you to throw orcs, and it's like much faster than having to do slashes on them. You can actually like hit them against your own body, which will instantly kill them. I didn't get a lot of those, but that is a thing you can do. We actually just have to wait a super long time to be able to use this crank, but
yeah. It's coming up here. There's a short little section of escaping Wario. We can just drop down here and skip having to walk down. And here we can simply jump around this and hit the trigger.
Nice. First try. Okay, so now we basically enter an auto-scroller with Gandalf. Wow, I got that first try. That's crazy. So you can do a roll on that hill, and in this game, there's a lot of weird momentum with rolling on slopes. So as you can see, I just rolled up that cliff. It actually doesn't matter. Like, you don't have to do this. You can take the other way around, I believe. But this is just like a fun little thing you can do while you're waiting, basically. And so Carcoon basically just has to do this Balrog fight where you'll hold A to dive, and then you'll get into this mashing section of the Balrog. And then you just keep doing that until you're able to press B, and then you can land a hit on the Balrog. And you have to do that 3 times. But it's a little bit RNG, because the amount of times that you actually have to slash after this fire breath section before being able to have like a vulnerability frame where you can do the damage is actually RNG, and there is a chance that it won't let you even do the attack. So like right there, press B does the attack. But there's just like a chance that that could happen. I believe in our last run that actually happened, but typically you're able to just get that attack off. So what I'm waiting for here actually is, once this fight ends, a cracked tile will appear. Let's see if we can get a view at it. So that glowing tile on the roof will actually drop down once the Balrog fight ends, and then that allows me to slash at this, and then that'll open the door. There is in the desync off unrestricted version of this category where you can actually just do a launch and go over this door, and then that ends the level, so you don't have to do the Balrog fight at all. And there is kind of a thing theorized that using this bucket you could do a launch and then get over here, but I haven't been able to get enough height to get anywhere near clearing the door. And the camera gets really weird when you get high up there, but now the rock drops down. Now I can open up this.
I'm on Hen. Normally it wants you to slowly walk to Lothlorien, but what we can do is we can view the map and instantly warp to the map stone, which puts us in the cutscene and on our way to Amon Hen with this short little canoeing section. All right, so just to speed this section up, we have 2 separate sections here. Me with Frodo and Flup with Aragorn and the rest of the Fellowship, trying to look for Frodo. And to speed it up, we're just going to be doing both sections at the same time. So while Flup is making their way to up this path, I'll just be skipping and pretty much all of the puzzle section here for Boromir by timing a jump slash here to get out here and slowly roll all the way to the end of my section. You might have seen Flup do a jump roll up the slope there to get up. Neat little strat that skips having to shoot the target with Legolas. And you can do another jump roll here to get up that section and jump across, skipping a puzzle or so. And because I'm fairly slow in this section by only being able to roll, Flup is going to have to wait for me to catch up a bit. And while I do
you
this,
might have to wait.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's trying to jump into this tree here.
Why is it? There we go.
So while I'm in this short QuickTime event, Flup is basically going to be building up speed in that tree, and once she exits the tree, she's going to get a lot of vertical momentum, which allows her to skip this section.
I think I'm gonna wait extra.
Like that. And then it's just a short tracking section.
Frodo?
So here we're just going to be trying to eliminate all the enemies as quickly as possible.
That's basically a section where you just do orc waves. And there's like not much to speed it up, except just like working together to take them out. So it's like fairly auto-scroller kind of situation. But so we can get up here. I'm gonna get tossed at this tile, and this drops these 2 down. Then I can head up here. And that's that entire section now.
So here we have a small little encounter with Murokai. Just gotta hit this guy 3 times. With a few varying elements each time. Here they're gonna push down the boulders, but pretty easy to get rid of. You can just slash them like so. And Flup will be heading into the hatch there to hit them a second time. And now that entrance is sealed off, but we have a Lego build there that we can use to build into a little spring, which will get us up to the platform there. And then finally there's a little longer boss fight. We're just gonna hold the swap button there to get our iframes. Now we just need to kill a couple enemies and wait for the next opportunity to strike. So it's a fairly simple section.
Probably should have held us there.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
So
also have
because
to,
yeah, go ahead actually.
Yeah, we also have to make sure to not hit that boss too early, otherwise it has a chance of soft-locking the level. Which is less than ideal.
Yeah, so What I was gonna say is we skipped the cutscenes, but now you see Boromir's actually down to 1 heart because Lurtz shot him several times. And so, basically, if I get hit once, I immediately die.
Yeah. Pretty humorously. All right, up next is Taming Golem. We have a short hub movement section here, but we can make it a bit faster by warping to that map stone there, saving us the trouble of traveling a little bit. This is probably the hardest level in solo runs, simply because the 1P2C or 1 player 2 controllers is very hard to do. So while Flup gathers all of the fish, to progress to the next section, I will be doing a section with Gandalf here, dealing with the Balrog. You can use one of these Tetris pieces to get up to the there, and hopefully making the jump across. There are plenty of time to do it, so it's fine. Beautiful.
I'll go.
Yeah, so that just skips having to do some building and pushing of pillars. What I'll be doing now is jumping in that specific location and then jumping back. This just makes the fight a lot shorter than it would normally be. I'll be using the lightning to strike the armor there. Just gotta do that 3 times in total. And Fluff will just keep progressing that section there.
Oh, I got that. I haven't gotten that yet. Wow. Yeah, so I did a thing earlier where you can do an early fish grab, which skips having to like collect a bunch of logs and then start a fire, and then there's like an animation that you have to do. But if you just stand on the log and you do this like precise jump, then you can actually just like fully skip having to do any of that.
Yeah, so in this section, we're just going to be speeding up the section by letting Flop do part of this. We're essentially trying to construct a fishing rod to use to grab fish later. But while I do that, Flop will be throwing the fish to attract Golem as well. Coming up here is a small little skip we might be able to do, where we can cancel the animation of Golem hitting Sam there, which we managed to get. You can do it a grand total of 3 times. Very tricky to get, actually.
Yeah, getting the second one, especially when I try doing it in solo, is like, for some reason, like different. Like, it feels different on the timing somehow. So see, we didn't get the second one. So you'll get to see how much time this truly saves. Because you have to wait for this whole animation to play out, and then you can hit him. So if you're able to get those hits on Sam and damage Golem, that just skips that whole animation. But you can actually get 1 hit off. The first one we got 2 hits off, which is the best that you can get. But if you get 1 hit off, it speeds up his animation, but he still goes over to the corner. but it just happens a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Okay, only one.
Section as well, where you simply need to walk over there to start the level.
Yeah, so this is the most auto-scroller kind of level, to be honest. So I'm actually going to be dropped out for basically all this level because it doesn't really matter for me to be dropped in. If I drop out, Frodo actually will just like path over and go around, and then Carcoon will do this triple jump to basically skip a ton of the level. Normally those fires like the one behind appeared, and you would have to like do this whole section where you get a bucket of water and then you have to like put out the fire, but you can just like skip all the fires. Carcoon did end up doing a longer wide line at the end there. You can cut that line off, but it can be tricky to hit it. But now we're entering basically just this auto scroller section where you have to hide from the Nazgul that's flying above. And so you want to put Sam behind the rock thing, and then Frodo can use the elven cloak to essentially just like turn into, I think it's always a bush here. Yeah, but depending on the level, it can be like a different object. But that essentially makes you invisible to Nazgul. And so you just get into the position, turn into the object, get Sam to hide, and then you just have to wait. Then you'll have like a camera pan each time. There's pretty much nothing you can do to speed these sections up, aside from just be closer to where the water opens up. Okay, Sam actually stayed in there. There is bad AI with the character in this level where Sam will actually just like jump out and like jump back in several times. So we might see it in this next one here. It's pretty common for him to do it here. And actually, depending on where you place him, he might jump back in the water. So see, he jumps out, but then he'll just jump back in. But not really much to say for that part. See, a little push from Gollum there. You can get a bigger push there if you're standing in front of him. That's really all you could do in this section though. It's quite auto-scroller. If you're playing in unrestricted, you actually can just do a launch and then launch over this entire section and then get to the end of the room. But unfortunately in restricted, there's nothing we can really do here. Coming up is also another reason why I'm not dropped in for this level, because we're going to basically be able to do a quick swap here coming up. So Carcoon's going to get across here. They basically have to work these players together to like lift up one section, but Carcoon's going to slash this tree here, and then he can swap back to Sam, and then he's just right at the end of the log. There is actually a little piece of tech that you can use where during the water section you have normal jumps, but as soon as you get to the stealth section you can only do rolls. So if you jump into the stealth section and then do a punch and then jump right away and then just keep doing that, you can actually keep a normal jump. And so there is a little thing you could do there where you can skip pushing the log up, but I'm pretty sure it's just slower. So the swap method is just a better overall thing to do. So Carcoon's actually staying on the right here because instead of going in the water, oh, well, we are going in the water anyway. But you can triple jump across and clear that gap instead of having to do the slightly worse line. And then here you could just roll around. You can actually, to the left of the bridge, just jump across also. It's a pretty funny spot. And here we just have to wait for the plant to get rid of the collision there. And now we're in the next room. So in this section, we're trying to take down the Oliphants here. So Carcoon's climbing up right now. And I am just waiting because once he's finished punching this guy up here, then the ropes will drop down from this guy. And then I should be able to get up. This is kind of a hard thing to get on. I did get up though. It's like quite hard to see. And the ropes are a little finicky. But there's actually a chance that you don't get on the rope, and then the Oliphant basically just keeps walking to the right and you have to chase after it. So it loses like a lot of time if that happens. But that's it for that level. Now we're into the biggest skip in the game basically, where we're gonna skip a ton of levels. And we basically just finished the second movie right now. So Carcoon's gonna swap and join me on this side. Usually you would go do Track Hobbits, which is the level that the other side of the party would do. And normally for Osgiliath, which is the next level, there's actually the Gaze of Sauron on the level, and if you try to walk into it, it pushes you back. And so they've essentially developed it so that it makes you do the other party's levels before you can access this. But we're actually going to do a pickup launch here, and we're just going to skip having to do all the levels. So that should be good, I think. Let's see if that's enough. That looks good. There we go. So we've just completely jumped over the trigger. I'm going to drop out, and then Carcoon can swap and do this part. So we're going to do an out of bounds here, where you can actually just land inside this wall. Although there are kill planes, as you see, so you have to walk in a specific way so that that doesn't happen. You basically need to walk down far enough so that you're not going to walk into the kill plane. And then you have to keep this steady direction where you can technically full send on the stick and just like, if you're confident on the angle, just like go and do it. But tiptoeing is much safer, and you can just slowly make sure that you're actually going to make it. So now we can just walk out of bounds past everything here. And you could just like go to the end of the level, and we're going to jump into the side that Frodo would normally be on. And then break these pillars so that we can get up. So this is like usually a pretty long level with like all the different parts that have to happen. And like camera pans like this, where the Nazgul shows up, those also take quite a while. And there's a lot of those. But by doing that out of bounds, you can literally just skip everything. But now we're into this Ent Isengard section, where we are essentially trying to break down this like dam at the end so that'll flood Isengard. It's like a pretty slow section, to be honest, because the Ents walk so slowly. But we're gonna like grab different objects and throw it at stuff to clear the way. There's also these like stumps here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and regular 90%, you can do a vertical sync launch to get across to the other side. which saves quite a bit.
Yeah, you don't have to do like here, I'm gonna throw this water tower and that clears the way, but you can just like skip doing that. Annoyingly, there's like these stumps from the trees they cut down, which you can kind of get stuck on. And so if you're doing 1P2C in solo, it's like quite easy to get stuck on those. So I'm gonna throw this rock here, which will allow us to climb up, and Carcoon's gonna grab the other rock.
Yeah, I have to make sure I target the left side here of this thing, otherwise it won't work.
If you hit the right side of it, then it does nothing, which is annoying. Okay, got it. So there is a chance we might crash here. We'll have to see what happens. This is one of the common places it can happen. Hopefully it doesn't though. Crash more frequently. We're not really sure, but for example, on my PC, I've never crashed in that section or like any other section, but a lot of other people do, so it's kind of hardware dependent.
Yeah, and now we're just going to be doing the hub movement necessary to get to the next level, which is past the dead. You can just warp to Eteros and walk straight to that trigger there. And while I walk to the section 2 paths, Flop will be doing something else.
Yeah, so basically I'm gonna warp to Dead Marshes, and then I'm gonna walk over the Black Gate, which will allow me to lock the map stone that's here. And once you get the map stone here, you can actually just directly teleport here later. And it's just like a easy time save. I think it's like 20 or 30 seconds faster. Because normally you just like have to do all this walking over. I think it's more like 20 probably.
Yeah, it saves quite a bit.
What is it? What do you see? I see shapes of men.
So this is past the dead. This is a fairly long section where we are simply going to be walking the corridors here and doing the puzzles that the game throws at us. So here we just have to break the Morgul bricks, and this will allow us to build a staircase up. Sadly, there's a really tall wall that makes it really hard to skip, so you have to do this. I'll also be making sure to swap to Aragorn to make sure he follows us here, so that he doesn't get stuck, because we'll need him to break some other Morgul bricks later. And Flip will be doing a roll here to make sure they get up to the section here to use that cracked wall, or the cracked floor. Very nice.
Yeah, first try is not always common there.
Yeah. Very well done. And I can just shoot the targets. So that
build please.
Flip can build the bridge. And from here on out, we don't need Legolas. We can just progress with Aragorn and Gimli. We'll be doing another roll here to get up to the higher section without having to do any puzzles. We can just jump into this wall here, and it'll put us up.
Another thing to note is there's like little circular pockets of mist at the bottom. Like one right here. Basically, if you walk into that, you'll get stuck in a mashing section. So we're trying to avoid those as much as possible. Wow, first try that too.
Yeah. Well, that's just
so I have to narrowly avoid one there. There's one right there, so I had to narrowly avoid it. So for this section, we have to build this platform so that we can fight the King of the Dead here. So I'm gonna crack those open, and then Parker can build this. During this section, everyone's scared if they get near these ghosts, basically. And so you're trying to avoid being near those, and Aragorn's the only person who can actually do anything about it. But if you're Legolas, you can actually just shoot them from far away, and so you're able to damage them. Okay, nice early build there. Sometimes building these platforms is like pretty tricky. You'll see on the third kind of phase of this fight that there's 4 pillars that we're gonna have to build. And getting those 4 pillars can be quite the challenge sometimes. Also, depending the way you build them, it like affects kind of the movement that the King of the Dead will do and like what position he'll arrive at. So we're gonna try to build these in time so that we can avoid that. And actually, if I keep holding the build button, okay, nice, we got it. If I keep holding the build button after I build the first one and then just walk over to the next pile of bricks, I don't actually have to press the button again, and I'll just start building right away. Because it can be like a real pain to have to let go and then rebuild, because there's only like certain spots where it tells you you can build. But we're just gonna do slashes on King of the Dead. And that's that whole fight. There is a chance if you hit too early there that it soft blocks the fight. So you kind of want to wait before hitting him. If you just spam attacks, then it's like very high chance that you'll just soft block.
Yeah, so much like on one hand that is.
Yeah.
Right, so we'll just be riding over to Palinor Fields. This is our last chance to do our horse swags.
Although we do have some more horse swag.
Oh,
this
true.
section has some horse swag. So this is like probably the longest auto scroller, I'd imagine. So the game's kind of funny here with how the horse movement works. If you jump from side to side as the screen is like tugging a certain direction, you'll get like a weird boost of momentum, and the horse will just like fly either direction. But there's nothing you could do to speed up the second C. There's a big boost there. Oh,
Yeah, it just looks really silly.
like there, I glitched back into place. But grab the mini kit. There actually is just like a mini kit they give you for free here, which is kind of funny. Which technically it gives you an extra screen to skip in the status screen at the end of the level. But because you could just like skip them really quickly, it doesn't matter. But on the first level, you're not able to skip any of the screens, and so that would matter on that level. But for this section, this is our first phase of the Witch King fight, which we just have to wait for the fell beast to do these attacks here. And then you just slash at the head. If we both hit the head on the same frame, you can actually skip having to hit it 3 times. But hitting it on the same frame co-op is like pretty difficult.
Yeah, really difficult to coordinate.
Yeah, we've gotten it a few times, but I think in record I get it on every hit, which is pretty rare to be honest, because I believe Eowyn and Mary have different like speeds for when they attack, so like the amount of time it takes before the sword actually happens and does the slash, and so it's like pretty hard. That looked really good actually, but I guess we didn't get that.
Yeah, I said it is frame perfect, so...
Yeah, that must have been like a frame or something. But again, fairly auto-scroller. Okay, that there, where the fell beast shifts from left to right, is an RNG thing that can happen. And so There's nothing you can really do to avoid that. There's just a chance that you lose a bit of time to that. But 2 more slams here, and then we'll be able to finish out this phase. That looked really good.
Yep,
Yeah, we got it there.
Right, so this is the second phase. We need to step on these platforms so that he swings his mace at them and gets stuck, which allows us to hit it. Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The point there was to make him start moving faster so that save a little bit of time, but that's fine.
Yeah, if you stay on that platform for too long, he'll just like go and swing at that one. We want him to go to the right first, but it's not a big deal.
You fool. No man can kill me. Die now.
I am no man.
Yeah. And that's pretty much the end of the encounter with the Witch King. Now it's just a short section with taking down these Oliphants with Legolas and Aragorn. So I'll just be doing them simultaneously to speed it up just a bit.
There is a chance we could crash here. This is one that's very prone to crashing. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but would not be surprised if it happens. So we basically just have to wait here until it crosses those off as defeated. And then they're going to come out from the right. So we're going to try to attack them as soon as they get out. If you actually attack the one in front, because I have to swing on these arrow poles for mine, but if Carcoon were to hit right now, the second Oliphant couldn't actually get past this collision. Or I guess it's the third one, but they would just stop in place and be stuck out of bounds, and they would just have to wait, but you could hit it now. That's so that I can get on mine.
Yeah, and once we take care of these free Oliphants, that's the end of the section and ultimately the end of the level.
Yeah, so now mine's taken care of, so we're just waiting for the last one. And I seemingly no crash. I usually would have crashed by now. Yeah. Okay. The Black Gate, which I unlocked the map stone during the Pass of the Dead hub movement, so we'll actually just be able to teleport there directly. Then we can just go here and immediately get into the level. This level is extremely short and has a piece of tech that doesn't work anywhere else, basically. We're going to be doing a pickup, but we're not going to be doing a launch here. For some reason, with how this is designed and the collisions and such, if I... Actually, we're going to kill this guys. If I stand here, I will actually just make it so that Carcoon can lift up into the air. And now we're out of bounds. Unfortunately, there's some RNG of the orcs hitting you here, but we're going to be trying to hit an end level trigger here. So you can land there. Missed it, unfortunately.
Yeah, the camera mix is very tricky.
Yeah. Okay, a troll's here. Hopefully we get it before the troll appears. Nice. So you can actually finish this level. I believe my best time is like near a minute. It's like 10x. So it's like a very fast level. But
Yeah.
now we're heading into the final level of the run.
I think the fastest we've done it is 106, which is still really, really fast.
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so this is the last level. Flop will be doing pretty much everything here, since Frodo isn't very capable of doing anything at the moment. He just sort of stumbles around. So Flop will be doing a triple jump there, and triple jumping onto these bars. Just skips doing a little section there. Skips you having to use the rope to pull the boulders down. And here you can also skip a section here, which you normally need Frodo for. You can sort of just triple jump across. There is another strat you can do here as well, where you roll on the little collision there, in between the two falls there.
There we go.
There you go. Kind of tricky, you have to space it quite well. And here's another well-spaced triple jump. And you can also just double jump into this corner here to get you up there. And from there, it's just a couple simple jumps to get to the second room here.
Oops. Yeah, it skips quite a lot, because there's usually like another golem section that you have to do there. But we can literally just jump over everything.
Yeah, so I will pretty much just be walking down here. This lets us skip a couple encounters with Golem and make sure that Golem starts hitting Sam instead to progress to the next section. We need to do this a couple times, but I can pretty much just hold down and do nothing while Flop takes care of the rest. So they'll be jumping there and doing a triple jump to get into the bars to get back up again, which skips having to build that edge there. And Fluff will be doing that once more after this, except they'll have to jump to the section they were just at, and then do the triple jump again. So they'll first do a double jump, and then get onto this buildable.
I am stuck.
Yeah, the collision there is a bit weird, but they managed to get that first try. Very nice.
Yeah, if you actually fall off there, you have to go. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I've never seen that happen, actually. So that's what we were trying to avoid by walking down and dying with Frodo, is that Gollum will try to jump onto Frodo, and you also do a spamming section. But if you just keep dying repeatedly, then he actually won't be able to get on you.
Yeah, and Flop is just going to press the B button here to drop instantly, and that allows him to get back up here instead of having to use the buildable. And from here on out, it's just an auto-scroller. So
Yeah,
I might as well mention, time will end as soon as we lose control or the HUD disappears. So as soon as the cutscene starts, time ends. Right, time's coming up. And that is time.
And there we go. That's also world record, I believe.
Wait, what was the time?
Well, I have delay, but I think it should be faster.
1 second, I don't know what tab on. 1:10:34.
Yeah,
that's a new world record.
1:11:52 is world record.
GG, that's wild. Congrats, y'all.
Yeah, I was like, this is going really well, actually.
That's absurd. Getting a world record in a marathon is fantastic. Good job, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other closing remarks you wanna give besides just celebrating the world record?
Well, I guess say thanks to the LEGO community. Y'all are awesome.
Yeah.
Definitely worth getting involved.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you're interested in LEGO, definitely check out the LEGO community. Everybody is fantastic and very helpful and very supportive. And yeah, beat on the world record. That's absurd. That's amazing. We do have a bunch more games, so if that's all from you. We are going to take a quick break. We've got LEGO Batman 3 Beyond Gotham coming up. Just a quick reminder before we go. If you haven't missed out on any of our other Hotfix shows or events like Back to Black or Frost Fatales, you can check out those over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. Again, thank you both so much, and huge GGs. We'll see everybody in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing a bunch of different LEGO games for the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got, oh my gosh, sorry. We've got LEGO Batman here. I will hand it over to our runner and commentators here and let everybody introduce themselves.
All right, hello, everybody. My name is Los. I will be running All at Invest first, and then I will be running any percent afterwards. I love this game, one of my absolute favorite games, so cool. And I'm joined on commentary with Craig Bagel. So, hi, Craig Bagel.
Hi there, I'm Craig Bagel. I've been running this game since 2022. And as Loss has said, I also absolutely love this game to bits. So, looking forward to this run.
All right, so as you might have seen if you watched the run before, this will also be a no-cut run, which means we can also skip all the cutscenes. I won't play restricted. I have uncapped FPS. I can do crazy shenanigans. So without further ado, I would say we're gonna hop right into it. So let's go back to the main menu. And timer, there's gonna be 2 short cutscenes, and the timer will start once I basically skip the second cutscene. So I will give a countdown. So I'm gonna save, just to be safe. So countdown is coming up, the run starts in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, Craig, I give to you so you can explain, because this level is already pretty crazy.
Yeah, okay, so with a lot of very nice... no, you got the barrier skip first try. That's the most stressful part of the run. We pretty much do none of this level as intended, at least for this first part. Oh, no. I didn't... with a high enough FPS, you can do punch, like, launches across the map on a neutral punching across a gap on a slope. So that's what he's done there to get a zip.
Not getting lucky with the zips, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Gonna do for the backup here.
But yeah, you can, again, even then you can still just jump around the train. It's very, very lenient in some parts. Robin's double jump is used quite a lot, quite extensively in this game.
So right here we're doing like another skip, so I can just punch the box there to use the momentum I gain from it to jump up there. It saves me building or pulling down a ladder and climbing it, which is a pretty nice small time save.
Yeah, so this LEGO Batman 3 has quite a lot of camera pans and in-level cutscenes that play out if you do the level as intended. So being able to jumping around all those walls doesn't just skip gameplay. It also skips a lot of downtime that you don't really need to watch, really. So.
Is it just me, or does Killer?
All right, so we're now in like the boss fight against Killer Croc. So how this boss fight works is basically it's cycle-based. You have to suck up Lego pieces from the sewers and put it in a machine. But you have to use both characters here to actually, like Batman actually has to stand on the buttons. And come on, destroy it here. Now, okay, so Batman has to stand on the buttons here to open up this like water fan here. And Robin will be putting it into the machine. I need 25 pieces, which I easily get. What I'm doing is I'm doing 1P2C, so I play with both characters on my own. And this, first of all, speeds it up. And for example, here, I want to actually go for some stats because I need money in this run. So I'm actually tried to get a good combo there. I think I got a ×6 multiplier.
Yeah.
So, and there was a blue stat there, which is 1,000 stats. Where so with ×6, I got 6,000 stats there pretty quickly, which is really nice. So for the total run, I need 125,000 stats. And we will get them pretty easily, starting with 60,000.
Lots and I have had a lot of discussions over the last couple of days on what's fast and what's not in terms of studs. There's a lot of 10k studs lying around, but it's they're in places that aren't the most convenient. So it's about deciding what you pick up and what you don't.
So here we're doing, explain what I'm doing.
Yeah. So that's called a map glitch. So when you pull up the map with one of the players, it causes kind of the camera to pan in on just that one player, and it unloads everything that's interactable, that's off screen. And so that door that was to the left, normally when you later on in the game, they will open automatically, but they lock it at the start of the game. And we're going to be doing something very similar here. There's another door that you can open up later on in the game.
That was a nice
since it's
zip.
Interactable, that was a very nice zip, yeah. And since it's interactable, it will unload when player 2 pulls up the map. And this allows us to enter the bonus level. And what the bonus level does, we have to beat the bonus level to be able to unlock free play, which is required to be able to free Adam West in this level. So this is the second and the only other level we complete the story for.
Yeah.
But what this allows us to do is, now that we've entered the bonus level, the game thinks that we've beaten the entire game. Because usually to unlock this, you need to have beaten the entire game. And so the game has reverse logic, and it unlocks all the levels for you. So it thinks you've beaten them all, so it unlocks them all for you. So this allows us to enter into free play all the story levels without having to beat them in story. So that saves a lot of time.
Yeah, it saves around an hour basically.
Yeah. So this level is
go ahead.
a lot of 1P2C. It's just managing the two characters, doing each of the story elements. This is all very much what you're supposed to do in story. There was one skip he did there where he went up the ladder with Batman and did one of the challenges up there, and then glided to the right and activated a second cutscene. So we overlapped cutscenes, so they we didn't have to play them both. We can play them both at the same time, and they don't. Yeah.
So what is this category I'm running actually? All Adam Best, like each level, there is an Adam Best, and if you believe it or not, he's in peril. And you can save him. This gives you a gold break. And if you freed or saved all Adam Bests, you unlock him as a character. So are 30 Adam Bests. Yeah, 30 Adam Bests in the game.
Yes.
And we're gonna save all of them. Most of them are in levels, but they're also in the hub world and other places.
Watch out, heroes!
And this is a good section here to actually just grab a lot of studs. So you can see I'm already, how much is it, like 50k studs?
Yeah, 50k, yeah. So there's a couple of purples in the air, there's a lot of blue studs, and it really is just an auto scroll. You're just waiting for Joker to come back on screen to be able to interact with him.
Yeah.
And you can also shoot all the flying projectiles. It's just a bit of a stud farm.
Yeah.
It's quite nice. This is a very, very fun bonus level. I do really enjoy this one.
Yes, I think it's a phenomenal bonus level. It's also pretty funny. Just in general, I like the concept of it. It's basically from the classic Batman show. It's just like an episode you're filming.
Perilous pussycats.
It's
but it's pretty technical.
All Lego Batman games. It is very technical. You're right.
I'm 1P2 seeing the whole level, which can be pretty technical. So first we have to like fight, if you can call this a fight, against Catwoman. It's basically going through all the like classic Batman villains here. So first we're fighting Catwoman, and then Joker enters the scene here. I will be doing a skip here with Robin. I will be jumping up there, basically skipping a section and just making sure he is ready. Now I just need to find where Joker went. Oh, here he is.
This is another case of overlapping cutscenes. So we're going to but start taking care of Joker, and then when Joker starts leaving, Robin will pull the lever up the top, and that will activate a second cutscene. It's much reducing the amount of downtime.
So right now there's like two cutscenes playing at the same time. The game focuses on this one, showing that like the path to the top is now like free, and then it will switch over for a short time to show Joker, and then Penguin is the next villain that we are like having to defeat basically.
His fine feathered fangs look smaller and more explosive than before. Be careful, Cape Crusaders.
And like Craig said, this is going to be the last level we're actually playing in story mode for this category. And so afterwards, it's going to be free play.
Oh, yeah. It's like a free play rush almost, where you just into the level, into the specific room that has Adam West. It takes about maybe 30 seconds, and then you're out of there. Sometimes even less than that. It's quite a rush, really, because you get past the two like slow, like, even though they're not really that slow, but slow levels, and then it's just bam, 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 bam.
And one problem that arises with doing this skip is that not all characters actually unlock. Because you, like, for example, Superman only unlocks if you go into Space Station Infestation. But for certain Adam Bests, you need Superman, for example. So we have a pretty specific order in which we actually gonna grab the Adam Bests or save them, which levels we go in first, just to unlock the characters we need, and then there are a level that we avoid until the end because it gives us characters that mess up with the roster of characters the game gives us. And then we have to go back to the hub world at one point as well. So there's like kind of like a route you actually have to take. The thing is, it gives you a lot of freedom because you also need a couple more gold brick than you just normally get. So we actually will be doing like some missions and quests, which you won't see in any other category besides 100%, to get some gold bricks and stuff. And this is a big thing Craig and I discussed the last couple of days, which gold bricks are worth it, if we can just swap certain gold bricks out and not. So I did a little bit of a reroute compared to Craig's run or Craig's PB. And it should save a couple minutes overall. Also, thanks to a new glitch that he just found.
It's a very, very fun category to play and route, just because you've got so many options. Yeah.
And as you can see, I have 92,000 stats already.
Oh, that's plenty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's more than enough.
All right, so it begins.
It begins. Power of Love.
You'll see that the character roster is pretty much empty, despite having technically unlocked all the levels. So yeah, again, as he said, playing through these levels will unlock certain characters. For example, this one will unlock Star Sapphire, which is a lantern character, and also a character that can dig. I can't remember if dig is actually used in this run or not, but
yes, it is.
So.
It is for
of course it is.
Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yes.
And also for Jailor's Knock.
Yes, that's correct.
So now it's what I was talking about before. It's just getting like into certain levels in specific order to unlock all the characters we need. The first iteration of this route also grabbed like another character with another mission. It was Beast Boy. We don't grab him anymore. But it was fun doing a mission inside the level as well.
I remember I discovered, because I've did it 100% before, so I kind of know what characters have what powers, and I watched your original PB from a few years ago. I just thought, I'm pretty sure Mr. Mix can do what Beast Boy does here.
Yeah. So. And the funny thing is, you get Mr. Mix like normally, but I looked online everywhere and I never saw that he can actually use those hatches. So I was completely.
Oh really? Oh okay.
Yeah. I never figured that one out, and it was like once I rewatched your run, it was like, oh,
you know,
that's handy.
I did a lot of testing. I just sat there I went through every single character, because everyone's you know some of them you don't even touch any at all. Yeah. Like you just buy them because you need them for 100%. Yeah. So I thought, okay, you know what, I'll try them all and see. And some of them did surprise me. Yeah, like for example, Mr. Mix Spitlick surprised me quite a lot.
Right. Don't know what happened there.
Yeah.
Alright, this level, those two levels that we just did, Space Suits User and Space Station Infestation, are probably the most crucial levels to do, because it unlocks Superman and Cyborg, and those two are basically all we need to finish the level. Breaking Bad's next. Or finish, not the level, finish the game. They only overlap Flight and Laser, I believe, as the abilities they can do. And they're just like super
Superman,
powerful to have.
Yeah. Superman has Fast Build and has Freeze Breath, which you use to free one of Adam West, or two of the Adam Wests. And Cyborg just has a huge array of abilities. So those are two, again, the main ones. And then you've also got Star Sapphire, who does, you'll see here, the Lantern.
Yeah. The Lantern panels, basically. And yeah, as you can see, as soon as we saved him, we can actually just leave out of the level, and we never beaten it, but the game still thinks we've beaten the game because we went to the bonus level, and you can only enter the bonus level if you've beaten the game, and we can just save out of it, which is pretty nice.
It'd be nice if we could find a way to not have to finish the bonus level. If we could, we don't have a laser character, but that would be quite another big time save if we didn't actually have to finish. We just do this Catwoman part, and then the steamroller would come in, and we just free him then. But don't know if it's possible.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, this is one of the more annoying things I found. Like, oh, you can actually ground slam Catwoman, but then so you'll miss and you'll just hit the floor, or sometimes her hitbox just doesn't exist. It's inconsistent, but yeah. Superman.
Yeah, this is just a weird 1p2c. Like, I did a 1p2c in the story version of this game, of this level. But I don't know what it is, but the free play version is just like super weird for me. Save the exit.
I do 1p2c when it's saved a lot of time, but I personally avoid it because my brain just doesn't work with it. So it's very impressive when runners do 1p2c. I've come to appreciate it quite a lot. Again, it does save a lot of time. It's a skill you have to learn.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's bad at it first, but
yeah,
it's definitely something you have to learn. And personally, I think this game has some pretty hard 1p2cs, or at least this category. Mainly because you have flying characters. Yeah. This category, you have 2 flying characters where you can fly around independently with basically a free cam, and you have to do different stuff with both of them. So it can get pretty confusing pretty quickly.
I was going to say, this game has some of the easiest 1p2c for me because there's not a lot. There's a bit of downtime in terms of building or using the suction.
It has some of the easiest and some of the hardest, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Alright, so first time we're actually going to use Star Sapphire here. Her dig animation is actually the fastest, so she can dig really quickly. And we're going to use that here. There's like 2 spots where you have to dig, and this one here I actually actively selecting her. The other one I just hope I get her.
Yeah, because you can also get, was it Batgirl, I believe, is the other one you can
get, also
so.
dig. And I should have switched to Flash.
Slower, but
it's slower, and then depending on the level route you take, for Jaila's knock you can also get the Blue Lantern, which is super slow.
Yeah, true. Well, I think the slowest is Laughley's actually. I did test all those timings, but Star Sapphire, for some reason when you're smaller in this game, your animations are slightly faster.
Yeah.
So Star Sapphire has a small dog.
Yeah. And also there's an upgrade or an extra called mini characters, which is used in the no levels earlier on. And it actually just like doubles the speed of all animation. So everything you do is basically like twice as fast.
Yeah.
And here we see why.
We've not explained this yet, have we?
No, yeah, it's the first time this happened.
Yeah, so that's a launch. So changing suits in this game can cause you to launch up, and specifically that suit launch is swapping from Bigfoot, or not, well I guess Bigfoot, but giant suit.
Big
cyborg,
figure, yeah, giant suit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Giant suit, Big Fig to magnet suit, and that just causes you to launch for some reason. So
yeah,
we can just use it
really
on flat ground.
It's really weird because it has something to do with the size of the feet of the character. If you can actually launch up,
I believe
and
so.
Normally you have to be on like a slope. But for whatever reason, giant suit cyborg to magnet suit cyborg launches you on all terrain. And the handy thing is, what you didn't see is that it ignores collision basically. So there's supposed to be a ceiling stopping you from just flying over, but you just clip through it. Alright, and I'm actually
this game's incredibly broken.
pretty good of stats. I have the exactness amount I need.
Do you do the lantern zip here? Or
Yes.
do you just fly?
No, I do the lantern zip. I just quickly grab this this stud there. Come on. It's another 10k stud, and I got it in the wrong direction. Come on.
I didn't think about swapping or changing characters to cancel it if you fail it, but this one is if you. It's hard to explain, really. But if you attack mid-air, or like shoot a projectile mid-air and hold the projectile button while you're flying, and then pretty much do a 180 with your analog stick, or like flick it across the other direction. It'll cause the turnaround to launch you across the map. You kind of saw it. It was very quick. You might not.
I will do it in sewers here now as well.
And you also do it in Gotham as well.
Yes. I won't be doing Gotham for a bit, because after this level I will be going to do Batcave and the halls.
Okay.
So hopefully this one is easier to set up. Like this.
Whee. Oh, that was nice, like corner cut in a way.
Yeah. And obviously, like flying is the fastest type of movement here. And obviously, if you can just zip across stuff like this here, it's gonna save a lot of time. All right.
Number of times I've missed landing on top of the shark propellant. And you have to fly back up and try to do it again.
Yeah.
It's kind of embarrassing. Especially with Grundy, he's got such a large hitbox, so if you still miss, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, now we've done with the first section of the free play levels. I'm splitting this up here, so I will be going to the Batcave. And I will be grabbing 1 red brick in the Batcave and 2 Adam vests. And I will buy an extra. So basically, like I said before, there are certain Adam vests that are located in Hubbard. So we're basically doing now some kind of hub cleanup here.
Excellent.
So I grabbed 1 Adam vest back there, and I used the time because he won't be like there immediately, or he won't be saved immediately. So I'm using the time to grab another gold brick here. And
that's
now
really good routing, actually. I quite like that. You've done that very smoothly.
And I grab unlimited fuel and get the Adam vest right here. And now I'm doing the newest glitch. So audio should be gone now. You should still hear me, but with that we actually disabled all the game audio, which has some really weird side effects of cutscenes not playing correctly. So I'm gonna focus here real quick, because this is one of the trick here 1P2C. And I did another map glitch, which made it that Batman falls through the platform there, and I ended up in Hall of Doom.
Gotta somehow fill this void of no sound for a while now.
But this is... yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, not this cutscene, but the cutscenes that happen when you do the quests. So you'll see that, I don't know if you know, people might not know who Mr. Mixit-Spitlick, it's really hard to pronounce.
Mixit-Spitlick, yeah.
With no sound, we should be able to skip his cutscene. There we go. So that's usually quite a long, 20-second voice line, but because we have no sound, that just doesn't play. So across this, it will save about a minute and a half.
Yeah, around there.
Very, very handy, especially when it's pretty much free, because it's not anything that's additional that we have to do or anything. It's just we'll just change a setting.
Yeah. And if you have a second monitor, you can just like flick the mouse wheel there on the setting and it changes it. You don't even have to tap out of the game or anything.
Yeah. Okay.
And here's what I was explaining with how hard this 1.2C can get. I'm doing flying around with Cyborg and doing this fight here with Superman. So it's actually pretty tough to focus on both parts immediately at the same time. And
I didn't even know there was a 10K there. What?
Yeah, there's a 10K. And that's the one I'm grabbing to get my 100, or I spent 100 coins, or no coins, it's 100 stats basically. I didn't even explain fully why I need that all that stats. I spent 100K on the upgrade you see me using with Cyborg right now, which is Infinite Flight, or Infinite Fuel it's called. Where's the last one? There's always one that's, wow, yeah, here he is. One or two that are hiding. So I spent 100K to actually get Infinite Flight, because as you can see now I can just fly with Cyborg, and normally that's not possible. And the other 25K I need to buy Mr. Mix. I can't say his name correctly.
Mixer Spitlick. I remember when I first started running this game, I had to ask someone in the chat. They had to explain how to pronounce it to me, because it was looking just a jumble of letters. But
yeah, it is.
Yeah. Someone mentioned in the chat, it was voiced by Gilbert Gottfried. So unfortunately, we don't get to hear the voice lines, because it's great voice acting. It's very entertaining.
It's great voice acting, yes.
Yeah.
So, I forgot one back here. So what I did here was I actually positioned Superman where I need him to be next. I changed him to Cyborg because I need Cyborg in there, but it would be too slow to actually fly in there with Cyborg. So I'm just like parking him basically here. And I also used the downtime I had to actually buy we're just going Mr. Mix. That's easier.
Mr. Mix, yeah.
Mr. Mix, yeah. I also bought him because I need Mr. Mix for the next level. And we have to do both quests here, because else this Adam West doesn't spawn in. So we had to finish 2 quests there. I'm manipulating the camera there a little bit so that crocodiles can actually spawn in off screen. And now you see I placed P2 here where I need him to be, so I can immediately use this machine here. Come on. Because this is the last Adam West of this section. So I can also set my cursor already up here. Free play part 2. I see Adam West in peril, and I can just enter the level while this cutscene is playing in the background, showing me that I actually collected the Adam West here. So breaking the ice, the last level, you will be seeing me finishing this level in story after this run, where I will be doing the any % run. But for now, come on. I will just be doing the Adam West section. And this is the reason why I needed Mr. Mix here, because this hatch here, only certain characters can go through, and for that reason, Mr. Mix can't actually go through. Probably because it's a small character.
This room is like another, just like the bonus level, it's another like homage to a lot of the the very early
classic
movies.
Yeah.
There's a lot of references. Yeah. It's a very fun room and free play in 100%.
It's all medikits, not a category. It's really, really technical. So with this level, we'll now be going to small Europe. I can't remember the actual level name. Europe Against It.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And Europe Against It actually has a 1 frame 50-50 skip in it, which I meant to pull off once. There's 1 frame you can pause right before Adam, like the cutscene starts, where it shows that Adam West is saved. But it can get unlucky and it can pause on the wrong frame and you don't get it. So it's like a luck-based trick, but it's okay. It's not too bad. Here's another variation of a launch, actually.
Oh. As I said, the only other problem with doing I remember you talking about how you do the big fig suit launch. The only problem with doing fly storage is if you get hit by Brainiac's beam, you get stuck. You get launched like prematurely or something. So, or you get shrunk down and you can't do the launch because you're small.
Oh, almost had it. Yeah, you get there's another version you can do. Just do a big fig launch up there, but you can also do it with the fly storage. And if you get
I can't explain how fly storage works. You can swap to the magnet suit. It launches you in the air, but you're in midair for some reason. Yeah. Yeah.
It's really weird. You rub your head against like an object, and you get this the suit change wheel mid-air, and then you can select another suit. And normally you're not supposed to do something like that. And then after a certain time, it also just launches you up in the air. This game is. It's Lego Batman 3. What did you expect?
It is Lego Batman 3. That's a good way of putting it, yeah.
Come on. All right, this is the second to last Adam West in the levels. Oh no, I forgot little.
No, I thought
Gotham.
the tick was there, wasn't it? Oh, you gotta
Yeah, but
Gotham,
I didn't do Gotham yet, but I did this level, which unlocks a character I didn't want. So,
oh, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. I can do like this. I just select the character I need manually, basically. Because this could unlock Indigo 5, I think her name is. Which
Indigo 1?
Or is it Indigo 1? Which you definitely don't want because she can't do zips. And as you're going to see, this level, it's really important that you get good zips. Because this is just like a super long level and you can just zip past everything. That was pretty good. Yeah. And we're hitting out of bounds door. I haven't hit a single out of bounds door in this run yet.
Oh, you haven't? This is the first out of bounds door. So there's an invisible door that you can't see that we hit, which allows us to load the next room, which has Adam West.
Yeah.
And we can't just fly to it, sadly, so we have to.
I'm strong with
slightly higher.
Slightly higher, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Her hitbox is slightly different, or like the lineup is slightly different to Cyborg's.
Ah, now I got it.
Nice.
So basically, I just like hit a trigger there, which starts this section of the level. There are like a lot of out of bounds, or like every single room has one. And in the free play category, we're making a lot of use of them. We're basically going out of bounds and just hit every single out of bounds door. All right, with that, it should be all Adam West besides one. There should only be a Blue Hope.
I mean, how many Adam West should you have at this point? Like
well, I don't know. I know how many I should have right before the end. A Blue Hope. I should be good. With the ride I did.
I feel like you've done.
Yeah, I did the bonus level and I did sewers. Those two were the one I was like concerned the most about. For whatever reason, I always forget those two levels.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the last one. You've done the bonus. Yeah, you've done breaking the ice. You did quad. Yeah, okay. You should be good.
Yeah. So afterwards, I'm gonna be doing the watchtower. So the watchtower is like the last real hub section. It's kind of hard to describe the planets at the end. 30, that should be good. That should be the correct amount, yeah. 30 gold bricks.
I don't really know what ones you get here, but...
You're gonna find out then. Yeah, like I said, this glitch here, the music glitch or the audio glitch, completely changed the route. Because, for reference, this cutscene you're gonna see right here is a minute long, and boom, it's over. And now what we're actually doing is we actually finish again to Green Lantern here, because that gives us a gold brick, and we're used to skip that gold brick. So now I'm doing this part here. And now the Adam West here spawned in, and I can just like do it like this. This gives me another gold brick with P1. And then I'm going to grab Cyborg here. And with Cyborg, I'm actually going to change around to Superman. So I'm just like replacing the order basically. And now 35 gold bricks, that's the exact amount that I need. And I can travel to this section here. I don't need to drop out. Actually, I do need to drop out. And now we're actually in the moon station, which is the last couple levels. Or it's a levels.
So I remember playing this as a kid and discovering this part, and then going to all the planets was probably some of the most favorite discoveries in playing this game.
Yeah.
And then you start speedrunning it, and then you don't like the planets anymore. But
no, you hate them. The thing about the planets is they use a completely, obviously the planets are round, they're a big ball or sphere. And it's so hard to get, or so easy to get lost. It's pretty actually tough to navigate around them. Trying my best here to not get lost. I have some visual cues I'm using. But can be tough.
It's to the, you went too far to the left.
Yeah, okay. Back here. Here he is.
Yeah.
That's okay. I hate... This one is the worst out of all of them.
Really? This is my easiest one for me.
Really? No, this one is by far the worst.
And you just fly? Okay.
No. I don't know what it is, but this one is the worst.
No, I think Zamron's my favorite planet. So it's the one that I find the easiest to navigate personally. I think my hardest one was... is it Knock? I think it's my least favorite.
Knock is just backwards.
Yeah, but it's pretty much based on how my first run went. And my first run, I struggled with Knock, so
okay,
that's the only reason.
There's a weird glitch you can also do. You don't have, I actually wanna change back.
We don't have electricity here, but for some reason, I discovered this by accident. I didn't realize that it was actually a glitch until I did it. But you use Cyborg electricity suit, and then you switch to Joker 1970s, and he just gets unlimited electricity for some reason.
Yeah, it's super
doesn't
weird.
Normally, but yeah.
It's super handy.
It's very handy. It means you don't have to go out of your way to collect electricity. Are you holding X into the on the planet?
I just forgot. Yeah, I should be doing that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. I couldn't tell. I thought you might not have been, but yeah.
I want to actually...
I guess for me, all the trees look the same on Knock, so it was quite hard for me to figure out if I'm actually in the right spot or not. Because I was listening out for Adam West. He's saying, "Oh, help!" and trying to find him.
I'm stuck here. Yeah. No, it's just backwards over the big pit. Hold a little bit to the right, and she should be there. That's basically my my trick. Oh, I should be holding X. I always forget. This one is a pretty easy one, despite looking kind of like daunting. It's mostly forward.
Yeah, it's just forward. It's like pretty much on the opposite side of the planet, I think.
Yeah. Okara's next.
Yeah, Okara's okay. It's
forward, left, right, basically. That's how I'm doing it, I think. See, I did the thing. I held down button to go faster. Yay! I did it. This one is by far the easiest.
Oh, yeah. It's opposite the portal. Right there, yeah.
And then we have to go back to the moon base. And I should be at 40 gold bricks and at 29 Adam Wests, which means there's only one more Adam West we have to save, and it's the one on Quart. And
this one uses a map glitch, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And I love how we use a map glitch at the end, because basically this category is mostly possible because of a map glitch at the beginning, and we use it to finish the run as well. I might get lost here a little bit.
Oh, actually, no, this one is actually probably the hardest, now that I think about it.
It's up here. No. Okay, now I got lost.
Welcome to planets where you just go around in circles.
And hope you find something. Okay,
Yeah,
back at the beginning.
it, yeah.
I can start from here. Okay, left side of this
I'm pretty sure it's like opposite the
then
portal.
back here, and then should be right here. Yeah. And time should be coming up pretty soon. As soon as Adam West will be clicking into the character roster, it's going to be time. So Adam West is saved, and he should soon be in the character roster. So get ready on time. And time.
EG.
Thank you.
That's a new world record, I'm pretty sure. So
that should be a new world record. Or it's going to be super close, I think. I don't have the
44:26.
That's a record, I believe, right?
Yeah.
I think yours
it's about like 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was 44:35. So it's a 10-second.
Yeah. So a small world record.
Wild.
Take
GG.
those. Thank you.
No, GG.
I will be restarting the game real quick for the any percent run, so we have the game audio again. So this should be pretty quick. Quit window, and game is already booting up again. And you should have confirmation that there is audio just after this screen here. Yes, okay, so we have audio back. So I'm sorry that parts of the run are without audio, but it's just the fastest way of doing this category. I need to enter a save file real quick to actually put in the no-cut cheat code again, which allows us to skip all cutscene, because that persists throughout different save files. And we definitely want to have no cutscenes here.
What is... yeah, it's like 10 minutes longer to do it.
Yes.
With cutscenes, so...
All right, so I will be doing now the any percent run. So, new game, this should, world record is like under 4.5 minutes, so this should be a really quick one. So get ready on time. It starts again once I skip the second cutscene. So I'm counting down. It's gonna be 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so this starts off again with barricade skip here. So let's see if we can go 2 for 2.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
This is no joke. This is the hardest skip of the entire game.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know about the entire game, but it's certainly the hardest skip in this level. That's for sure.
There's also a second skip you can do to get across the train here. Sadly, I missed it twice, but it's fine.
I actually find it really difficult to even like attempt that zip. I don't.
Yeah.
I always end up just doing what you did there. So.
Yeah. But I will be trying to show this one off here.
You're going on the train.
Come on.
Oh, that's one. Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay, didn't get it. But you can also do a zip there to skip the water section here. So this section is exactly the same as we did in the previous run. Only difference is I don't go for that blue stud there, and I probably shouldn't go for that blue stud in the other category because 1,000 studs is not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I'd get it if you get the jump and it just ends up in your way, you get it. But it's probably
It's just I don't know what it is, but it's so tempting to just go for all the studs. Like there's like a blue stud not even half a second out of your way, and you're like, I'm grabbing that because I need studs, but no, it's not worth it. Like you get more than enough studs.
Is it just me, or does Killer Croc seem
All right. So this time I actually don't have to worry about multiplying studs because you don't need any extra money. So I can just like actually finish this section as quickly as possible. We take the small time loss, the other category, to grab a couple of more studs. But again, this one is just bump to see it correctly, get the Sagas correctly. And not too difficult. And grabbing another 15 pieces here, I only need 10, so we're good here. I also quickly checked just like how many hearts I have for my both players and if I die or not, but I should be good, 2 hearts here. I should be able to just quickly hop into the giant cannon we built, or net launcher, whatever. And that's Pursuers in the Sewers done.
That's funny, I forget most of the story because you skip all the cutscenes. But this will be the same as what you did because you didn't click any studs along the, or not really along the way.
Yeah, I just hit the multiplier at the end. Yeah,
I meant for in the Batcave though. This will still probably be roughly similar. So yeah. Another map glitch. Through the door.
There are faster ways you can go here in the Batcave to do more zips, but my PC can't handle them while streaming most of the time, so I'm just doing the safe route here. And there was also new zips found in this room that takes you all the way from here all the way to the end, but it's also really FPS heavy, and I don't figure them out completely yet, so I'll just be doing what I'm used to. And again, double jumping into the door here, unloading it, because behind that door is where the bonus levels are located. So we go into the bonus level, game gets confused, and we can return to the watchtower, don't finish this level, and voila, every level is unlocked. So all we have to do now is actually beat the final level. So this level...
This is probably the hardest level, like for new runners. I think this is the hardest level ball. Obviously, it's by far some of the hardest stuff in the game.
Yeah. So
even in the No Levels early run, this is still. As I said, even in the No Levels early run, this is still the hardest level. At least for me. But I'm going to explain this. So we're doing suit launches. So we get stuck in a position, swap to a suit that has something on its feet. For example, the magnet suit that causes us to launch upwards.
It can be kind of like you can get stuck here.
Yeah, I don't. That's really annoying. This one, actually.
Yeah, almost. So we're gonna go on top there because if you remember me explaining in Little Gotham, there are out of bounds triggers, and you're supposed to do a couple like fights here. Come on, and you can just like skip all the fights, all the boss fights here, by hitting a small trigger. That's basically the size, if you take two Lego figures side by side, that's around the size of the trigger, roughly. And you have to hit them in a specific direction, so I have to jump out of the map, turn back, and hit them. And this one can be pretty finicky to get here. Don't get the necessary height for whatever reason. Let's go. So let's skip the first one, and now there's like a really long fight against Superman.
Batman versus Superman.
But we can also go out of bounds with Batman, doing a suit launch with Batman, which you can do with the scuba suit here, and fly under the map and hit the trigger, or just fall off the map, I guess. This one can be, once I hit the trigger, the level is immediately over. So get kind of ready for the time. It's a pretty precise trigger hit. So let's see if I get it first try. Feels good. Time.
That first try, nice.
I'm happy for getting that one first try. And that's the any percent run. You do the first level, you go out of bounds, and then you do the last level basically. It's an incredible technical level, and because it's so short, the category it's so short, it's really, really optimized. And as you can see, we unlock Brainiac here. But yeah, that's Lego Batman 3, showcasing, like you can see, finished story. Showcasing the different categories and why this game is so good. It has like an incredibly short category as any percent, which you can race to like a best of 3. But if that's not your tea and you like longer categories, you can also do no levels early, where we don't allow going to the bonus level early, and you have to do the levels all in order, which is also an incredibly fun category and super broken for its own rights. But if that's also not your cup of tea and you want to have like a fast run and collect some stuff, you can do all that investing power like I did. You can do all red bricks, where you grab all the different red bricks. You can even do all mini kits, or if you're crazy enough like Craig, you can do 100%.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you, GDQ, for having us and hosting this event.
Thank you.
It's a blast to showcase those Lego guns, Lego games. And I hope everybody enjoys just like watching more Lego. And with that, I don't want to like stall for too long. We have On the Ray coming up next, I believe, with some Lego Island. So this is also pretty cool. So enjoy those runs.
Yeah,
that's it from me.
We've got Lego Island and Lego Island 2 coming up next. Thank you both so much for being here, for showcasing the game. Absolutely wonderful to have the Lego community come out and celebrate. Y'all are awesome. If you are interested in any of the Lego game speedruns, you should definitely check out the Lego community. With that said, we are going to take a quick break. Just before we take the quick break, just a quick reminder to you all. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games Done Quick Hotfix. So if you like watching these specials, these events where we get communities to come on and showcase their games. Any of our regular content like Speedruns and Decrypt or Crosshairs, it really does help us put on this content and would be greatly appreciated. With all that said, we're going to take our quick break and we're back with Lego Island in just a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games of Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Lego Star Wars, the video game, with a bunch of Lego games. We're actually celebrating tomorrow, too, but that's tomorrow. We've got Lego Island on the dock, and I will hand it over to our runner, let him introduce himself. Sorry, everyone. Let them introduce themselves. My bad.
Hey, everyone. I'm Andre, and this is Lego Island. This is the first Lego game to be released worldwide. So before there was Lego Star Wars or anything else, it all started with this. It's going to be done in hopefully under 15 minutes if all goes well. And I think we're ready to get right into it. So actually, first off, there are a few playable characters here. You can see at the top. This is Pepper%, so I'm going to be playing as Pepperoni. Yes, that's his name. The main character. He's a pizza delivery boy and the only one who can do the main quest. So we're going to go ahead and select our save file here. Name it Hotfix. And ready to go on the timer.
Whenever you're ready.
Cool. In 3, 2, 1, go. So to start off, we're going to take Pepper and drag him to the police station here. And this is one of the 3 buildable sections of this game where we actually get to build our own little Lego set. So first off is a helicopter. And these buildable sections have some different patterns for where the pieces spawn. Some of them are a little bit faster than others. Some of them I really like and some of them I do not like. This one I don't really have any strong feelings towards. It's okay. It's not the best, but it's not too bad. Big thing about these is just basically memorizing where the parts are and not accidentally double clicking like I just did there and skipping one. But we're going to be using this helicopter later on, but this is one of the prerequisites to starting the main quest. So we're going to be putting our last piece on here and then making our way out. And we're going to click on the pizzeria over here and warp our way over and pick up the pizza and start the pizza delivery. So basically, what you're supposed to do here is go around the island because there's a bunch of trees blocking you. But if you come to a complete stop in front of the trees, you can actually just phase right through them. And now we're going to deliver the pizza to the Brickster. He's the antagonist of the game. He wants to steal all the bricks on Lego Island. And he used the extra hot chilies on the pizza to burn his way out of jail. I guess anything is possible in the Lego universe. So now we're on to the big RNG heavy section of the game. First, if you listen to the characters here. So they're actually speaking Danish. And that's not just because this is a Lego game and they're a Danish company. Because the Danish version actually saves 2 seconds over English due to some faster unskippable dialogue. So coming up here, like I said, big RNG heavy section. The Brickster's stolen the ambulance, and he's going to be driving around the island erratically and dropping some pieces to the helicopter that we built earlier. So we're going to skip a cutscene here and then start the chase. So here you can go to a few different locations around the island, dropping a piece along the way. So I have to chase after him, and he'll drop a piece after he slows down, like right about now, and then he'll speed away. So I missed that piece, but I'm actually going to turn around there. So the way you interact with this game is, there are 3 different ways. The sort of developer intended way and the way they did in sort of the behind the scenes footage is by using the mouse. So they would actually click and drag around on the screen and use it like a big joystick to look around and move. But a lot of people used arrow keys for a long time to move around. But that's a little bit cumbersome, but there's a third option in the game's config where there's an option to enable a joystick. And most people think, okay, joysticks from the 90s would be this big, clunky thing. But it actually just uses Microsoft's direct input API. So thanks to their legendary backwards compatibility, modern Xbox controller works perfectly. And Xbox controllers are the preferred, or any controller is really the preferred way.
That's actually really huge for the game.
Yeah, it is. So there's a pretty famous bug about this game where the turn speed is tied to the frame rate. So back in 1997, computers were running this game at 10 FPS, so that's what the turn speed was calibrated for. But on modern PCs, it can run exponentially higher, so the turn speed is way, way higher than it should be. So using a controller with the analog inputs gives you a lot more control. And it also has built-in running. So even though it's not documented anywhere, there's actually a run button in this game. So if you're on keyboard, you'd hold control, and that gives you faster acceleration. But controller just has that built in, so you have running for free. So coming up in the last piece here. Also, yeah, worth noting, some of the other runs in this game, you've heard them talk about 1P2C, where they control 2 characters with 2 controllers as 1 player. But here I'm actually using keyboard, mouse, and controller. So I guess it's 1P3C, I guess? Something like that. I don't know where the Brickster went. He just kind of disappeared. That was the last piece, so I'm just going to go over here and hope for the best. I've honestly never seen this happen. Oh, there he is. Okay. Where is the... Oh, it's right there. Okay, that was weird. So, anyways, this next section, another RNG part, he left 4 pieces around the map, and we have to go find them. But thankfully, they play a really loud and annoying whistling sound, so pretty easy to determine where they are. I believe this one spawned up on the hill. So up here, you're supposed to walk up this hill and go all the way around. It's a big spiral step to go up. But if you stand right about here and click under this tree, if I line it up correctly, come on. There's 1 pixel that should stick out. Can't seem to get it here. There we go. Yeah, it's about 2 pixels where that piece sticks out under the tree, so it's a little difficult to get, but it saves a lot of time for having to walk all the way up. So we've got another piece over here on the right that I can hear. None through the trees, but one right here. Just have to go keep looking around. So here I should be able to utilize another feature of controller, which is not available to keyboard and mouse, which is the D-pad. So I can actually use the D-pad buttons to rotate my camera around to different directions. Normally the game has tank controls, so you can't normally like turn left and move at the same time. So that's useful. So this section here, I'm supposed to rebuild the helicopter, but due to an oversight, I can just leave and magically rebuild the helicopter, and now that's done. So this is the part where we have to catch the Brickster and put him back behind bars once and for all, at least until Lego Island 2, where he escapes the same way. But here we just have to use donuts and pizzas placed on the ground to lead the Brickster and the police officers to one another. So the donuts I can basically place wherever I want, but the pizzas I have to put in strategic locations, because if I place one too far away like that, a shark just pops out of the ground and eats it, because that makes sense. So you're going to hear a bunch of gobbling sounds. It's basically the police gobbling up the pizza and the Brickster going after it. This guy doesn't seem to want to move very fast for some reason. So it should be getting pretty close. I'm going to start spamming pizzas to hopefully get the Brickster stuck. But he didn't seem to want to listen, really. Where is he going? Brickster's trolling me. What is happening? Alright, Nick just ignored some of the donuts. That can happen sometimes, I guess. But we're going to try to get the Brickster out of there. Is he just completely ignoring these? There we go. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Oh, I'm getting absolutely trolled right now. Usually I'm done this section, but for some reason Nick just does not want to follow these donuts. Come on, buddy. This is classic marathon luck right now. Look, he's just ignoring them. What are you doing? Come on. There we go. Finally. Thank you, Nick Brick. So gonna not skip this cutscene right away to avoid a crash. And so that's the main quest complete. So now we're gonna go on and do the rest of the missions here. So first off is the hospital. Can again wait a little bit before skipping dialogue, or else you can soft lock a little bit there where he just doesn't give you the hat, and that lets you drive the car. So now we're on to the ambulance. Here we have got 2 people on the island we have to go and rescue and take back to the hospital. First guy is over at the pizzeria. He's choking on a dog, who's choking on a cat, who's choking on a shark or something. This game doesn't make any sense. Now to the police station. That's already done. And now back to the hospital. Oh, I hit the wall there. I was trying to not hit the walls in any part, because that was really fast. All right, now off to the beach. We're going to build ourselves a jet ski. It's the second buildable section here. Now, if you notice in the top corner here, that little color palette, you can actually choose which colors some of these bricks go down as. So just for fun, I'm going to make this one yellow. Why not? So now we're off to the jet ski race. There is an interesting glitch you can actually set up here. So if you click the hand to exit right as the first horn goes off there, it sets a flag in the game that basically skips any intro to a race. So I could have gone and went over to the car race or restarted this one, and the race would have started immediately. Unfortunately, it's not really useful in a speedrun because it just takes too long to set up. So it actually loses time, which is unfortunate. This part's pretty fun. There's a lot of wacky things going on. Like there's a guy riding a shark like a rodeo. There's people swimming, just doing whatever. And I really like this part because it just shows the developers really had a lot of fun making this game and making it fun and interesting, and they really had a good time. If you're ever interested in learning more about sort of the development background of this game, Matt KC put out a really awesome documentary, just going over how much fun the developers had and all the love and care they put into it. And unfortunately, it doesn't have a happy ending, as Mindscape, the company that made this, elected to fire everyone who worked in the game a day before it released to avoid paying royalties and bonuses. So we never got to see a sequel that they would have potentially worked on, and the next two games, Lego Island 2 and Island Extreme Stunts, were very, very different games. So coming up at the end of the race here, and then we have 2 more missions left to go. Very quick category. And this is the shortest mission coming up. This is the gas station mission. I'm trying not to click on the railing there. There we go. Again, waiting a bit to skip dialogue so the hat actually spawns. And coming up, we have another barrier skip. Just gonna come to a complete stop and just go through the tree. And then make our way back. And that's about 20 seconds for that mission, the fastest one, thanks to that barrier skip. So this one is probably the most fun. This is the race car mission. We get to build our own little race car. I think they actually called it a Formula 1 car in like the game's manual, so I have no idea how they got away without licensing the rights to that name. But I guess the 90s were a different time. So here we go, off to the race. Now this is the unskippable dialogue where Danish saves 2 seconds right here. Oops, right here. I think it's exactly 119 frames, so 1 frame under 2 seconds. And this part of the game is just an absolute fever dream. There's massive pizzas rolling around, there's ghosts hopping about, or just going completely under the island. None of it makes sense. This just goes to show that just the wackiness of this game. You can see a space shuttle and a shark flying around. There's a giant skeleton. Nothing makes sense on Lego Island. So this giant skeleton can actually be a huge pain. He can kick you off the racetrack, and depending on which way you get kicked, you can either lose 30 or 45 seconds. So if you come up and you sort of know that you're going to get kicked, it's faster to just wait it out rather than try like this. But the hitboxes and the visual position of the feet just absolutely do not line up. So sometimes you can just basically clip through the foot and not get kicked, or sometimes you get kicked when you think you should be totally clear, so it can be really annoying. Also, there's just a giant spinning squid, because why not? So we got 2 laps of this. So while I'm going around, just want to list out some shout-outs to some people. First off, huge shout-outs to Matt KC and Ramen2X for making Lego Island Rebuilder, which is a program that lets me cap the frame rate of this game to actually make it playable on modern PCs. Without that, I probably would not be able to run this game. So huge shout-outs to them. Big shout-outs to some of the other runners, like Don Fortune held the record for like over 8 years. Big shout-outs to Rin for discovering controller tech and finding out that it was faster. And shout-outs to Flup as well for helping me with the double drop. I didn't get that in this run, but there's a glitch earlier on in the game where you can get the Brickster to drop 2 pieces in quick succession. It's really hard to set up, and it depends on where the Brickster is, but she's been really, really instrumental in figuring that out. So huge shout-outs to all them and all the other Lego Island runners. Speaking of Matt KC, he does have a video coming soon. It's not out yet, but if you're interested in learning more about sort of the technical side of this game, he's got a lot of videos on that. He started the decompilation project, and we worked on a video together that'll go over some of the more intricate details behind the speedrun. So if you're interested in that, check out his second channel over the next coming days. That should be out pretty soon. So time is coming up here in just a couple seconds. As soon as I cross the line, that will be all pepper missions complete. Hopefully I don't hit the wall on this turn. And time. Okay, that was a 13-17, not bad.
Yep, looks like it.
think that was probably the worst possible RNG at the beginning, but overall not too bad. And especially considering that in the helicopter section, I just got completely trolled. That's not too bad at all.
That was unfortunate.
That was so bad. That was like actually the worst I've ever seen it.
Everything was going too well today. Somebody needed to take over the team, I guess.
Exactly. I had to take the hit. And then, so here's the score cube, and this is Pepper %, completing all missions as Pepper. So that's it.
Yeah, I know you just gave a few shout outs. Do you have anything else you want to say, or do you want to just move on to your next game here?
I think I'm ready for the next one. We got Lego Island 2 coming up for the Game Boy Advance. This one's another quick one. Aiming to get this done in under 10, so should be fun.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick break, everybody, while we get ready for that scene in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we're celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got Lego Island 2 here. I'll hand it right back over to you.
Hello again. I'm Andre, and this is Lego Island 2 for the Game Boy Advance. This game is a lot different than the PC version, and definitely a lot different from Lego Island 1. So not much introduction needed here. Ready to get right into it. So time is going to start as soon as I press A on Are You Sure? In 3, 2, 1, go. So the premise of this game basically starts off very similarly to Lego Island 1. Brickster is already on the loose and has again stolen all the bricks to all the buildings on Lego Island. Somehow they didn't learn from Lego Island 1, and the Brickster escaped from jail the exact same way he did before. So they didn't put any preventative measures in place, and he's just out. So this first part of the game is going to be supposed to be a big collectathon and a bunch of fetch quests. You're supposed to talk to someone who gives you an item, which lets you go talk to someone else who can get you a different item to progress, and that sort of thing. So to start off, I'm going to go down to the beach here and get the jackhammer. And that's going to get me the info center page, and that's going to be one of the most important ones here. So this game, the storyline, you're playing as Pepper, the only playable character in these games, and you have to stop the Brickster. But this time he's got his own planet called Ogle, which is just Lego spelled backwards. And he has a bunch of Brickster bots carrying out his evil deeds, stealing all the bricks and things like that. So we have to go put a stop to him. So right here, he's here taunting us, and we're just going to skip his dialogue, so we don't really care what he has to say. There's the info center page. That one's the key one we have to get here. But in order to actually use some of the things here, we have to get some other items first. So if you're playing this game normally, speedrun would be about 29, 30, maybe 35 minutes long. Because you have to go through and collect a bunch of things on this island, and there are also 2 more islands you have to go to. One is like a medieval island and has some like classic Lego castle characters like Black Knight, and then one is like a sort of jungly area with dinosaurs and has another classic character, Johnny Thunder. But thankfully this is any percent, so we are actually going to be skipping that. The no out of bounds category, I think the world record is around 29 minutes, but as you can see, the estimate is 8, so I'm gonna have to do a lot of skipping here. So back there, I got the skateboard in the hospital page. Hospital is gonna let me get the ferry ticket, which is my ticket off of this island and onto the next one. But first we need to go and grab a space shuttle piece, and we need a few pieces of the space shuttle in order to fly into space and travel to Ogle to go and defeat the Brickster. But I'm only going to need one piece here. So here we got the hospital. This is our second to last piece. Just going to be mashing A through all this dialogue here. So I'm actually going to be doing an out of bounds glitch, and it's sort of an out of bounds and wrong warp in one. So here's the ferry ticket. One more piece, and then we're off on our way. So there's a weird quirk about this game in that whenever you go to a new area and you load the game from the main menu, for a few frames it puts you back on the starting island, and then it teleports you to where you're supposed to be. So I'm going to abuse that by getting stuck in that first area that it puts me and interrupt the teleport, so that way I can basically be out of bounds and warping to the wrong place. So some more dialogue to skip here, and should be on the way to the docks and hop on the ferry. So this first part of the game, like I said, is just collecting a bunch of items and mashing through dialogue. The second half of the game is going to look very, very different here in a few seconds. So we're just going to go up back the way we were earlier, and then down to the right and onto the ferry. So this out of bounds glitch used to be really inconsistent, but I found just basically with a well-timed R press, you can do it pretty consistently as long as you know the timing. Before we used to mash R and we'd lose some time here, but now it's pretty consistent. So I'm gonna hop on the ferry here. As soon as I'm here, I'm gonna turn left and pause and then save the game and then quit out to the main menu and then press R right after I load in, and now I'm completely out of bounds and gotta go off screen here to navigate some collision there. And we're effectively surfing on the water. I mean, a skateboard's close enough to a surfboard, right? So
yeah, I mean, the same thing, really.
Yeah, same thing. So now we're in space. That escalated quickly. Because I grabbed that first space shuttle piece, the trigger to activate the launch pad is just active, even though you can't normally access it. But since I got there out of bounds, it let me just clip right into it, and now I'm in space. So now we're on our way to Ogle. This part is a little bit tricky, because these asteroids can spawn in basically random directions. So every time you get hit, you lose about 5 seconds. But thankfully, I have a laser so I can shoot them and a shield to protect myself. So I'm going to try to hide near the bottom here and just not get hit. Normally, if you don't get hit, this should end right around 39 seconds. So just going to hold the shield here, go all the way to the end. And there's that section done. This next part is the lunar landing. It's very similar to, I think, an NES game called Lunar Lander. I haven't actually played it, but I've heard it's very similar. So there's that done. That was the wrong button. And now we're on to the basically RNG nightmare. So there are a ton of Brickster bots around, and whenever you get within line of sight of them, they'll basically catch you and bring you back to the last checkpoint. But there are very few checkpoints, and the way they look and how fast they turn is pretty much random. So sometimes they can be standing still for a long period of time, or sometimes they turn immediately. So it's very, very tricky to navigate through here. So up here in this maze, we can lose a lot of time due to this one Brickster bot that's coming up. It can look in all 4 directions, so if it's looking straight up, I'll be waiting here for a little bit, like it is now. So there are about 2 checkpoints in this whole maze. We just passed one of them. So if you get caught later on, you can lose a lot of time. So you have to be really, really careful. So just waiting for this guy to turn around here, and we can make our way through. But yeah, that one's one of the big ones. Coming up, once we get to the top right corner, that's going to be another challenging part to get through. Of course, this guy's looking straight down, so I have to wait for him. There we go. This is about average, just having to wait all the time. So we got another checkpoint. These guys can be really tricky because one of them's off screen up at the top. So, got lucky there. There, he turned down. If he had turned down when I was walking by, I'd have to go pretty far back. So it's really tricky since he's off screen. And then these guys are offset, so that's really annoying. So this one's going to turn, and then the top one turns, so it sort of baits you into going. So just kind of have to wait a little bit. Past the last one. Wait for him. Now we're on to the penultimate section of the game. Completely different than the rest. This is a 2D platformer suddenly. This part has a bunch of bricks falling from the sky, which are on set patterns for the first sort of little bit. But if they hit you, you basically lose control of your character, and it can push you all the way back down to the bottom. So I'm going to try to avoid these as best I can. Now there is a big time save here that's really difficult to do. So you don't normally have a double jump in this section, but for some reason, sometimes if you press A hard enough, I guess, it just gives you a double jump. So I'll try to get one here. So as you can see, no double jump, but sometimes it just works. So I'm going to give it a few tries because I have to wait for a platform cycle anyways. So we'll see if I can get a good one here. Oh, I got one, but didn't make it up. I'll give it one more try. Okay, yeah, that didn't work. Oh, yeah, okay. Can't really get it. That's unfortunate, but oh well. That does save a lot of time if you can get it, but it's very rare to actually get it in a run. I think only one or two runs on the leaderboard actually have it in a run. It's that rare. So coming up here on the last final section here, and just going to be a mash fest defeating the Brickster. He's got a bunch of spinning bricks around him, so you just basically have to launch pizzas at him. And every time you get hit by one of these bricks falling from the sky, it adds another brick to the pile. So you want to try to create a gap into it while it's moving, but it's really difficult because of where the falling bricks spawn and how fast it goes around. And if you accidentally miss off the side, you can only have one pizza on screen at a time, so you may end up waiting a while. So I didn't get one in there. There's 1, 2, hopefully 3. There we go, and time is coming up now.
GG.
Not bad, not bad. Under 10 minutes, so I'm happy with that. That can either go really well or really badly, so that was pretty good. I think that was under 9. No, it's stream delay coming through. Yeah, it was. Nice.
8:51, yeah.
Pretty good. Happy with that. So, interesting thing about this game is because I skipped basically 20 minutes of the game, which is well over 2/3 of it, the game gets really confused. So right now it's trying to give me a space shuttle piece after I return to the island that I already have. So it just gives it to me, but it doesn't actually trigger the collection. So it just keeps giving it to me over and over again. So the game is completely soft locked, so I can't actually play the game anymore. And that is Lego Island 1 and 2. Thank you very much for having me on. Huge shout outs to everyone from the Lego Island speedrunning and greater Lego community. You all are totally awesome. Thank you so much for having me on. It's a huge pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on. Appreciate y'all being out here. Again, I know we've said this a lot, but the Lego community is a fantastic community. So if you're interested in any of the games you're going to see today or tomorrow and speedrunning them, you should definitely join the community. They're all wonderful people. With that said, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I think I'm all good. Thank you very much.
Perfect. So we've got a bunch more games coming up for you. We've got Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga coming up next. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break and get ready for that. You can go to gamesonquick.com/hotfix to check out this season's lineup. You can check out the schedule for an in-depth look at this week's runs. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Lego Star Wars, the video game. We've got Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga. I'll hand it over to our runners and commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lasertrap. I press buttons and go fast. My PB in this category, my favorite speedrun of all time, is 35 minutes and 45 seconds. And I'm racing Zelda Cubed.
Hi, my name is Zelda Cubed, or Z Cubed. I run this game too. We have a wonderful commentator with us today as well.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Shemcats, and as you can see, this is probably not this version of LEGO Star Wars you're used to. This is the DS version. We are playing on free play, and it's going to be a great time. I am really looking forward to this run.
So, real quick, before we hand the commentary over to Shem, basically full time, this first level is going to be the shortest one in the run. It has a skip that involves one of the main characters you'll see, the custom character, and then a really short Yoda segment. We'll be seeing a lot of Yoda and Ghost Yoda in this run because he goes zoom. And with that, I have custom character ready to be picked. Z-Cubed, are you there as well?
I'm ready.
All right, Shem can count us down.
All right, is that from 5?
Whatever you want.
All right, let's go from 5 then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this.
So the first level in the run is Secret Planes. We're going to be doing something kind of interesting here. I think I'm just going to let it speak for itself. If Shem wants to go into more detail on it.
This is kind of a nice little example of what this run's all about. It is pretty crazy, and this level is definitely one of the craziest. So I won't get all technical just to start with, but that was 2 very well done skips by both of our runners there.
I got the fast one, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a crazy run, but this next level through the Gentleman Wastes is a little bit more simple, and as you can see, both of our runners are controlling Yoda here. Now, compared to everyone else in the game, Yoda is just the fastest character. his attacks come in sets of 3, and by just doing them, you go really, really, really far. And then we throw on a little jump at the end to cancel out the end lag from the third attack and just repeat the cycle. So it's all about that kind of super fast movement throughout this run. And as you can see, we also selected the custom character.
Oh.
Now, yeah, he can fly. It's pretty simple to do. All you need to do is just double jump and shoot your gun. The game doesn't have a check or something like that to stop you from doing another double jump after shooting. So you can do that. And as you saw, we were doing that in the first level as well to go really, really fast. And now Yoda movement is pretty strong, but the strongest part about it is perhaps the door clip. So if you do the second attack in a sequence at a roughly 45-degree angle to the door, to any door pretty much, with some exceptions that we'll see later, and then do the final attack, in the direction of the door, you're able to simply just clip through it. And that can basically allow us to skip almost every bit of puzzle. Every sort of thing we're doing is just skipped. Another thing with the Yoda movement, there's a lot with the Yoda movement. He can move really, really far through the air, so he can cross massive jumps. You see, when we do his attacks, you can simply just do a jump cancel out of it, if that makes sense. So you're still considered to be grounded, almost. So you can do your first attack or your second attack, and then, even though you've gotten really far over a pit already, you can do your single jump and your double jump from there, and you can just cross insane amounts of distances. It's really helpful. And yeah, another piece of broken Yoda movement to add to the list. There's quite a lot. So yeah, the third level of this run, yes, this is Death Star Escape. We're doing this in a slightly non-chronological order. And it starts off with a frame-perfect jump to clip through the ceiling there. Pretty nice. And this game likes to store different rooms out of bounds. That is a nice thing about this. It's an interesting thing about this game. So if we can get out of bounds, we might just be able to jump over to a different room and a different loading zone. And that is quite strong. So we can do that to just get into the loading zone, or in here, we can get out of bounds and then just load in another room. When the room's loaded, it will be kind of improperly loaded, and it won't have any collision, and you can just kind of fall through. But that will mean once we respawn back in the room we were before, a lot of the other objects and things in here will now not be properly loaded. They'll be improperly loaded. And so we can quickly just clip through walls and things like that, or the little barriers preventing us from accessing the character panels and the levers and so forth, and simply just access them. Yeah, improper loads are one of the most powerful things in this run. It is pretty crazy what you can do with them sometimes, and we'll definitely see more of that later. So now, the final level of episode 4 is Mos Eisley Spaceport, and this is a pretty simple level, and you're probably wondering why we are playing this in this order. This isn't the normal order we'd go through. So free play means we have to beat every level in the free play mode, as you'd expect, and there's no limitations on cheats or debug mode stuff.
In-game cheats, that is.
Yeah. Sorry, I probably should have been a bit more clear. But yeah, stuff like the debug mode, and we can just beat the levels in any order we wish. So we just do this in this order to be as optimal as possible, pretty much, and to get some hard levels out of the way quickly.
Z-Cubed pioneered this route to get better character manip. When we pick the custom character, we have a better chance to get Yoda as well, because Yoda goes fast. And yeah, so I taught him how to do this run. He came in, took my record, and set this new route, which saves a minute. Because on top of that, we don't have to save the game, which saves almost 2 seconds every level.
And now we will see the second major improper load, infinite jump strat of this run. This one is called Handlessless, because there used to be a one called Handless, which skipped saving Han, but we skip that now. and you just jump really, really, really far out of bounds, and eventually you will cross over the plane to the third to last room, and in there you can find the loading zone for the penultimate room. And if you just fall into it, it's really precise, by the way. It can be really hard to hit sometimes. You will simply just skip to the penultimate room, and it is really, really fast. It is an insanely fast way to beat this level. It skips, yeah, basically the entire level. And really well performed by both of our runners there. You'll love to see it.
I'm glad we both hit that. That's a big time loss
Yeah.
if you don't.
Yeah, the very big downside of these strats is that if you do end up voiding out, which is very easy to do because some of these hitboxes, these loading zones are very small, and some of the like you can get lagged out of your inputs basically. Yeah, if that happens, you lose so much since you literally just spawn at the start. But anyway, this room has no time to breathe. We are on to Jedi Destiny, and our runners, will you both be attempting the very risky strategy here?
Indeed, I will.
Alright, so the gimmick of this fight is that the Emperor will lightning blast one of your characters, and then you swap to the other one and hit him for it. But what if we just hit him? What if we just hit him too quickly? And so before he has the opportunity to lightning strike you, you can just move around with Yoda and, yeah, just get the hits off before he can even do anything. Really well done by Zelda Cube. I think I'm a little bit delayed, so I might not be seeing them.
Oh, yes, I got the frame perfect one.
Nice. Oh, let's go.
Nice. So I was really worried because I had some tech issues and didn't get a chance to practice that trick. So I got the easy way out there. There's a frame perfect one where the panels stay on. Anyway, this level doesn't stop there.
Yeah, so a big thing of this level in particular is that we have our second player character. So usually they don't really matter too much. We can kind of just blast ahead with Yoda. But yeah, like I mentioned, you can't skip all of the Palpatine attacks, unfortunately. And so we need the player 2 character to be on our tail to not leave us behind and not be a massive pain. Which can definitely happen here. This level is evil sometimes. So on top of having to manage your own character and go really fast with your Ghost Yoda, you need to make sure the second Ghost Yoda doesn't fall behind or do anything incredibly silly. But it looks like both of our runners are having a great time here. This is still definitely anyone's race. And definitely there's a lot to play with still. Oh, there's just so much of this run. It's really cool. And now we approach Endor. So we do, like I say, we can do these in any order we want. So we do like level 4 and then level 3, just because level 4 is a bit of a riskier one. But saying that, this level is a frame perfect trick. So you can store your invincibility frames that happen after a death if you character swap and die at the same time. And you can use that to just skip the skip the death plane that will usually just kill you and fall into the next loading zone, which is like a 15-second time save or something. It's pretty nice. But yeah, the way we kill ourselves in this level is pretty silly actually. We use the self-destruct extra, which is pretty useless most of the time, but here actually comes in pretty handy. So yeah, again, we just kind of abuse the Yoda clips as much as possible, and we just skip so much using them. Even little ones like this, where we just skip like a little tiny event cutscene, or into ones like that, which skip like 2 whole rooms. It's pretty crazy what this character can do. But yeah, that's the first 2 episodes done, pretty much. Yeah, 6 and 4 are 2 very difficult ones, so our runners like to get them out of the way nice and early. And honestly, without too much hassle, these have been very clean so far. But episode 5 definitely has some hard stuff as well. So what Zelda Cube just attempted there was a trick known as slash storage. Just like with the invincibility storage, where you can store your death frames, you can also store the little height, the little boost in the air you get after doing like a Jedi attack in the air. And yeah, by doing that, you can get a little bit extra height to your regular jumps and make some good distance like that and just get over the barrier nice and easy. Oh, I say nice and easy. It's actually very hard.
It is not. This is like the hardest Yoda level in the run.
Yeah, Yoda movement, it's pretty simple, but it does have quite a big skill ceiling. Just because like you have to time all the inputs really well. If you're too slow with them, you might end up having to restart the cycle. And you need to always get the perfect distances. You don't want to like overshoot anything, and you want to be right on the edge before doing your, say, quadruple jumps, which is what we call it if we do 2 attacks before like jumping up an edge. We've seen lots of Yoda clips, by the way, but this is the fast backwards Yoda clip we do, which is the same inputs, but does feel a little different. It does feel a little weird at times.
I got a little trolled by that diagonal door. It's a really weird one, but... Oh, my DS capture disconnected. Sorry about that.
Yeah, DS capture for you. I'm on 3DS myself, but... Oh my god, it will... Anyway. This next level, we choose the custom character. We don't do any massive jumps, but these doors are one of the exceptions. Yoda can't actually clip through them because they're too thick. But that won't stop us from trying our best. Actually, wait. Do we skip that now?
Yeah, there's no deck clips left in this level. You just
okay, I lied. We don't care. we will just jump over the doors. Yeah, you can clip through those with a bomb, but those are like kind of RNG and kind of cringe. So what we do instead is we just make our way over to these banners and then use the custom character to get out of bounds, because you can just clip through the ceiling there really easy and just jump all the way to the final trigger. And it's a really quick level because we skip so much of it. It's pretty crazy. How our runners approach the final level of the original trilogy, Dagobah. This is another really flashy one for Yoda. You just get to use tons of cool movements. And just, yeah, get to really show your skill with the character. It's definitely the highest skill character in like any LEGO DS game pretty much. He's a lot of fun. And we also need to do our parkour here. There are some pretty big gaps, and you need to get pretty close to the like goop that will kill you if you like touch down on it. But our runner's playing it nice and well here. And yeah, of course, there are still the classic door clips that they look like they should be really hard, but they're honestly not too bad to glip through. And yeah, still keeping it very close through these first, was it 12 levels? 10 levels? Something like that?
This is like 10. It's about the halfway point. Well, not really by time, but this is the last level that we do in the original trilogy. All prequels after this.
Yeah. And the final boss, so usually you'd have to fight Dream Vader there, and he unlocks the door after you beat him, but the trigger to end the level is always there, so we can just clip through. So that's another lovely bit of time save. We can't skip all bosses though, but yeah, some of them are more straightforward than others. As you will see with General Grievous, his fight is just one big arena basically. But we don't really have to think too much about fighting him. The detonators from the bounty hunter characters will basically always do damage, so we can just mash A and deal damage as quickly as possible by just constantly blowing him up. It's a very vertical level as well, which is why we pick the custom character. Yoda can be a little bit helpful, but he's not really needed since we're basically just jumping up. And yeah, trying to just get as high as possible quickly, which is a lot easier for the custom character with his infinite jumps.
I usually listen to the music to help me if I'm like overthinking my jump speed, but I don't have it on right now.
Oh, did I forget to turn it off? I did. Oops.
Don't worry about it.
A little bit of mid-run menuing. Let's go.
It was a plan. It was a scheme.
Oh, Kashyyyk. This is one of my favorite levels in the run, and I think you can see why by just that initial bit of movement from Zelda Cubed. Yeah, the hitboxes to those bridges always there even before you pull them down, and so with a little bit of a precise Yoda jump, you can literally just jump around the barrier and land onto the invisible bridge, and it just feels really good to do that. I can't lie, it just feels super satisfying to just jump around the bridge and yeah, just get a lot of solid Yoda movement, which both of our runners are doing amazingly with, by the way. These are the two top runners of LEGO Star Wars on the DS in the free play category, and both of them have been killing it lately. Like every morning I wake up and there's just new PB, new world record. Like, it's a pain because I've got to verify a lot of it, but it's always really good to see. And that jump that Z-Cube just did, that's harder than it looks. That's actually surprisingly hard because there's a invisible like barrier below and above, and so you need to get just the right sweet spot to
like that
get through. Yeah, it's a pain sometimes, but if you can manage it well, it does feel very good yet again. Everything in this game just feels so good to pull off well. Like even just the simple door clips.
This one is not so simple, honestly. It's a bit of a troll.
Yeah, even though, yeah, door clips can have quite a lot of variation in difficulty. The difference between the easiest door clip and the hardest door clip is pretty high. It's higher than you'd expect. Like, we like them when it's just head-on, lots of space for Yoda to move around. Some doors are at a diagonal, so it's a little bit harder with your inputs. Other doors are... you've got less space to work with, so Yoda can kind of be like pushed away. It's sometimes a little bit painful.
Maybe turning off music mid-run is the secret to getting Yoda in 3-4. He just never shows up here, except for now, I guess.
I haven't seen him since returning. I'm so mad at you.
And yeah, yet again, our runners will be doing an infinite jump strategy this time. From one of the like secret rooms, you can jump into and improperly load one of the final rooms, and there will be no collision there. So they have to kind of just hope they land in the loading zone for the final room. And if they miss it, they just void out and have to do the trick all over again. Yeah, Zelda Cube did it really well. And so did Laser Trap, so we're playing... You're playing really well today.
I feel like my Yoda movement's slow from nerves, but I've kept up.
Alright, this room here, it's got a little bit of a time limit. They have, what, 40 seconds to get out? Come on. I need you to root for our guys, chat. Oh, it's 50 seconds even. Let's hope they make it out on time. It's a tricky one. Sometimes it does take a little bit of effort to get through. You know, before the level explodes or whatever.
Okay, this is...
What is he keep doing?
I'm trying to clip, I can't. What is happening?
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Plot armor, my plot armor! It's finally here.
Wait, am I actually gonna lose the to the time?
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, okay. That was scarier than it should have been. I do apologize. I started jinxing it. All right, I'll go back to saying how difficult everything is now.
It's usually true.
All right, yeah. No falls in. I'm not even sure what the section's called. The falling lava section. Yeah, Anakin goes down pretty quickly if you just throw a bunch of bombs at him. There is a cool thing you can do there by like jumping around the arena, and there'll be like a fake Anakin who can still damage, but he just doesn't fight back. But unfortunately, you just do so much damage in free play, it doesn't even matter. Now our runners are prepping for the final moon jump of the run. This one is called Crimea River, because it was discovered by a river, and it has made some runners cry. But here we jump all the way out of bounds to where the third to last room is loaded. And from there we can just take a nice quick fall into the next room, into the next loading zone. And yeah, not missing that, very nice.
I had to play it really safe at the end,
but that's not it for the zombie jumps. We also, or not the zombie jumps, the moon jumps.
No.
We want to try and unload the final room because it's improperly loaded, and so the floor won't have collision, and Jango Fett will literally just fall to his death. He will void out alongside you, mind you, but hey, doesn't matter. We finished the level.
I almost messed up that last one, but I hit all of the infinite jumps first try. I can't believe it.
Yeah, honestly, I am very impressed. It is super, super easy to mess up one of these in the run, especially under a lot of pressure. But yeah, both doing really, really well. And sometimes you really don't have much control over it. Sometimes you will kind of just die because the game just lags out a lot when crossing the boundaries between those two rooms, because it's a little weird. You're not really supposed to go out of bounds and load a whole nother room. And yeah, the game will give you a big lag spike. A lot of the times when that happens, you will just lose your jump input or your shot input, and you'll just plummet down to your doom and have to start from scratch. And yeah, that loses a lot of time very, very quickly. We'll also be implementing a little bit of slash storage in this level. So, like I said earlier, slash storage is when you cancel out of the start of your like single jump attack animation. And after swapping back to that character, you will get another quick boost of speed into the air. Or not boost of speed, like boost of height into the air. And that can help you cross barriers you wouldn't normally be able to.
Oh, I should have had that.
Oh, that was really, really close. Yeah, sometimes you can get a little bit of height by just swapping characters normally, which can help in some places, but isn't quite enough for these. And yeah, both of our runners getting to Jedi battle at basically the same time. I was sort of hoping it would be a little further apart. I was sort of hoping the race wouldn't be this close right now, because this is not the most fun level for most runners. Would you guys agree?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's still not great.
Yeah, so all the flashy stuff that we've been doing so far, it's not really present here. We kind of just need to rely on using good Yoda movement and pulling lots of levers. But yeah, the Yoda movement can be alright, and you've got to fight lots and lots of enemies. And so we need to have good aim with our bounty hunter and their demolition camp. Or
for context, though, sorry, Shem. When you see the PC race tomorrow, they're doing any percent in that story mode. Their story mode Jedi battle is shorter than our free play, which is insane.
I didn't know that, actually.
That's how long this one is. That includes cutscenes, by the way. when you compare the splits, at least. I'm trolling a little bit. Shem, how's your day?
My day's been pretty good. It's almost over now. it's getting a little late over here. But yeah, I hope you've both been good. Hope been up to much today.
I've been chilling watching awesome Lego showcases.
My day was good.
That's what we like to hear.
My day was good, and then I didn't get to say hi to Matrix there, so that was completely ruined.
I did. This is what we call the Matrix. I think I started it without even knowing what the Matrix really was, but you're supposed to kill 3 droidicas, and I only killed 2. The other one's alive, is completely harmless, except for those occasions where it also shoots at you, but we're invincible anyway because we have extras turned on, which is allowed in a free play speedrun.
Yes. This is always a very difficult level to commentate. You guys have a favorite Star Wars film?
Probably 5. Empire Strikes Back. Can't really go wrong with that one.
I thought about making a joke and saying I've never seen the movies, but I guess I'll say 4. I have seen the movies.
How about Shem? Have you seen the movies?
I've seen like half of them. I've seen like 6 to 3 and 7. I've seen a weird combination of Star Wars films, and probably some of the ones you really shouldn't have seen. But hey,
like 2.
Yeah. It's all right. I'll play like Skywalker Saga at some point. That's that's what you need, really.
There's a surprising amount of content. Like the start of 2 has like never really been in a Lego game, and it's in that one.
Yeah. Now we are reaching the end of episode 2, Count Dooku, and this is basically just a few really quick rooms and then a boss fight. So what he'll like to do is he'll like to jump away after a few hits and start throwing stuff at you. You can use the force to deflect it, or we can just continue using our demolition canisters like we've been doing basically every boss fight so far. And yeah, it makes for a pretty fast boss fight.
You just call it a demolition canister like it's Batman.
Oh, whoops. But yeah, you'll notice, I'm sure you've probably noticed our runners have been skipping over quite a few levels. That is because those are the spaceship levels, which in this game don't have a free play mode, so are just irrelevant for the sake of this category, and so we just fly over them, basically. Which is good, because most of them are really boring. And this gives us more Yoda content, which is what we all want. But yeah. We have made it to the final episode of the run today. Episode 1, starting off in the complete reverse order, but that's how it goes sometimes. And negotiations is a pretty cool level to start things off. This is usually a really good level to start off marathons with, because you get to see a lot of Yoda movement, and you get to see some ramping up intensity with the Yoda clips, and you get to see a nice little jump to show what he's capable of.
Oh my goodness.
But you guys already know just how broken Yoda is. And so it's just yet another showcase of how silly this character can be in this game. Yeah, I guess for those who might have come in a little bit later, the way Yoda clips work is the second attack in your sequence of 3 is done at a 45-degree angle to the door, and then within 10 frames of the third one starting, you face that door again. And for basically every door in this game, you can just clip through and skip all. You skip everything. There's probably like 2 things we do in the normal way in the speedrun. It is, yeah, as you've seen, it is very, very silly.
Z-Cubed, how's your slot 8?
I actually don't know which slot 8 this is, so I just switched to Danium instead.
I got Lando, so I'm good. Slot 8 refers to the 8th character in the party selection because it randomly generates. And in this route, we don't have all of the character types available, which means that the 8th slot is basically anyone. And in this level and the next one, we hope for a grapple character, preferably one who also has a gun, which aren't always the same.
Yeah, because this is a DS game, there is touchscreen controls, but you can also use L and R to swap your characters. And it is much easier for the runners to use L and R rather than a touchscreen. And if they're on the 8th slot, you can just go to the 8th character, you can wrap around, rather than figuring out where to place your thumb on the screen and hopefully not missing. So that is yeah. Another small bit of RNG in this round.
While we're doing this, I want to give a huge shout out to Lord Magecar. This run would not be where it is without him. He is a amazing glitch hunter.
He found like literally everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 90% of what you're seeing right now would not be in the run if not for Magecar. He is definitely one of the underappreciated people in our community.
Nuxmaster found one of the infinite jumps, and I found another one. Although I think it was either Nux or Magecar who made it even faster by using a deck clip at the beginning.
So it's their fault.
Always.
This is probably my favorite door clip, by the way. This one looks really cool.
This one's your favorite?
Yeah.
Honestly, when you hit it like that, like I can't even diss it. So this level is pretty cool, but the door clips kind of ramp up in difficulty as you go through it. So the first one's pretty easy. It's pretty nice. The second one, it's at a little bit of an angle, but you've got lots of room to work with. And then the final one there is at a bad angle and it's really thin. So it becomes very difficult if you're not quite on point, but looks like both of our runners are on point today.
That 10-frame window Shem was talking about shrinks down to about 1.
Oh my gosh. Interesting mistakes, but it's fine. The movement in this room is actually, I like it a lot, but occasionally it goes a little wrong.
Yeah, this room we've got to rescue six little dudes who are being held captive by droids before we can actually finish the level, which is done after you like press the thing with Yoda, press the activation panel, and which is pretty rare for this run. You don't actually have to fight things too much, and you definitely don't have to backtrack too much. So it's a pretty unique room. It's pretty big as well. Lots of room for good little bits of movement.
You can
and we try to do little optimizations.
Now we approach our final level.
You can clip through the door at the end of that level, by the way, with a detonator clip, but it doesn't end the level until you actually activate the astromech panel, so we do have to do the room out.
So this final level starts off with a fight against Maul 1. And our runners have a little bit of a little trick there. So by throwing 2 detonator clips at him, we can do the first 2 bits of damage. And then knock the canister back at him and get all damage done at once. It doesn't show on screen, but it is basically stored there for a little bit. And then we can pass through a few rooms, do a final bit of slash storage, very, very nice, to make a big jump across the pit. And then we approach the Room of Pointlessness. 4 barriers in a row that you have to just show what Yoda's all about and clip through them. Yeah, really well done there. And now, the Maul 2 fight, you just throw a bunch of bombs at him pretty much. You'll have to force back a few things, but yeah, you just throw bombs.
Time for me is
and get tons of damage done that way. yeah, time will come after the screen fades to black, after beating this level. Or after doing like the last little bit of damage to Maul.
It's more of a cut than a fade.
Alright, GG's.
GG. Thank you.
Now Laser Trap is literally right behind Zodacute there. This was really close, by the way. Well done.
It's gonna be like 20, 30 seconds, which is better than I expected.
Yeah, you definitely cannot complain about that.
C-Cubed is really fast, and I'm happy I kept up. Oop. And time.
GG.
So before I find out what my time is, I would like to say that in 7 years of running, 6 years of doing various showcases, I have never once gotten sub 40 in a marathon, and I think I just crushed it.
I swear, one of these days I'll know where the tab is. 30, Zelda got a 35.59 and Laser got a 36.30.
Nice.
You just got a 35?
Yeah.
Shame about the 20-second loss in 3-5. That would have been a lot better.
I know, you could have beaten me with that.
That was an insane showcase from both of you. That is, yeah, the best run and the second best run ever done in a marathon, right?
Oh, for sure.
By far.
Yeah, your practice has definitely been paying off. That was really, really good. GG's to both of you.
Yeah, so ZQ, do you have any shoutouts you want to give first?
I mean, yeah, shoutouts to both you and Shem. Like, it's been really fun running this game alongside you these last few months, and yeah, it was really awesome to have Shem commentating here. Shoutouts to Magecar, obviously. Shoutouts to Blake, because why not? And that's all I have.
So yeah, it's been 7 years of running this. Shoutouts to the LEGO community. 3 years ago, when I joined the series mod team, I started submitting a LEGO showcase to Hotfix, every couple months or so. And it's finally happening, and I am so proud of all of the runners and commentators that are part of this, and very thankful to Church for taking us on board this time. And for this game, also shoutouts to Nuxmaster, my original rival in this category, and he's back as well. He's set a PB this year, which is really, really awesome.
Waiting on Shem to do it, though. Where's the PB?
Yeah. PB, or we will point and laugh.
And I want to give a special shout out to you, Laser, because you've been a big help in putting this together and organizing the community around this. Really helpful. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy to have the entire community on here. Well, representatives of the community. Y'all are a great community, and really happy to have y'all on.
Thank you so much.
This is so wholesome 100, guys.
Did anybody have any closing thoughts before we move on to the next game?
Sure. Trans rights.
Heck yeah.
We were serious, by the way. We will point and laugh at Shem if he doesn't PB.
Oh, it's so over for me.
Right. So we've got more LEGO games coming up. We've got LEGO Batman, the video game, next. Before we go into that, just a quick reminder for you all. We will be live with our AAPI celebration here on GDQ this May 3rd and 4th. We can celebrate AAPI Heritage Month with a weekend full of Asian and Pacific Islander speedruns. You can use exclamation AAPI in chat for more information. With all that said, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more LEGO. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game, with a bunch of LEGO speedruns. we've got Lego Batman the video game. I will hand it over to our runner commentator to let everybody introduce themselves.
Hi, so I'm the Hamster, or Uncle Dave, and I will be running Lego Batman Hero Story today. It's a very fun run, and commentating here with me is Senor, another top runner for this game.
Hello, I'm hoping to see a nice clean run today from Mr. Hamster.
Oh yeah, so before we start the run, I'll just explain. So this is Lego Batman, one of the earlier Lego games, and I'll be running the Hero Story side, which is the first 15 levels of the game. It's pretty simple. We just play through 3 episodes in story. There's not really a whole lot to explain other than that, so I can go ahead and get right into the run. Timing will start when I hit new game, so I'll give like a countdown for that. 3, 2, 1, and then timer start.
I think a good thing to point out is that this level and many others to come, you want to end the level preferably on 0 studs, as it saves some time in the status screens after. So we'll see throughout this level, Hamster's going to try to limit his stud count and try to get down to 0 on each player by the end. Some very basic movement to start out. Get a little bit of a zip line. I believe this is honestly one of the only zip lines you go over in the entire Hero Story run.
Yeah, basically
as well
the
as grab
whole
the
game in general. Yeah, but yeah, a big part of this game is the suits that you collect. In a lot of cases, we actually skip a lot of them because it's just faster too. But this one is actually one of the last required ones left.
Yeah, we actually skipped the suit right here. This is called Tech Suit Skip, which is actually one of the trickier skips in this category. Pretty precise. You're going to have to do what's called a battering clip here on this slope, which, okay, Hamster just instantly got it, which is really good. You're supposed to kind of go on the edge of that slope and pull out your battering, which on that slope, the game thinks you're like sliding off, so it kind of clips you down, and you're able to get out of bounds that way.
Yeah. And then here in this fight, we'll see our first 1P2C of the run, which is 1 player, 2 controllers. And yeah, that's just controlling 2 people at the same time. I'm taking deaths with player 1 to lose studs, while player 2 does most of the boss fight. That was actually just a very clean playthrough of the level. That was basically exactly what you would want.
Probably the exact, or like the best 1-1 in any sort of event I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, that was a very good 1-1. Probably very close to my gold, but yeah, pretty solid. And that's just the first level done already. That's one of the faster levels for sure. Remind me to save after 1-2.
Oh yes. We don't want to crash to reset this whole entire run, so ideally we'll get a save in after this level. This level shouldn't have too much crash risk, though.
No.
So we'll first see some wall jumps here, which is going to be a mechanic used later on. You're able to get some height with Robin by kind of just jumping between the walls. Definitely wasn't intended to be able to get you that much height by the developers. And then immediately into this room, we'll get to see the glide suit for the first time, which right away there's going to be a mechanic called e-gliding, which just stands for extended glides, and you're able to kind of abuse this to get extra distance. And straight into this is going to be a really weird collision on this pipe that you're able to kind of climb up. And Hamster's going to be able to use this height to get out of this room and get right over the door here. And there was another mechanic that happened as well during that time called a BDJ, which I won't explain it now because it already happened. There'll be more of those to come.
Well, there's a very good BDJ here that we can use to explain that. It's very kind of obvious what's happening. But, unfortunate death. But yeah, this level has a lot of very unique movement things, a little bit of everything going on in these first couple rooms.
Yeah, so here comes the BDJ, where you're going to be targeting something with your battering here, and when the battering comes back, you actually you hold the X button and then time a jump once the battering comes back, and you get essentially a double jump or a triple jump.
Yeah, and just like that, we are in the boss fight very quickly. And so in this boss fight, in the level, actually, you usually grab the magnet suit. But we skip it in the earlier part of the level, and then we just grab it at this point because it makes the boss fight easier to play through. But yeah, very pretty linear boss fight we have here. There's not a lot of sequence breaking you can do. There's a little bit, but it's mainly just fight the goons and take down Mr. Freeze one part at a time.
Yeah, so 1-2 is a level where it's like you see a lot of tech and a lot of flashy strats early on. A lot of things are moving fast, but as soon as we get to this boss fight at the end, it is going to be more of a slow-moving and 1P2C heavy boss fight.
Unfortunate slowdown there, getting grabbed by Mr. Freeze there. His freeze gun got me, but thankfully we didn't miss any cycles. So.
Yeah, sometimes you can lose a lot of time to Mr. Freeze freezing you, and then you can kind of get stuck in a loop, but thankfully that did not happen.
And yeah, there's a lot of 1P2C in this boss fight. It's probably the most in the whole run, really, aside from maybe the level 2-2. But we're going to see a lot of overlapping of camera pans and cutscenes to like abuse gaining movement during cutscenes. Because usually a lot of these camera pans would keep you from being able to move during them. You're held still, but yeah, I'm overlapping things so that I can move.
Yeah, so while that cutscene was going on, because Hamster was pushing the box, he was able to continue pushing it during the cutscene while that ice was being moved over.
Yeah. And yeah, this is the final part of this level. Just we're going to do one last part of damage to Mr. Freeze. And there we go. That is the longest level in the run down. We had a very short one and then a pretty long one back to back. And now it just sort of gets even more and more intense.
Yeah, and actually coming up is the first vehicle level of the run, which we'll see a total of 3 of those, 1 per episode. And the episode 1 is themed around, cars, and trucks. There's going to be a lot of drop-in warps in this level, which are going to be able to bypass certain barriers. So here, Hamster's already dropped and warped behind the barrier, and then is going to reload. So he's going to be able to just hit this. The trigger is really kind of thin on the doors of those, or on the trucks there. So you kind of have to bump your other player into it to kind of guide him to be able to hit that. The next one's going to be a lot more simple since you can kind of just run right into it. You'll see it here. So he's going to go up to the trucks here, drop and warp, and then you can easily hit the trigger behind it. And we're already into the boss fight, which is a really quick boss fight. All you got to do is drag the Two-Face truck into the light, which actually you would think it's the light, but the actual hitbox is just the middle of the road. The light is very misleading from the game.
If you play this room right, you can basically stun lock the boss to not being able to move with correct player 2 positioning. So it makes that level a lot easier. And that was a pretty good split right there. So
this is a pretty good start. I mean, world record watch.
I mean,
I'm completely kidding. Did we? You saved after 1-2, right?
I did. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I was not checking.
If there is a level that's going to slow us down, it's this one. This is probably one of the hardest levels in the run.
Personally, I consider this one probably the hardest. There's a lot of skips. So first of all, we're going to see a slide clip, which I believe this is the first one of the run where we're going to use Hamster's either going to do Alt-Tab or Control-Alt-Delete. It depends on the runner, I guess. But that Alt-Tab in and out of the game creates lag. And when you re-tab in, sometimes you're placed on the other side of the wall here, which will be able to clip you through. And then immediately into room 2, where there's going to be another skip that just completely skips the whole room. This one's going to be a little bit more complicated. You're going to use a BDJ to get the height to get on top of the door here. And then he's going to use a battering clip, which is going to clip him down once he gets on the slope. And then finally lag the game by using a Control-Alt-Delete when he's like half in the door, half out of the door to clip through and skip to the next room. Which that's a very hard skip, by the way, so getting that really quickly. Just a little space jump here, and then another slide clip coming up. Reloading the room actually spawns in like an invisible turnstile that you would normally have to build. Oh, second try there in the lag clip, or the slide clip. So you'll see Hamster, this is actually our first end level trigger coming up as well, where Hamster's going to jump on this invisible turnstile to be able to get onto this plant, and then use a BRC to clip through the wall. And then it's going to take some precise pause buffering to land on the edge between the door, like there's like a hallway there, and the out of bounds area. And from there, you just saw he's able to jump to the trigger, which, by the way, that's another very, very hard skip that takes hours of practice and just another swift one try. First try.
Well, and another thing is you kind of saw me walk off a pipe and then into the goo there, and that was actually intentional to lose studs, because this is another level where 0 studs saves time. In 1-1 it saves around 20 seconds, so it's very worthwhile. On that level it only saves around 3.5 seconds. So yeah, only 3.5, but it's still a very worthwhile time save to go for in that level. So you'll see me do that in a couple other levels in the run. Just take a few deaths to try to lose studs when it loses very little time.
One of my personal favorite levels, 1-5 here. It's actually, before I talk about 1-5, this is the first punch launch of the run. So Hamster, with VSync off in this game and you have enough FPS, you're able to just, some slopes you're able to punch and get enough height to just completely clear. So Hamster is able to just kind of punch up the wall, seemingly out of nowhere, is what it kind of looks like. But back to the point on 1-5, it's kind of like a break from the craziness of what 1-4 was in kind of the early game. A lot going on. This is a more like 1P2C and a little bit of movement-based level. There's not as many skips like 1-4. And then Hamster's going to be able to utilize a BDJ again here to be able to get over this gate. He'll have to wait.
Yeah, a little unfortunate
there's
miss there, but there is a very good backup.
Okay, he's going to have to do some nice equalize to recover that one.
Yeah. Thankfully, that could have gone a lot worse. So just keep on moving through the level. And here we're going to see some more 1P2C. Like, this is another room where you could very easily do all just with one player, but doing it with 2 people saves just a couple seconds, so it's a nice little optimization to add in.
Yeah, so there's kind of the theme is there's always a boss fight at the end of these levels, but this is one of those that's unskippable. Sometimes there's the end level trigger, sometimes there's like a quick kill to the boss, but this is one of those where you have to 1P2C the whole entire fight, kind of like 1-2. And this one, unfortunately, is like super sequential. Like, there's very little you can do during the fight to speed it up.
Yeah. Basically, the only thing that you'll see me doing is spacing out my punches on these bosses. Because if you punch them too fast, they get invincibility frames or iframes. And that makes them just like invulnerable for like a ridiculously long amount of time. So it's very important to space your jumps or your punches out on the Riddler. Another thing is I punched Riddler very specifically there and like manipulated player 1 so that he jumped up to the top as fast as possible, which saves a very small amount of time.
Actually, I'm not even entirely sure why different bosses or different enemies have different iframe windows. Like Riddler's is a lot longer, like between the punches, versus like Two-Face, you can punch him really quickly.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why that's the case, because there's another fight later where we're gonna, like with Killer Croc, where you're gonna try to avoid giving iframes, and he's also one where he can punch really, really quickly. I'm not really sure why the game.
I think it's related to their own attack animations, which is kind of interesting.
Oh,
but
that's interesting.
I could be wrong on that. But yeah, that is an interesting thing. I've never really thought of it. I was always just kind of like, it is what it is, you know? But yeah, just like this, we are almost done with episode 1. This is the longest episode. Yeah, that's 5 levels down. 10 more to go. And I guess now we can sort of explain the route as well. We start in episode 1. And then we have the option of, do we go to episode 1 or episode 3 or episode 2? And it doesn't really matter. It's actually slightly faster to go to episode 2 first. But generally people go to episode 3 because most people consider that to be the harder episode. So we will be playing episode 3 next. Episode 3 has more like technical tricks. And episode 2 is more difficult, sort of 1P2Cs, less punishing, but a lot of very difficult and sort of weirder tricks, I would say. Yeah,
coming up is arguably one of the hardest levels in the run. Very trick heavy. and 3-1 coming up. And honestly, the level that has progressed like the most in recent years. Amazing cued cursor there from Hamster.
yeah, very, very nice.
But yeah, to start out, we're gonna have to journey over to the right just to grab the glide suit. But that will be useful for hitting. There's an end level trigger later that we're gonna be able to hit. That is, I think, might be the first upwarp of the run to utilize.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're under like some objects, like if you're under like a roof sometimes in this game, or if you're out of bounds under like a floor, and you hold out the battering, it actually just warps you up straight to where that either roof or floor is. And then Hamster will also be utilizing a BDJ here to get over the gate, which has really clear collision. And then straight into one of the harder tricks here in this level, where Hamster's going to be able to stand on a spot of the goo where he's not unable to die, target the fence up there, and use the collision on the goo. Okay, I'll explain that more now that it happened, but since the goo, when you die in the toxic waste, it has some weird properties where you continue to, like, your character hitbox is still there for a little bit longer. So he was able to utilize that. So when the batarang came back, he actually upwarped up the goo when his hitbox was still there, and was able to basically save himself from dying and clip the door at the same time. And then here's another upwarp just to get up through the floor after the quick BDJ. And then into the final room where this is one of the tougher end level trigger hits. First, you kind of have to navigate the bottom part of this room, but then he's going to use a BDJ, or sorry,
it's like a forced BRC.
BRC, yeah, BRC. All the acronyms mixed up in my head sometimes, but yeah, BRC here to then get out of bounds and do an upwarp. This is so he's able to get to this kind of bonus area, which you're able to get enough height to then hit the end level trigger, which is really high in the sky here. Or, well, first you have to get to the boss fight, and then you use the height to get to the end level trigger, since there's a platform up here.
Very nice.
Oh, or, okay, so you can also do that. That's actually cool. So he was able to just hit the trigger right away. But usually what happens is you land on a platform in the boss fight and then do another BDJ to hit the trigger. But if you just hit it the first time over, you can save a little bit of time.
Yeah.
It's actually quite
that was
the
a very
run
good,
right here.
Yeah, very good level playthrough right there. This level is this is one of my personal favorites. Just a ton of cool movements, very cool boss fight. Probably my favorite boss fight, honestly. Just a lot of interesting stuff.
This is a really fun level yet because you can see a lot of flashy tricks early on, as well as a boss fight that utilizes some strats to make it a lot faster. Hamster's first going to use kind of like the build he used there to kind of clip between the wall, and then use lag to get through. And then coming up is another slide clip, which will just help him get out of bounds right at the end of this room to completely skip the puzzle. So he's going to first use some wall jumps to get out of the water, and then here's where the slide clip is on whatever object you'd like to call that. And then that'll get him straight to the tunnel to get out of the room. And then this is kind of a tricky skip here, just timing the BDJ to get over this gate. So he's going to use that Joker box and then a wall jump to get his maximum height to get over the gate. And then straight into this boss fight, which I'm not going to go too deep into explanation here, since you can spend a long time explaining what's happening. But essentially, Hamster's he missed it there. But he's trying to get over to Harley Quinn. There's a like super small window in which, if you're standing right next to her, you can skip a whole cycle of her doing backflips. So if he's really close and punches immediately, like that, and then another one again there, he doesn't have to chase her for 12 backflips.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Oh, okay. So he's setting up the positioning here again, so he can punch immediately, and then punch immediately again, which, if you don't know the boss fight by heart, you're like, oh, that looks normal, but that actually saved like 50 seconds.
Yeah. I actually got very lucky there, thankfully. I did miss one cycle, I believe, but that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, that was the best one to miss.
Yeah. Now we have another pretty interesting level. This is another one that we won P2C, basically a lot of it, but this is one of the shorter levels as well. We're gonna do billboard skip right off the rip. And, if you thought drop-in warps are only for levels where you can control characters, it's not exactly right, because we can drop and warp a lot of these ships under the map. And by going under the map, we're able to just skip this entire room and go straight to the end. And I am storing some torpedoes on player 1 here so that I can keep them all the way to the end of the room to blow these up early.
Yeah, so right after Hamster's able to blow up the gates, he's going into this boss fight, which is it's one of the more finicky boss fights, where these torpedoes sometimes act up. So his goal is to grab a Scarecrow with player 2 and then shoot the torpedoes with player 1. Sometimes the torpedoes can blank and sometimes they can kind of go wild and not hit, but that was nice and clean. None of the torpedoes got too far out of line.
Yeah.
And then into a pretty hard end to episode 3, I would say 3, 4, 3, 5, 2 kind of trick intensive and slightly tricky levels.
Yeah. Very, very difficult levels here. We're going to start this one right away with another Batarang clip. And we are going to skip triggering Killer Moth here with a cutscene. We're walking around a cutscene trigger so that we actually sequence break this entire room and leave the door to enter the next room open. Usually a cutscene would come by and lock this door off. But because we skipped triggering Killer Moth in the first place, yeah, we can just walk straight through very quick. Now we have another drop and warp.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hamster's going to be able to get on this slope over here. Not first try, but he's going to get some height, which is able to make the game think that you're in the next area and then drop in your other player, which warps him into that next section. As well as he just did a BRC to skip that room as well, which is... that's a little bit of a scary BRC, since if the object breaks, like a goon breaks it, then you're kind of screwed.
you have to restart the level. But that is one of the biggest skips in the game. Saves a lot of time. So yeah, thankfully we are moving pretty quickly through this level. Now we just have another boss fight. This one is very interesting. There's a lot of interesting cycles and mechanics that go into it.
Yeah, it would take too long to explain all the individual things you're avoiding, but essentially a lot of this boss fight's based on timings in which you hit Killer Moth. So you have to time the hits very precisely, so when the light turns on, which damages Killer Moth, he hits that light as fast as possible, since you can lose like 8 seconds to being on a bad cycle.
Yeah. This is another one where we're going to see me intentionally kill myself to lose studs a few times with Batman and Robin, and we're going to use the bombs to do that. And that'll save another 3.5 to 4 seconds. But yeah, I'm going to pre-place a bomb over here that's going to be helpful for killing some goons and even blowing up Killer Moth. And we're going to build this last tech suit panel. I'm just going to target this. That's going to clear out most of the goons for me and allow me to use this tech suit panel. We are on our way to completing this level relatively plainly.
Should be a good cycle as well.
Yeah, one tap jump miss, but aside from that, this is very good.
It wasn't the best cycle, but not terrible.
Yeah. I played it pretty safe there just to ensure that I didn't miss anything. And yeah, now we're on to my personal favorite level. I think this is the favorite level of a lot of people, but I think it looks the coolest, and it has probably the most iconic skip in this game in it, which is called Holy Skip. Sort of the gauntlet of a lot of... This level has basically every major tech in the game in it at this point. E-gliding, BRCs, up warps, lag clips.
Yeah, so room 2 here is another room where basically we skip everything. First, you use a well-timed or well-spaced BDJ to clear the gap, and then another well-spaced BDJ to clear this gap up here. See, this one's kind of tricky. Well done. And then an upwarp to get to the final levers of the room, which once he pulls these levers, he's able to get to the boss fight, which is one of the most iconic skips and end-level triggers in this game. It's called Holy Skip. Hence we're in a church, I guess. It's the main reason called that. Just some 0 studs management there, and he's going to use lag to get out of bounds here, and then narrowly avoid a kill plane to hit a relatively small end trigger right here. That's a lot more precise.
Yeah,
than it actually looks.
Precise. But yeah, the thing with a lot of E-glides is they are very frame precise, if not like frame perfect inputs sometimes. You press the amount that you press the A button is very specific, and the amount of time that you like space the A presses is also pretty specific. So yeah, a lot goes into that. The lines are important, and you have to do a lot of adjusting as well. But that's one of my favorite levels. It has just a little bit of everything in it. And that finishes off episode 3, so now we are on to episode 2. Definitely a very tricky way to end off the run, but a fun one too. This episode is a very different feel when you're playing it compared to episode 3. The tricks just are not as pixel perfect and precise, but they're still very, very difficult. Yeah, this level is there's a common theme of the anytime you have the glide suit, using E-gliding to just completely break a level. Every single level that we've had the glide suit, we've just completely broken the level. And this level is going to be no different. This entire second room, we are just going to bypass everything.
Yeah, this room 2 is one of the most like the largest room in the game, maybe even. And you just use the glide suit to completely skip any puzzle in it. First, you have to get the glide suit, which is conveniently right at the beginning of this room, up the grapple. And then Hamster's going to be able to just use the E-glides to skip all the way into right before the boss fight, which there's a kind of a mini boss fight here, but he's going to be able to completely fly over it and the trigger to even trigger the boss fight from happening. Some precise E-glides, but not too bad, and he's going to be able to completely skip a boss fight there that if you don't know the game, you might not know existed, because he just completely skipped it. And then straight to the last part of the room, where all you really need to do is clear out those goons and then time some lever pulls, which brings us into the boss fight here, which Hamster's going to be attempting to quick kill the boss, which is one of the quick kills in this episode. He's going to try to lure Catwoman near the edge, so when she starts attacking him, she just keeps attacking over the edge and follows him, which he's going to jump out.
Okay, I missed the 0 cycle, unfortunately, but we will still go for the quick kill here. I just walked off the edge to get 0 studs one more time, and yeah, luring Catwoman off the edge so she falls into the kill plane, which gets rid of all of her lives.
And then on to a fan favorite level here. It's called Bat Boat Battle, but it's more known in the community as Trash Boat Battle because this level is not very fun. A lot of 1P2C is going to be utilized in this level, but the overall mechanics of boat levels in this game kind of suck, and a lot of it has to do with like the bombs that you drag. And like just the physics are really, really annoying. As you can see, a couple bombs being dragged here in room 1, but it's mainly going to be seen in the boss fight where you're going to have to use the bomb dragging physics with enemies kind of in front of you that can block the bombs from hitting the boss ship. But in terms of room 2, which Hamster's going through now, it's fairly simple. There's some targets he has to shoot, and he's just going to utilize 1P2C to kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, kind of advance to start doing the next task while he shoots the target with Robin. He's going to break the gate with Batman, and then hit 2 of them at the same time. He wasn't able to get the second one during that, and then the 4th one over here.
It doesn't actually save time to overlap 2 of them. It only saves time if you can get 3 in one go, which is very difficult, not common at all. But yeah, here we go.
And then into this tricky boss fight, which the first few hits are pretty simple since you just have to hit the left side and then the right side. And that one didn't quite hit because Hamster was trying to get some movement during the cutscene with the bomb, and it landed too high up on the ship, or on the submarine, I should say. This one you have to hit just on the top part. This one's not too bad, but the infamous 4th bomb, you have to hit it towards the bottom, and enemies spawn here all the time. This is gonna be, actually, I'm surprised, oh, there are the enemies. A lot less than I thought. And
yeah, I got pretty lucky there, I'd say.
And then to end the fight, all you gotta do is just spam the ship here. Or submarine, I keep calling it a ship or a boat. Submarine.
Right, not the greatest, but that's not too bad either, especially for a marathon.
And then onto another one of my favorite levels, 2-3, which is a sewer-themed level with Killer Croc as the final boss fight. But this one, I think there's a lot of cool tech in this one going to be used into, and then a boss fight where there's some stuff you can skip as well. First, I wouldn't even call that, it's not a drop and warp, it's kind of just a warp that you're able to completely skip the first area.
Yeah, it's like a swamp warp, I guess.
Yeah. And then he's going to utilize a BDJ to get over the wall to hit the end trigger, or sorry, the trigger to exit that room. And then this is kind of a finicky up warp, but able to get it. And then now we can use the glide suit in the next room to skip a gap. But first, a BDJ to get down the pipe, which looks really weird. And then, yep, this gap, this is a one-try trick here. But he's able to use a BDJ to get some extra height and use Eagle Eyes to clear the gap, which if you don't clear it, then you have to do kind of a 15-second, 20-second puzzle. Which we skipped already so much of this level. We're already straight into the boss fight. Which,
this is another level that is under 2 minutes if you complete it quickly. So
Hamster will be doing 2 things here. One, try to get 0 studs by taking some deaths in the toxic waste, but also stand on these objects to push Croc away, since normally he goes and picks them up and throws the objects at you, which is a long animation time. So if you stand on the objects and then push Croc back away from it, he actually just like, okay, I'm gonna go move on to the next one, instead of actually throwing it. And if you do that on every single object, it completely skips every animation. We just call them pushaways. So 0 suds is successful right now, and then just the last few pushaways, and then 3 hits. And
that was very clean.
I thought for a second you might have died at the toxic waste at the end, but just narrowly avoiding it.
Aside from the little thing in room 1, that was really good.
Yeah, this is a really good run so far. Especially for a no reset.
This is a top 3 hardest level in the run for me, I would say. To play consistently, this one is probably the hardest.
A little bit of struggling on that jump. This room can be chaotic, but this Hamster's goal is to get up top here to then be able to do a BRC to exit the room. Kind of like the trigger is behind the wall there, and he's able to kind of use the bonus room where the trigger's right behind to flip through. And then here's a very precise BRC right at the edge of this bench here, which he's going to be able to clip out of bounds and then get behind the hut, which has the sonic suit. Goons here are lovely. There it is. And then also just jump through the great collision in the wall there. And now that he has a sonic suit, he can finish up the rest of this room. And then it's going to lead us to the boat room here, which one day I hope we have a skip for this room, but right now it's currently just what you're intended to do. Hamster's going to be able to do some jump kicks to kind of move through the water a little bit faster. But he's going to grab the bomb suit, go back to the boat, and then blow up the grate to get into the end fight. So yeah, there's been some hopeful skip hunting in this room to avoid having to go all the way over here and get the bomb suit, but to no avail so far. You do have to keep heart count in check here just to make sure because the crocs deal 2 hearts of damage, and then if you die in this boat, which Hamster's at half a heart here.
Yeah, that was
okay. Able to save it with player 2. He actually died there on player 1 as he blew up, but but able to get in there with player 2. And then this boss fight is another one that's kind of cycle based, and you have to account for iframes. Just hitting the cycle there.
Yeah.
And then we'll actually see a fairly new tech here to get 0 studs at the end of this level. Or not tech, I should say.
Yeah.
Fairly new strat to get 0 studs. So this should make the next cycle.
Unfortunate.
Not going to be able to get the 0 studs, but
yeah.
Sometimes
he can
regardless.
drop bombs that allow you to lose some studs, but I missed it there.
Yeah, and just like that, we're into the last level, which this one is it's like a 2-room level. It's 1 room that's really quick and then a boss fight, but the boss fight is pretty stretched out, and then there's a quick kill at the end, which is kind of the cinematic end to the run, and it's whether you get the quick kill or not.
Yeah.
But first, room 1. Maybe Hamster can go for the acronym when he's the boss fight here, but there's a long acronym for the skip he just attempted there. I'm gonna try to add some lag to give him some extra height. Okay, able to get it second try.
Yeah, that's good enough for me. But yeah, this is the final room. It's a very drawn out and sort of annoying boss fight. A lot of things can go wrong unless you do everything perfectly in this room, so there's a lot to focus on. But the main premise is we need to blow up these 4 generators. Penguin will kind of self-sabotage by dropping these penguin minion bombs onto us, and we can use this turnstile to deflect them on him. So yeah, we just need to clear the goons out of the way.
Any of the penguin minions that Penguin's dropping blow up. Like, they can touch a goon, hit your character, or just miss their target. You lose a lot of time because he decides not to. He only throws like 2 at a time for the most part. Sometimes he does 3, but I'm not entirely sure why that happens.
Yeah, he'll throw down 3 if the first one misses in a specific way, but...
Okay. So far, so good on the boss fight. As long as that penguin hits its mark, then all that is left is the quick kill. Hamster kind of styling. Actually,
that is to drag him to
actually help attract him to the left side?
Yeah, it does drag him to the left, so...
Okay, that's something I didn't even know. That's cool. All right, so now he's going to line up the quick kill here.
And time is coming up.
He's going to try to get Penguin and the goo, and there it is, yeah.
All right.
That was a very, very good no reset run right there.
Yeah, that was a very good run. That was only about 30 seconds off of world record, so...
That's actually insane for a no reset.
Yeah, very good run. I'm very happy with that. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say. That was a very fun run. There's a lot of cool stuff in this. We're making some tutorials if you're ever interested in running this category, but yeah, this game has a lot of very cool stuff to offer. Well, yeah, the next run coming up is actually one that Senor will be running, and I will be commentating. So
yeah,
we'll be.
We won't have any change in the runners / commentator here. Same team, just flipped, and we'll be doing all episodes Hostage Rush, which I guess we'll get more into it when we go live with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you. Shout out to the LEGO community. Shout out for GDQ for having us for this LEGO block. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot else to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you both for being on, and I know you're both going to be here for the next run, so we'll make it quick and we'll get right into your next set here. Before we go to our break, just a reminder that Black in a Flash is returning with an event for Juneteenth from June 20th to 22nd. To learn more about how to join I cannot speak, I'm so sorry. To learn more about how to join the Black in a Flash community and submit your runs, you can visit gdq.gg/BAF. We will be right back with more LEGO Batman. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We have a bunch of LEGO games for you, and we're here with another run of LEGO Batman, the video game. I'll hand it over to y'all. Let you reintroduce yourselves.
Welcome back, everyone, to LEGO Batman. Once again, I'm Senor, and I'm joined by the Hamster, who just put together that amazing hero run. What's up, to Hamster again? And this is going to be a slightly different category in LEGO Batman, all hostages. I want to briefly just explain it before I start here. So there are hostages in each non-vehicle level that we need to save, that the goons are holding. And essentially, we're going to use free play, which is going to be very different than the story portion of this game, to basically go into each level, free the hostage, exit immediately, and then free all 25 as fast as we can. As you can see, it's a very short category, so we're looking at about 17-ish minutes. And I will get started here. We actually start in episode 4 in the villain hub here. And then I'll kind of let Hamster start to explain some of the tech you might see come the first level. So timer starts as soon as I load into this first level, as soon as we see the characters pop up here. Go through a little quick cutscene. But as soon as I hit start here, all right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so the first thing to know, and I guess we'll actually start out with this, is Killer Croc is very broken in this game. He has a slightly bigger hitbox, so by swapping from another character, lagging, and then swapping to Croc, you can actually clip through. You can actually clip through a lot of walls, which is what he did there. And just like that, that's the first hostage freed. The main tech, which you saw a little bit of there, is called slam switch jumping. It essentially lets you gain infinite height by using Batman's glide suit. You're going to glide and then slam to gain a little bit of height, and then you're going to animation cancel that. And you can do that repetitively as long as there's a floor beneath you, and you can gain as much height as you want. So yeah, that's a 4-3 done. That's one out of the 25 hostages, and we're on our way to the second room.
So this is a fun level because this hostage, okay, we got lucky. This hostage can spawn in 3 different spots, and you need to kill the goon that is with the hostage. And sometimes he is in a spot that's like inside the ice block, and you have to go fly all the way over there to free him, which can be really annoying and an early run killer. But yeah, obviously, like Hamster mentioned, this category is going to be utilizing a ton of switch slam jumps, which are called SSJs in short. And we're going to be using them pretty much in every single level. So you can see like right away here, I'm going to be able to get into the ceiling and then completely skip this room, which the hostage here is in the second room. This hostage actually has sometimes can spawn in a really bad position where you can't get them through the glass, which luckily they were fine. Although you'd have to use the sonic suit, but obviously that's another really early run slowdown if if you're unable to get them. Once again, we're going to need Killer Croc for this level since the hostage is in room 1, but we need to clip through the wall to get to him. This one is a fun, like, 5-second split, essentially. It's like 5 seconds of gameplay.
An interesting thing that you'll notice about what he's doing is as soon as he kills the hostage, he actually exits without saving. And that's because for some reason the hostage is... all you have to do is collect them once, and they're not affected by the saving feature at all. They're universally just saved to your final file the instant you kill them, which is very, it's an interesting mechanic, very unique to this game in general. Like, it's not in any other LEGO game.
You'll actually see the hostage counter go up. So this is a fresh file. So normally you don't actually have to have it on a fresh file, but this one I have it on a fresh file, so you can actually see the hostage counter go up. Every time I kill one, you can kind of see, like it's a quick flash of like a number out of 25. And then that's actually our progress. So this invisible walls. Okay, there it is. That one is a kind of a tight doorway to get through there.
Yeah.
But that is the first episode out of 6 done right there.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's a very fast-moving category.
That's the only episode with no vehicle level, so he actually gets 5. All of the other episodes, he's only going to get 4.
Yeah, I guess that makes it... I think that's the longest episode. Episode 3 is kind of long, but you do get to completely skip a level because there's no vehicle hostages. This one is conveniently right in the first room here.
right at
I'd
the
also like to mention that this category is also a category extension, so it's a little bit different than the main boards. And then there's individual categories for hero and villain separately. We have like a whole rush category which has hostages, red bricks, and mini kits on the extensions board. Or personally, some of my favorite categories.
Yeah, here we're going to see another penguin killer croc clip to get into this bonus room. And just like that, we click through the wall and take back the hostage.
That's one of my favorite bonus rooms because you to get the mini kit in there, you actually have to build a complete like band. Oh, getting some lag frames, always fun. You have to build a whole kind of like a piano, a bass, the guitar, the microphone, and play a cool song. This one's also right away. All you need to do is just SSJ up and then slam it there to get the hostage.
Yeah, and a lot of these villain levels, the hostages are just placed early on for really no reason, which I think is interesting. Here they tend to be closer to the end, but...
yeah, another room 1 hostage coming up here. This one essentially right away, and I'll be utilizing an up warp here right after I get out of bounds, which just takes a couple SSJs of height.
Yeah, like using the batarang, swapping characters under some floors will just upwarp you. So he actually just upwarps into that bonus room by swapping characters away from the glide suit and back to the glide suit. And yeah, just pops into that room so we can take the hostage. That's another episode down, and we are on to episode 6. This one has some interesting ones.
This is one of my favorite splits just because it has the cool mechanic of if you slam in the right spot. So if he's in room 1, if you slam on top of one of the lights here, it actually kills the goons by the hostage from just the slam from above, which is kind of cool.
Yeah,
see if I can slam in the right spot. Not quite, but
it's kind of niche. That also has some uses in like mini kit categories, but it's a cool mechanic of like how slam is just so broken in this game.
That does, I think it saves around 2 seconds actually if you're able to slam on the light, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, not in this case scenario. I didn't get it, but it's actually a big factor in terms of how short the category is and whether your run is good or not if you're able to get that slam on the light. This is another one where it's like, yeah, let's just put the hostage in room 1. So all I got to do is get some height. And he's right on the roof here. This one's actually kind of tricky because the fastest way is to immediately switch to the heat suit there on the edge. I did fall a little bit off the edge, but sometimes that ledge is so small, the timing of the switch is kind of precise.
Yeah. And another thing you'll see is he'll often switch to the heat suit for Batman to use the batarangs because he has a special suit upgrade that makes it so that the heat suit's batarangs instantly kill every enemy, which is actually very useful. It's not something you have in Hero Story. You could see me often targeting enemies and they wouldn't instantly die to the batarang. Most of them wouldn't. But with that special upgrade, the batarangs are an insta-kill, which is very useful when you need to kill multiple goons from a distance.
We're actually able to get a mini kit as well on the hostage kill, which is kind of funny. But this is the last level here in Villain. And I just want to preview, there's going to be a crazy... Actually, I'll let Hamster explain it, but there's a kind of crazy skip that I'm going to be doing to skip some back cave movement after the conclusion of this level, which the hostage is just here in this bonus room.
This is actually a very recent find.
Yeah, this is... got stuck on the top here. I will just...
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But yes, by going into a level selector menu as you are leaving the villain room, it will basically maintain that level selector status, and it'll bug out Senor's camera a lot, which we'll see here. But you can see him exit the room at the same time he entered the level selector, and it'll buffer the status of him being in the level selector all the way to the hero side. And yeah, he successfully got it there. And so now when he goes into the hero levels, it'll actually instantly put him into a level selector, which saves about 10 seconds of walking. So it's a very useful time save for any category where you have to move from villain to hero.
You'll see right here, just completely warp to the computer there. And instantly be able to select. That's honestly one of the most like flashy skips. So cool. And that was a pretty recent find from yourself.
Yeah, it's a very recent find. Yeah, we found it just I don't know, probably like 2 months ago, maybe something like that.
By the way, the quickest hostage in the game just happened as well as we were talking about that. 1-1 puts the hostage like basically right on the start, like right as you spawn.
Is that one faster than 3-5?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think so. It's so close.
It's definitely very quick. Yeah.
This one's also another room 1 hostage. There's a common theme in this game where they just decide to put these hostages in room 1. Oh, I didn't actually get the second goon there.
Yeah. You can get like if you go from a very precise spot, you can like target them without even seeing them, which is kind of a cool thing. But yeah, he got that one, and now skipping the vehicle level, and we're on to 1-4. This is we're going to see another Penguin Killer Croc clip here. He's going to just make his way through this room, trying to get some damage boosts from the goons.
There we go. Got one good one.
Yeah, that's a nice one. And he's going to...
I got punched there. Just going to mess that up, but you can get to a backup PCC.
There we go. Yeah, a nice Penguin Croc clip or PCC straight through there, and he's going to grab this hostage right at the start of room 2. So even though that one wasn't in the first room, it's right at the start of the second one.
Yeah. There's a couple, actually, I would say there's a couple that are not going to be in the first room, but this one is also in the first room in the next level coming up. Mind you, it's pretty far away in the first room, but this one's one of the more simpler hostages. You essentially just SSJ super high up and skip the entire room, and then the hostage is kind of at the top corner. It's a little late to switch him to get the damage boost there, but the hostage here is all the way in the back right corner. Usually we end the hero run on this, since hero goes 3, 2, 1 in terms of episode order. There's a couple reasons. Some are just the ease of the levels in episode 1, and some reasons are because like the management in the back cave is easier. But in all episodes, you start on 1 on the hero side. And now, I forgot management switched to Robin here. Now we go to episode 2, which this will be the first level you see Man-Bat, if I can select him.
Yeah, and that's because Man-Bat actually has the fastest movement speed out of all of the characters in this game. It's just slightly faster. I think it's like he has a 1.1 or 1.2 speed if the normal character speed is 1.
Yeah, it's so slight that you aren't really able to utilize his extra movement speed too often, because you actually have to take the time to select him in most of these levels, so you aren't able to actually use the movement speed as much as you'd like.
Yeah.
Or as much as you're like, oh, he's faster, wouldn't you use that more? But you have to actually take the time to select him in a lot of these levels.
Yeah, the movement speed only applies when he's walking on the ground too, so even though he has the potential to glide, you either need to be damage boosted by him or walking to achieve that speed boost. But yeah, that's a first level of episode 2 down.
Actually, we get to see Man-Bat again here. 2 levels in a row. This is kind of it's another room 1 hostage, but we utilize a pretty tricky swap warp here. It's a little bit different in free play than in story, and I kind of go for a riskier strat in free play here. Let's see if I can. Okay, got it.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a good one.
You can play it safer, and that the strat I did saves, I think, probably like less than half a second. But
yeah, I've timed that before for story, and it's really just about 0.7, I think. But
okay.
It's minuscule and it's risky, but it is very rewarding in such a short category. Yeah, very cool swap warp there. That's an example. There's not a whole lot of overlap between story and free play skips, but that one is pretty similar between the two different areas. More slam switch jumps to get it into this room, and
one of my not personal favorite levels here, because the hostage free is kind of weird. Sometimes the goons will be super far left, and you can't. Yeah, I can already tell they're a little far left. I think. I didn't get the target. Have to get it second try. And sometimes the battering can do that and like go all the way around the building. So yeah, if the goons are a little bit further to the right, you can pretty much instantaneously target. But if they're a little bit further left there, you have to run a little bit more, or maybe do 2 batterings if the first one doesn't target properly. Another really, really fun and quick level. The hostage is about as close as it gets. Just right here at the end of room 1. And maybe the game developers thought, you know what, it might take a little bit to get here, but they definitely didn't have SSJs in mind to be able to skip this entire area.
Yeah,
and that is episode 2.
5 episodes. Yeah, we have just one more to go. And episode 3 is my personal favorite. So yeah, we have some cool ones
I think
here.
this one's the longest one that has 4 hostages. Funny enough, this starts out with probably the quickest hostage in the entire game. It's very close with 1-1.
Yeah.
It's just right here on the left. And now we have our final
very
three.
similar speed.
3-4 and 3-1 actually require going through the level quite a bit. Open my management. I'm thinking ahead of 3-2 and 3-1 management, but 3-4 you go into Batman. This is going to be, I think, the only drop in warp of the category here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We saw some in Hero Story, and it's going to be utilizing a very similar one we saw Hamster do in Room 2 of this level. But this one, you're able to utilize SSJs to essentially get to the spot where Hamster wanted to be in Story for free, essentially.
Yeah, it's a much easier, much nicer. This one you can just pull off
really
the first
good
time
one.
you try it. Yeah, that was a good one.
I wasn't even ready yet. I didn't expect it to go that fast. And then the last, the hostage is down to the right there. And we're into our last 2 levels, yeah.
That's one of the few levels that we actually see most of the level. But yeah, this next one, 3-2, this one's in the second room. We're going to see another Penguin Killer Croc clip, another PCC, to essentially do what I did in Story, but I used a lag clip off of a build piece. His is going to be, this is going to be a much faster strategy. He's just going to go along these rooftops, try to get a damage boost or 2. And then he's going to do a Penguin PCC up here to get through the ceiling. And now, yeah, he's going to utilize the batarangs again with the heat suit to kill these goons from a distance.
Yeah, since the normal batarang with any other suit, there's no guarantee that you actually kill the goons, but with the heat suit batarang, the specific suit upgrade guarantees you that you kill all the goons. And 3-1, I actually, one of my favorite levels in this category. You actually get a lot of good gameplay. So to start room 1, you get to obviously glide over everything and SSJ over everything, but you use a PCC here to get through the door here. I think oh, okay. Sometimes you get a Mad Hatter in between in the character wheel, so sometimes you have to go Penguin to Mad Hatter, but
I don't think that's on this file, thankfully.
Oh, actually, you're right. The normal file I use is has Mad Hatter, but I forgot. Yeah, this file actually doesn't have Mad Hatter.
But yeah, this is this is an example of the Pythagorean theorem. I had to follow the 2 legs of the triangle, and Sinor takes the hypotenuse, cuts through the whole thing with some e-gliding, and saves a lot of time.
I would like to mention time will happen in around 5 seconds here. You just have to get up above the wall here. The middle wall extends up pretty high, and then slam, hopefully right on. Missed the target a little bit, and that should be all 25, and that is time.
GG.
Yeah, fun, very fun, quick category. I love the rush categories in this game that essentially, utilize free play tech all over the place. Yeah. Happy to showcase that category. We got a little bit of Batman story, got a little bit of Batman free play. Also, I'll like to apologize for my webcam started rising up the more the run was going on. I was like, maybe I can try to fix that, but I didn't want to bother. But yeah, once again, thank you so much to GDQ for giving us this opportunity, and I'm sure me and Hamster were really glad to show off Batman. Actually, I don't want to preview another run that's coming up, but I'm actually staying in here for commentary for the Lego Movie 2 video game, which is coming up with T-Fresh and Chimkin. Yeah, any final thoughts, Hamster?
Yeah, it's very fun. This game has a lot of cool movement opportunities. Basically, every category is just like a really great category. The free play has just like a lot of cool stuff that you can do with the clipping and the SSJs. So yeah, very, very fun game. It's fun to try out, and I'd recommend it. But yeah, thank you, GDQ, for the Lego block. It's a lot of fun to show these off.
Yeah, and thank you both so much for being on and representing the community in these games. Absolutely fantastic runs, both of you. And I know I've said this a lot today, but if any of you out there are interested in LEGO speedruns, definitely check out the community. They're a great community. They'll definitely help you out. And like you said, we've got LEGO Movie 2 video game coming up. Just a quick reminder before we go to that, or get ready for that. Games Done Quick is hiring. If you love creative work and have experience in planning and organizing, you can apply to be a prize assistant at our mainline events. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/jobs by May 11th to apply. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more runs. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today and tomorrow, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got the LEGO Movie 2 video game here. I'll hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hey, I'm Zach.
I'm T-Fresh. And I'm Shimkin.
All right. So, I don't know, should we just get started?
Sounds good.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. So, all right. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I forgot. Yeah.
You can count down now.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Yeah. So there's a cutscene at the beginning, so we can sort of introduce the run. But obviously, this is a co-op run, which co-op does actually save time here. So this is one of the cool instances of a LEGO game where you get to actually see co-op sort of fully being utilized. Yeah, and so I guess just to quickly explain the kind of the goal of the run here, it's essentially like Super Mario Odyssey, which I assume most people have heard of or watched, in the sense that you're going to be traversing through these different worlds to complete the story, and in order to finish the world, you need to unlock a certain amount of purple bricks, which are very similar to the moons in Odyssey. And by collecting those purple bricks, you can complete the world and then move on to another world after you feed the purple bricks into the whatever machine that wants the bricks, I guess. And at the very end, you finish the last world, by, I guess, I'm not really sure what in the story you're trying to do, but in the last world, you're trying to save Batman, and I guess you'll sort of see it. Yeah. So you'll see it as it goes along.
Is going to be player 1 on the left. And to start this first world, they are just kind of progressing through this first story part. They unlock the builder page, which they're going to be able to build objects with in the future to do skips with, as well as they're collecting these like little Lego bricks, which those are what's used to purchase the different objects in the builder page. And they'll need...
You can see in the top left, real quick, before they start gathering them, it says 0 out of 12, and T-Fresh is going to collect the first brick here. And now it's at 1 out of 12. So those 12 bricks, those are what we're going to be kind of focusing on throughout each world. That's sort of like the main objective.
And also some quick just tech breakdowns. You'll see that, I think you saw it a little bit on the right side, which is T-Fresh. He was doing some roll cancels, which essentially you're just rolling and then unequipping an item in your inventory to just essentially cancel the animation at the end of the roll and then constantly keep rolling. And I think we also missed it, but there was a triple jump done by T-Fresh as well to get the first purple brick, which, just like any other LEGO game.
Those are like the two movement tech pieces that you'll really see. There's a couple other things, but the mainstays are triple jumping and roll canceling, and you're going to see that pretty much everywhere.
And I think we also saw one of the more, I wouldn't call it more niche, but I think it's one of the more commonly used ones. Chimkin got movement during that cutscene when the gate was opening. You're able to kind of mash attack while the cutscenes are going and get movement. T-Fresh is going to drop out quickly here as Chimkin is going to be going on the left side. You'll see him. There's a triple jump he does that skips a 15-minute boss fight here. However, you wouldn't even know that if you didn't know the game, because there's misses at first try, but
misses at once. Yeah, some of these are a little precise just because all the collision in this game is like very weirdly jagged. And T-Fresh is actually also doing a skip here to skip some of that parkour section, and he actually gets a first try, so that's nice.
Yeah, so essentially their goal right now is Chimkin is heading towards the brick loader, which is what the end of every world is, where you load in the required amount of bricks to exit, while T-Fresh is going around and collecting what the quick bricks are in the world. So Chimkin's getting a few along the way, while T-Fresh is getting some of the quicker ones that are out of the way. T-Fresh dying a few times here, trying to get one that's like under this bridge. There it is.
There we go. And so we can leave World 1 now. Apocalypseburg is what this one is called, as you can see there. And they're now able to fast travel to the second world. And this is a very, very, very fast one.
And I guess to speak on the 1P or on the co-op again, as much as I'd like to hype up the Lego Runners and how good we are at 1P2C, the way that this category is played, there's just no way that someone could 1P2C as fast as two people are going to be co-oping in this specific game.
Yep.
And I guess
this is a vehicle here that we have, because this is important. This is the first time we use it, I believe. It's called the
Ultra Kitty.
Ultra Kitty? Yeah, that's right. And that's going to be important later on. We're going to actually use that for a couple like skips. But one main thing you'll see now that we've sort of introduced all the like movement tech is that a lot of the glitches and skips that we're going to be using will revolve around the items that we're building. So when you have these bricks that you can see on the left side of the screen here, the different colored bricks allow you to build these different items. And building items is going to allow you to sort of sequence break a lot of stuff, because you can actually interact with the items physically by like jumping on them.
Yeah, so this second world is essentially just getting to a shop to purchase more bricks and then building that little home to finish the story part. So really very little going on there. It's essentially a lot of setup for later worlds and later skips.
And I think this world is a good example of the way that T-Fresh is sort of being used in this run as the second player, where Chimkin is sort of going to be progressing through the main story here, I guess you could call it, or just trying to get to the end of the level. And rather than grabbing the bricks, what we're going to do is have T-Fresh call in, because when you call in this game, you'll call in right on top of where your other player is. And he's going to go grab a brick and then drop out. And then we're going to do that, a bunch of times to grab all the bricks sort of on the way. And you can see T-Fresh just did it there. And the nice thing about this game is that, unlike a lot of other LEGO games, pretty much most other LEGO games, you can just drop out by pressing the call-in button, and it instantly drops you out.
So I believe what's coming up is going to be a pretty cool skip using the Ultra Kitty, which we saw earlier, after a little bit of platforming here. This is just kind of some auto-scrolling gameplay, but Chimkin's going to hop onto the Ultra Kitty when it is going down a slope, and if you time when you jump off correctly, it gives you like a lot of horizontal movement, so he's going to be able to launch and kind of skip a large portion of the parkour here.
Yeah, and this works because you're building up horizontal momentum by getting the Ultra Kitty stuck on the slope, and it'll start sliding, and it'll be pretty obvious like why this is happening once you see it happen.
So yeah, some more parkour here. This is a little one try.
He's gonna go for a triple jump.
He almost hit the one try.
And yeah, so you can just do a backup. It's not like it saves a ton of time, but yeah.
That would have been a cool one to see. But there's a little bridge cutscene that's going to play here. He's going to be able to get some attack movement to get a brick in the corner and then move back to the bridge after he grabs the brick.
So yeah, he can direct himself during these attacks, but it's obviously very difficult because you can't see your character.
We'll see T-Fresh back here in a second to go grab some bricks on the side. Well, Chimkin's going to grab a few along the way, but he's going to jump over this wall here. which will get him pretty close to the
a little bit more platforming
to the end here.
Yeah, and so the launch is coming up very, very soon now.
It's right here on the slope.
Yep, and you'll see when it happens. You probably can't sort of guess what's going to happen, but it's very, very interesting how the like velocity works here, and it works first try. That's a really good launch. So yeah, you saw he just got sort of horizontally, completely launched over to the other island, sort of conserving the momentum that the Ultra Kitty had, and that saves quite a bit of time.
There's T-Fresh getting the last brick, and actually this brick loader is kind of cool. The hitbox of it, you can start loading in the purple bricks from below, which, yeah, so you're like, how did it end? Chimkin loaded in all 10 bricks from below just because the hitbox extends down there.
Now, I think this next split is the shortest split, I believe.
Yes.
It's a very, very fast world. And so there's not too much to see here.
Yeah, essentially the whole thing is you talk to this ice cream cone guy, and he gives you a camera, and you take a picture of him. And that's the whole entire thing.
Yep.
Really not much going on. As you can see, T-Fresh is just jumping around as Chimkin spams through the dialogue.
If you've ever actually seen the movie, you'll notice that the game does not necessarily adhere to it, perfectly. But some of the cutscenes are a little accurate, I would say. And this next one is conversely, I think, one of the longest splits. This is the Cisterian jungle, and probably one of the most exciting splits in the entire run. I mean, there's a couple things that are going to be happening at once, but I think the first interesting part of this split will kind of be happening on T-Fresh's screen, I believe.
Yeah, so there's a lot of there's a lot of so in each world, right? There's going to be a story portion they have to play through, or / skip, and a required amount of bricks. This one is going to be trying to sequence break as much of the story while getting the bricks as well.
But you saw the sequence break that T-Fresh just did there by placing down the satellite and using that to jump over the gate. And so that's going to be a common theme. You're going to see skips like that quite a bit. And that combined with the triple jump tech that we have access to makes it very, very easy to skip a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so the main bit of this world is you got to go to the sun and the moon temples. And the moon temple, there really isn't much of you can skip. You kind of have to go through that whole story bit, but you'll see a big sequence break in the sun temple where so Chimkin's going to go over to the moon temple, and then T-Fresh is going to kind of help him out on a quick task there, but then he's going to start heading towards the sun temple, and there's going to be a big sequence break there.
Yeah, by basically completing the temple before you're supposed to have actually started it, when you do end up starting the quest, it kind of gets confused because you've already finished, and then you can just basically be done without having to go inside of the, I don't even know what it is, sort of like a cave, I guess.
I forgot to mention, currently they're going to the unicorn for a paintbrush, which a unique thing about the paintbrush is there's going to be puzzles where, you have to paint object specific colors, and that's going to take time, between selecting colors. But if you turn on the colorblind mode in this game, essentially any puzzle that requires the paintbrush just becomes extremely basic. You just paint it whatever color,
and that's what
and it'll just complete it.
So T-Fresh painted it black, and it just turned into the correct colors.
And so any color puzzle, there's another one coming up here to access the temples. You're just going to be able to completely skip the actual puzzle part and just be able to color it immediately, whatever color,
Now, there's not too much flashy stuff going on here until we get to the actual skip, I guess, but it's a lot of just completing the story how it's intended to be completed. But here's another colorblind mode usage. You can see he's just painting it all black, and all of a sudden it's, I don't know, purple.
It's completed.
More attack movement.
Out pretty okay so far. Our new friends seemed happy. And
So yeah, here's kind of what I was saying earlier. So Chimkin's going to be heading towards. Well, both of them are going to start at the Moon Temple. T-Fresh is going to help him out briefly with one of the story tasks here, but then T-Fresh will immediately start heading towards the Sun Temple, where he's going to be able to sequence break. There's this kind of underground section that you're required to do, which you'll kind of see a cutscene in a second, or well, more like in a minute, of what that underground section would have been. But you're going to be able to completely skip that. And now, yeah, you can see T-Fresh is heading towards the Sun Temple over here, where I think you're just kind of able to paint straight through this object. So normally there's a, underground section you need to do to unlock that area, but instead you're just able to kind of go up into it, and then you've completely skipped that part. So when T-Fresh at the end of it goes to the guy who's like, oh, here's your task, you're able to just get the task and then immediately give him the items to complete it. So there's this Moon Temple complete by Chimkin.
Notice we still have 2 more purple bricks to grab as well.
Yeah, so while this is all going on, they're trying to grab as well, here's the underground portion I mentioned of where you would have had to go.
Not do it.
Yeah. So essentially you can see T-Fresh said, this guy, I need these items, and then he's able to immediately give them to him. Completely skipping that temple, essentially.
Yep, and you get 1 purple brick from that guy, I believe. And I think the last one is just on the way over to the brick loader.
Oh, well, they have, obviously there's the chameleon boss fight coming up as well, which that's one of the more annoying parts. If you were watching the Batman run, it's kind of like the 1P2C boss fights that kind of are a big slowdown from a lot of the tech going on.
There is a few skips, though, in this boss fight.
There's definitely a few small sequence breaks you can do, but nothing really major. As we fight this big chameleon that's not even in the movie.
Yeah, this is just a completely made-up character, essentially. But one of the skips you'll see does involve the Ultra Kitty, and it's not in the way we've used it already. Essentially, I guess I'll just talk about it now because it'll be confusing when you see it happen. But when the game wants to teleport you places, after or at the start of different camera pans, by standing on the Ultra Kitty, it will decide not to teleport you, and so you can remain in the spot that you are, and sometimes just skipping movement, but other times skipping entire sections.
Yeah, definitely a more niche piece of tech that is going to be utilized a few times. And essentially what's happening now is they're using the paint. Normally they would have to color it a specific color, but with colorblind mode, once again, you're able to skip that portion and paint the spiked pineapples, a color that fools the chameleon to eating them. There's a little sequence here where he tries to attack Chimkin. All you really got to do is some roll cancels to completely avoid the attacks. And then a few more spiked pineapples will be coming up before the next sequence, which is going to be actually going on to the platform the chameleon's on.
This section is pretty stale. The rest of the boss fight, I guess, is more interesting because those are where the skips come in. So this nonsensical character that doesn't exist is going to eat that spiked pineapple, and
as you can see,
now you see, he's on the Ultra Kitty here.
Chimkin is he doesn't really have to do anything. He's been waiting for
Not
some.
yet.
Yeah, T-Fresh has to climb to the top here and break some batteries, which this is one of the more annoying parts of the run since the batteries have some finicky targeting to actually get damage on them. So a little bit of parkour movement later here. T-Fresh will reach the top. And now he's going to have to take out these batteries in each corner using the paintbrush.
And yeah, you will notice that a lot of the time it just won't take damage. So he's actually going to punch.
Okay, yeah. That's a little bit more of a safe way of getting some damage.
Oh, okay. No, he's only doing that for the first one. Oh,
well, I think...
Whoa. He actually got every hit there.
I think it's specifically that bottom right one is the finicky one.
Right. Well, you need to be able to attack all of them, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say, he's pretty much hit every single shot so far. I think it's a little worse in the next phase, though.
Yeah, we'll see a return of those batteries.
Yeah. You saw the Ultra Kitty tech there. Chimkin is still down here at the bottom.
Yeah, there was a little sequence where the chameleon throws the characters in the air, but able to just completely skip that.
Skips a whole skydiving section for you to land on the ground here. And I think Chimkin is also about to do a different skip where he is going to sort of sequence break the platforming that he has to do when he gets grabbed by the chameleon. And you'll see that when he's on the chameleon's tongue, he will fall off of it to land essentially where he's trying to go by skipping a bunch of parkour. But not yet, of course, because we have to sit here and wait again.
Yeah, the skip that Chimkin's gonna do, it's essentially just like a timing. You have to hop off of this. I think it's its tail.
Maybe it's.
I think you have to hop off the tail. Well, now, sorry, it's done on the tongue. But yeah, you have to hop off.
So
there it is, and okay.
And he does get it.
Able to land at the right spot. So he was able to skip a lot of the platforming T-Fresh had to do while getting up there. And now he has to do the batteries
Chimkin
again.
will do the batteries. I'm somehow surprised he is not.
Oh,
they haven't.
And also,
there we go.
while that was happening, T-Fresh did cross the gap using a buildable object. And he's going to be using the Ultra Kitty to skip another bit of extra skydiving section.
Sitting on the vehicle to not move. But those batteries were really good, I think.
And the chameleon character, who's not even in the movie, is now defeated.
I'm not sure if they figured out a more consistent way to hit the batteries, but I will say that definitely saved like a copious amount of time with their PB.
And they got the bridge drop. Yeah, I think there was sometimes it can be finicky where the bridge cutscene doesn't play.
All right, so now they're going to turn the graphic settings onto high. They've been playing with them on very low for most of the run, which you haven't probably noticed too much. But they need it to be on high, I believe, for a skip in this next world.
Yeah, there's a cutscene that's going to be skipped by changing the effect settings a specific way. It only saves around 10 seconds, and I know they were saying before the run that it's sometimes finicky. But anyways, we're off to the Justice League world, which is the do the Justice League's chores world.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a sort of like a paradise world or a utopia, I suppose. So yeah, maybe a lack of actual urgency here in this world, just from how it looks. But
yeah, so you have to. Here's Chimkin gonna paint Green Lantern's house, and T-Fresh has to get this lawnmower to Cyborg.
Did we miss the cutscene overlap that they did? I think we did.
We might have. Yeah, we did.
But one thing that you'll notice here on T-Fresh's end is that he can talk to Cyborg, but he's actually not going to yet. He's going to wait just a little bit before he talks to him, just to avoid a potential soft lock. When you do things out of order, the game can start to break, so you want to avoid that.
And then Chimkin's going to head over to Superman here. He's going to help clear some rocks. And then that'll get us up to Metalbeard.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to get Metalbeard's head, I believe. And he will give that to T-Fresh, who will then throw the head.
We'd managed to find a way to reach Metalbeard.
First, a little bit of platforming, and then a couple of tricky jumps done there, but well done. And then he's to Metalbeard now, where he's going to be able to get his head.
Grabbing these purple bricks, of course, on the way, and a lot of that can be done by overlapping the main quest line, I guess, with T-Fresh's movement on the right side.
T-Fresh is just queuing himself up for the next part of the story. Unfortunately, this world, a lot of the story can't be skipped. You gotta just have to play through, get all the bricks.
But so we just did a cutscene overlap there again, I believe. And now we are...
Here's another one. Doing the speakers at the same time.
Yeah, gonna do these at the same time. I might have been wrong about the first one. I don't know if that overlapped, but you definitely do it here. And I guess they're not really cutscenes. They're
And
more
now
camera.
the aliens get angry at the speakers turning off.
Yeah, the story here is very questionable. But now you have to kill these, I guess, alien guys. And I believe while this is happening, Chimkin is going to help him out and then go over to this blue guy that we just have not yet seen.
Yeah, he's gonna help escort him while T-Fresh
goes.
goes. Yeah, so it's gonna be kind of T-Fresh is going towards the brick loader while Chimkin escorts the blue guy for the last purple brick. A few platforming skips that T-Fresh will do here in a minute. As soon as Chimkin finishes the escort here, there's the last purple brick. And then this opens up this massive sun. And then that's gonna lead to
he's gonna, instead of using the sun, I believe he's gonna just run to the left and using a triple jump, you'll see he is able to jump straight onto that little platform on the left, the vertical platform, I'm not sure what you would call it. The wall, I guess.
And then also skip a little zip line parkour as well at the end, you'll see.
Nicely done.
So here, skipping the zip line right here with a triple jump. And then this will lead to the brick loader.
Chimkin has nothing to do during that section, so...
Just hanging out, and that concludes World 6, so 2 worlds to go. Although, these are definitely the longer and more
this next one
worlds.
is very complicated, so a lot of stuff is going to be happening, and essentially they're going to be splitting jobs, but they're going to load into this sort of junkyard, and you'll see on Chimkin's side on the left, he's going to be skipping some stuff by using the moon totem, which is an object that he just got semi-recently to jump over stuff, and T-Fresh on the right side will also be skipping some things. I think he will also use the moon totem, but you'll see a cool skip that T-Fresh does sort of later here, but it already starts out with a triple jump from T-Fresh, and Chimkin is going to get on this moon totem and jump over the wall, and now we can start to skip massive amounts of the story here.
Yeah, so Chimkin's main job is to skip a lot of the story sections, while T-Fresh there's a lot of purple bricks kind of just scattered around in this world, so T-Fresh is able to go around and just pick up a lot of like straggling bricks that are just kind of all over the place, while Chimkin's gonna kind of get bricks and try to get through all the story sequences by using the moon totem, just skip over a lot of it. And by the way, all these moon totems buildable because of early bricks they got in the first world, and then that second world where they went to the shop and was able to purchase the bricks necessary.
Yeah, because you do need materials to build all these. And there isn't really much to do here just besides roll canceling, but once T-Fresh gets over here, well, I think he has another brick to get first, yeah. So now he's going to head back. Chimkin's going to do a little bit of parkour. And he's going to talk to this guy to grab a brick.
And this is kind of a trickier one. A little bit of extra on Chimkin's side to get up that chair.
Yep. And now Chimkin's gonna, or sorry, T-Fresh is gonna put this moon totem down, gonna get onto this wall. He's gonna come over here, which is a place he should not be. And this green wall just doesn't have collision, and you can just walk inside of it and grab the brick.
And now T-Fresh is at the brick loader, just waiting for Chimkin to get the last one here. So I think that was a fairly good split right there.
Yeah, that was
able to get all
executed.
16 without really any mistakes that were.
But this is the last split here now. Ceremony is what it is called. Basically, this is the whole objective of the game, is just to beat this split. But it's going to start off with just a bunch of movement tech, essentially. Already doing the spamming F in a cutscene to attack and move. So that's the very start. And then we're also going to see Chimkin essentially by himself here, because there's not really a point in having both players called in, is going to start doing a lot of very advanced movement. So he gets up onto that platform with the triple jump, and he's going to use another triple jump. As you can see, triple jumping and roll canceling pretty much are what make this speedrun so interesting.
So I guess story-wise, this is like the wedding between Batman, like the evil queen, and the goal is to like break up the wedding. And I think at this point Batman's already captured, so they're gonna actually free Batman right here.
Yeah, by fighting these guys, they're gonna free Batman, and that's gonna unlock the grapple gun, as you just saw. The grapple gun is really interesting because it actually lets you grapple onto like, literally anything. So you'll see on T-Fresh's screen, he's just going to grapple onto nothing, basically, just the wall. And meanwhile, Chimkin grapples up onto the left side of that bridge. And so the grapple gun unlocks a lot more movement tech, but unfortunately we have it for one split in the entire run. So, you know, only so much you can do with it, but...
Yeah, so what's happening now is there's actually, like, in this specific world, there's a lot of the story portions you actually have to complete to, like, advance. So Chimkin's going through and, like, hitting all the required checkpoints to go through story, while T-Fresh is heading up already towards the top where the cake is. That will, you know, that will allow them to, like, kind of immediately get to where they need to be once all the story portion is done on the ground level.
Yeah, and, you know, it'll be a little while until we see it, but there's a cool skip coming up again with the Ultra Kitty at the top, so be on the lookout for that. Until then, there'll be a lot of just sort of progressing through the story normally and roll canceling everywhere.
Yeah, really fun puzzle here.
Yeah, I think that you at home could probably figure out how to solve it as well.
Just hit the left bumper.
Now, meanwhile, T-Fresh is going to try and get up to the top of the thing while Chimkin is doing this. I believe in their PV he doesn't make it, but it looks like he did this time.
Yeah, something to mention, I guess. We knew that last split was pretty clean from them. Apparently it was a very, very large gold, so very good last split at, like, the sorting area.
With the exception of a couple things, this run has actually been very solid. Okay, so we get another purple brick. And you can see T-Fresh is already up here waiting for Chimkin. And so he's going to just get a little bit ahead of Chimkin from that, which, again, I believe they don't get that in their PV.
Actually, considering that that's their second goal of the run, maybe this has world record potential, actually. Maybe.
I have no idea.
I don't have the timer, so I don't actually know. But...
Okay, but so this is an interesting skip. So we're going to put the Ultra Kitty on this fan. And I think this also went a little awry in their PV.
Yeah, they got stuck. Ideally, you get a ton of movement up the fan during this cutscene. So, yeah, able to get the movement
that
this time.
That looks perfect. Yeah, that looks like that went perfectly. So now we're on top of the
Okay, yeah.
I don't know, tower.
So actually, it's a big thing to mention in this section. So they're about to sequence break here a couple platforms from now, like one part, and sequence breaking one part up here completely like
it's right here.
Destroys the game. So the kill plane doesn't actually move up with them. So falling down any point from here on out is, and you don't actually die. You just are gonna have to do all the parkour to get up again. So falling down from this point on is really punishing. So it's important.
So he's gonna put another one of these down as well. This is kind of annoying because you don't have much space to place the objects. He's gonna put a moon totem down as well, and then he's gonna jump from this.
Just give him enough height to grapple here, the ledge.
Yeah, the grapple, and then this should get him up.
Oh no! Okay. Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
He didn't fall
very bad,
very far. So
again, as Sinor alluded to, this is very, very risky, and that should be better.
There it is.
Yeah, nice. So now we have this dolphin with a clock on
another triple jump here,
and we're gonna jump around the dolphin, and we are getting close to the very, very top here. He's gonna have to build one more thing. I believe it's just one moon totem. Not sure.
And yeah, you should be able to grapple from here.
Yep.
Oh.
So he's gonna need to jump, and he's gonna need to grapple.
There we go, and made it to the top of the cage. So any risk of falling is basically over now, and this is the end of the run here, so time will be relatively soon. The goal here is to move like the balls into the positions which will break open the force field at the heart, and then breaking the heart essentially stops the wedding, and that would be the final time when they break the heart.
That's when time ends. That's right.
All right.
So we're putting the balls into place here. And now we have to.
All we need to do is break the heart, and that will be time.
The heart. Okay.
All right.
This is kind of fun.
There it is. Time.
That's time.
GG. That is a 35.
So this is where it gets
24.
I'm sure we can consult the. Their
I wonder if
to see exactly what. Well.
Yeah. We'll see if that is.
If you're curious, that's a massive record.
Yeah.
By about a minute and a half. I was pretty sure that was going to happen because once they got up there, they were like a minute and a half out of it. But yeah, so that's honestly, that was a pretty clean run. I mean, we saw a couple, the thing about this game is you can always fall off of random collision and everything's very slippery, but with the actual execution of the skips, I mean, they were very clean. You can tell that a lot of practice went into this, and it's definitely one of the coolest co-op runs to watch because there's so much going on at once. Yeah, that's congratulations on the new world record to Chimkin and T-Fresh. Very well done.
That traveled down a different timeline. So in Rex's version,
yeah, that was a really solid run.
Yeah, we saved like 23 seconds to solve and 3 golds to end that run. So that's pretty good. It was a 90-second world record.
Huge congrats.
Kind of insane. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all.
Neither was I.
Almost had a disaster when T-Fresh fell off of the cloud. I'm very glad you now fall all the way down.
Yeah. Those jumps are pretty tricky.
Actually, I don't know who was doing it.
I think that was Chimkin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was me.
Anyway, yes. Almost blame T-Fresh for that mistake. Yeah, good job, guys. Very fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to do.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, it was a fantastic run. Does anybody have any other thoughts or comments they want to give?
Don't think
Shout out to the Lego Movie 2 community.
Shout out to Bacon.
Community.
Yeah, Bacon Soda does.
Shout out Bacon Soda. Yeah.
Yeah, he does all this stuff by himself without a second player, and it's pretty insane his runs for this. So shout out to him.
I'd definitely say if you guys think this game is cool, I'd recommend checking out the 100% co-op record. It's like way cooler. Now there's obviously like a lot of like boring stuff because it's 100%, but yeah, it's cool to see all the deployment in action and the optimization. I mean, co-op record is like an hour faster than solo record, I think, so you can imagine. It's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think that's it.
Yeah. Shout outs to Saber, who's going to be doing LCW2 next.
Yeah, make sure to tune in. That is one of the coolest runs you will see Very, very fun.
Unfortunately for Rex, he
Yeah, and thank you all so much, and huge congrats on the world record. Fantastic run, y'all. We've got, like you just said, LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy, coming up next. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break. If you are a streamer with a community that loves to support charitable causes, you can apply to become an SGDQ ambassador. You can join our group of creators that will be raising money for Doctors Without Borders this upcoming June. Selected streamers will raise money for the charity and have the chance to attend the event as guests of GDQ and MSF. You can use exclamation SGDQ ambassadors in chat for more information and apply by April 27th for that. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. We've got LEGO Star Wars, the complete saga here. No, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. LEGO Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. I will hand it over to our runner and commentator here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
I'm T-Fresh.
I'm Saber.
All right, and we can just go ahead and get started as long as you're ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Let me get in the status screen real quick. Takes a while to load.
Sounds good. All right,
I'm good whenever.
3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is going to be the free play mode of LEGO Star Wars 2. So there are basically two modes in this game, story and free play. In story, you're kind of limited to what the game gives you. But in free play, you have access to all characters and, more importantly, all extras. So as you can see here, he's using the infinite torpedoes to clear out this section. Instead of normally you have to shoot these ships and you just kind of have to wait for them to show up. So as Church said, LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga. This game actually is very commonly mistaken for TCS, and most people forget this game exists, but it is very different as far as the speedrun goes. So here you're just going to see him doing some one-player, two controllers, just staple of LEGO games, very common in basically every speedrun. Here he's just kind of going through these hallways, and he's just going to use IT, that's what we call infinite torpedoes, to kind of speed up these sections. There's not a whole lot of glitches in this first level, and that's the same for most of the ship levels in this game. It's just going to kind of be using the TIE Interceptor to go as fast as possible, and then using infinite torpedoes in most of them. So here, once he gets inside this core, the core in this game is very difficult. So we'll see how this plays. Those guys just like to take a few extra seconds to open up sometimes. So here he actually has to hit a cycle because the core is rotating in a certain way. So only at certain times is it open to be shot. As you can see there, it was open for a second and then it closed again. So he has to do these in a very specific way to be able to get the earliest possible cycle. And if he messes up at all, he will miss the early cycle. We'll see. He did get it, so. And then here is, it's not an auto scroller, but it basically is. You just hold down and hold shoot, and it goes through. And it's about a minute long. You can get slowed down if you don't spam attack fast enough and you hit one of these things. You'll just kind of lose all your momentum and the explosion will catch up with you. For whatever reason, it doesn't. You would think that it would just kind of like end as if like you need to redo the section because you just died to the explosion, but it just lets you catch back up past it. So, and I guess as pointed out by someone in the chat, this is a good time to talk about the version differences. So he's actually playing on the GameCube version of the game, which is not the fastest version of the game, but I believe it is the most popular. So there is a few different version exclusives, which I will talk about when they pop up, but there's only one or two in free play, and they're not there's not really any major time saves or time losses, really. Just mainly differences of loads in this category. And there we go, first level is done. So here in this next level, he's going to have, this is probably the single biggest skip in this entire category. It saves like 3 minutes. It skips an entire boss fight, and it's the only boss fight that you can do this in. And I am still convinced that TT Games put it in on purpose to kind of throw back to the movie way of how Sheev dies. So normally there's this extended long boss fight you need to do where you're attacking him and then he moves around kind of throughout the Death Star and you just kind of follow him around and keep attacking him. So this would be the first phase here. But if you just push him off the edge, he just instantly dies. And any other boss where they touch a death plane like this, they just kind of jump back up as if they didn't actually touch it, and Sheev just dies. And he did get it. So it may not look like it, but that is extremely hard to do, especially as fast as he just did it. But that saved like 3 minutes. Not really sure why that's the only boss that allows you to do that, but I'm still convinced that they left it in there on purpose. And I guess another thing to talk about is character management. So this game is a little bit weird. You can't be any of the prequel characters in the cantina for some reason. So as you can see, he kind of has his character select. He has the characters on top and the characters on bottom. The characters are on top are all the ones in this game. There's a mechanic called old save, where if you have a memory card in your GameCube that has an LSW 100% save file, it gives you access to all of the old characters. And it's actually a red brick extra in this game, so you don't get it off the bat. You have to go buy the red brick, or the extra. But it gives, more importantly, it gives him access to Droideka, and Droideka is by far the fastest way to move in this game. But you can't play them in the cantina, so he kind of has to constantly choose Droideka over and over and over. So here it's the start of Endor. At the beginning, he just kind of did a couple of triple jumps. And triple jumps are basically a double jump and then you attack, switch. An attack, when you do a double jump, slams. And you can interrupt that slam by swapping your character, so you still get the height of the slam without the momentum loss. So that's what he was doing in the first room to kind of skip those gates. And there he was that's just more or less the casual way of doing it. And then here, because you have access to triple jumps, you can actually just jump over that big barrier right there. And you're going to see him do that multiple times in this room, which saves, again, a large amount of time. So this is the one GameCube exclusive, is that barrier is super low for some reason. On every other version, the wall extends up much higher than the actual visual of the barrier. On GameCube, it's not the case. That's basically the only difference, though, between any of the platforms for free play. So here he's going to use an extra called Super Ewok Catapult. It basically works as an explosion, just slightly faster than using a bounty hunter rocket, or the casual way of doing that, which is getting inside the AT-ST. And so what he just did right there is a Yoda clip. Yoda has extremely, extremely weird hitboxes. He's going to do it again here. Basically, at the beginning, he's slashing and then swapping to Droideka, which I'm actually not sure if it's a Yoda clip or a Droideka clip, but it basically allows him to get inside the wall and get inside the transition. And then right there, those pieces are just buildable from the beginning. So if you just get back there, you can just skip the entirety of the bunker, which saves like a minute, I think, somewhere around there. But you'll see that all over the place. If anyone has ever seen TCS, they do work differently. You need to fully complete your slam and then switch off of... Yoda has a wacky slam animation. Yoda's just very wacky in every LEGO game, and he's extremely broken in all of them. So that wacky animation, when you switch to Droideka or really any other character, it allows you to clip into ceilings. And then here, he's using Sheev again because his slam is like ridiculously high. So you'll see when he triple jumps, he gets like an unbelievable amount of height, which we're going to take advantage of because, you know, it's free play. So he's going to come over here, and there's this extremely long, drawn-out section you need to do that takes like 5 minutes, and he just skipped all of that with a triple jump. There is another way of skipping it too, but that triple jump is definitely a lot faster. And he's going to do it again here because there's no collision there. Walls are just a suggestion. There is collision there, but only on the other side. So he can just go through from that side. But if he were on the other side, the collision wouldn't be there. And then in this section, you actually have to have player 2 called in because of the sequence break that you did earlier. If he were to drop out player 2 would just kind of continually try to run back to the earlier section of the level because player 2 is dumb and thinks that we're still doing the speeder chase. So he actually has to keep player 2 called back in or he can't finish the level. This is kind of one of the first 1P2Cs that was done after that skip was discovered, just because it saved so much and it was required. And then there we go. That's Speeder Showdown done. And I guess another thing we can mention is that he's doing these save cancels. Basically, if you can load a save file on GameCube, and then if you just take your memory card out, you can just cancel the save, which saves somewhere around 3 seconds per split. But it still allows you to play on the save file. And then here we're going to go into Carcoon. There is quite a big skip at the beginning here due to some funky collision. You'll see him do it. Oh, and he died. He was trying to land on, you can kind of land on that thing protruding out from the edge. But here he's going to do that. And there's just a random piece of collision out there that you can land on. And then it allows you to skip a lot. There's a whole boss fight and a bunch of stuff that you're normally supposed to do. But we don't do any of that. And then here it's just a little section just to open this door up. And there's going to be another skip in here, and it's going to look weird because there's basically an opening in the ceiling that it looks like you can just jump into it, but you actually can't. The collision is still there, so he has to hit it from the side. So he's hitting that from the side, but there's nothing actually blocking you there. The game just has a random piece of collision that goes away when you build the panel. Not really sure why it's there, because it's not there in TCS. And then here, a weird little thing about this game is you can just explode those without actually doing any of the puzzle at all, because explosives go through those barriers, which skips the entire end platform. Normally there's a whole section you got to push some boxes and do a bunch of other stuff, but we don't have to do any of it. Which, as you'll see, is a common theme in free play. Free play is extremely fast-paced and movement-based. Story and free play are just not even remotely similar at all in these games, specifically in this game. And then we'll see him go through Jabba's. Jabba's is also fairly broken with Yoda clips. Can't skip this, unfortunately. You do have to break these turrets. But then here, this gate is only, it doesn't go all the way up for some reason. They just figured you can't get that high anyway, but you can. So we just jump over it. And then here he's just going to use this panel. I believe there actually is an out of bounds here. It's just not any faster than Droideka movement speed. Because the thing to note about Droideka is you can't actually use him out of bounds because he's considered a droid, I guess. And all droids just kind of fall if you do anything. Like if you're doing any kind of jumping or anything like that, like R2 can never recover, but that's not the case with any other character. So you can't use Droideka for movement for out of bounds. So you'll see him do something up here where he gets out of bounds, but as soon as he possibly can, he's going to pop back in because of that weird mechanic where Droideka can't. He just can't move out of bounds for some reason. He just falls to the floor. So he'll switch back, and then he'll do another out of bounds up here. If you could move with Droideka out of bounds, though, that would be very cool for certain sections of the run. And then here, another Yoda clip to go into here. And then here he's going to do another one. And the trigger for this boss fight is actually, for whatever reason, in that grate. So normally you're supposed to go use a panel and it triggers the boss fight, but they just left the trigger inside the grate. So what happens is, normally in story there's a cutscene, and it kind of just takes your characters and warps them to that trigger that they left there. I guess that's how they decided they wanted to do it. But speedrunners can break it open, and we can go in there. Even in story, you can get in there, and it skips the whole cutscene of you actually getting moved into that trigger as well. In free play, it only saves a couple seconds. And so here he's just going to kind of force confuse these Gamma Marine guards and move them in a way that the Rancor is kind of finicky, and he can get stuck on a lot of things, and he can take really weird pathing. So if you just move the Gamma Marine guards exactly where you want them to be, he will not take all the weird paths. So now he's going to head to episode 5. And I guess that is something I can talk about is episode order. So the reason he started on 6 is just due to difficulty. We actually normally start on 6.5 because of the glitch that skips the entire level. But for a marathon run, it doesn't really matter either way. And it is faster to start on the last level of every cantina, because then the way you move is when you move right to left, you're just kind of getting closer and closer to where you need to go next. So if he moved left to right, he'd have to redo the movement to the left to go back over to episode 4. So he's going to go right to left because that puts him a lot closer to the next episode he needs to go to. And so again, this is another one of the very few levels where we choose Sheev, and it's to abuse his really, really high triple jumps. So right here is basically why we take him. This transition extends out really far, so you can just hit it from without actually being out of bounds or anything. It's just the trigger just extends super far out for some reason. And again, he'll just skip that grapple just to save a little bit of time. And if you'll notice, he's kind of doing slashes. He was doing them with Yoda too. Those are just little tiny couple frame saves every time he does it for movement. It doesn't just always save time. It depends. Like, you typically want to be in a higher up area, and you're going to a lower area, and that's when it saves time, because you can't take advantage of Droideca's speed anyway, because when Droideca's falling, he doesn't get his faster speed. So the slashes are a little bit faster, and then you can cancel the end lag of them when you land. And so here he just needs to kill all these guys, and that will open up this Millennium Falcon, and he'll be able to end the level. And he's going to try and do it in a way, there's normally a camera pan that plays. You get a little tiny bit of movement in the camera pan at the beginning. So he's going to try and do it in a way to where he doesn't watch the camera pan, and he gets it as he ends the level. So you'll see he does that just like that, and he got it. Basically, normally there's a camera pan that'll play all the way through, and he just kind of has to watch it. But you can just barely squeeze in there before the camera pan takes away your movement. And here he's going over to CCT. This is one of the hardest levels in the run, at least I'd say. I don't know if Saber agrees with me.
I would say that's true. I'm not doing one of the tricks, though.
Yeah, that is true. But that trick only saves a couple seconds. It just skips the camera pan. And when I say camera pan, I just mean like the little in-game cutscenes where you are not in like a movie cutscene, but you also don't have control of your character. So that whole thing just doesn't have collision, so he's able to just come around it and get inside of this next room. Which I guess that's a good time to talk about rooms in these games. So, perfect example of what I mean. So basically, the way this game is coded is there are hard loads and soft loads. And this right here that he's about to go through is going to be a hard load, meaning if he were to go under the floor and go under that door, this room wouldn't be loaded. It's because you actually have to touch the transition for this room to be loaded. But the first 3 rooms are all on the same hard load, so he can just kind of go under the floor and skip all the different doors he's supposed to go through because it's all already loaded in anyway. And then what he just said right there is he skipped a very large portion of the level. There's 3 boss fights in there. It's the first one in that first room. Then there's the second one, which he just kind of, from the out of bounds movement, because both those rooms are loaded in anyway, he was able to get out of bounds and jump in a weird line to just go straight to the door that takes him to the 3rd boss fight. And then again, that's all the boss fights in CCT. Very difficult level. Very technical level as well, with the way all the rooms are coded together. There's only actually 3 hard loads, but there's something like 7 or 8 rooms in the level. And you can just completely skip some of them by going around their doors. And then now we're on to Dagobah. This level is just very movement heavy. I think there's only one clip in the whole level. But yeah. So in this first room, he's just gonna just head straight to this, these bushes over here. He did fall off. So like I said, Yoda's really weird. So Yoda can get respawn points that other characters can't. So he switched just a little bit, like a couple frames too late. So Droideka was still on the platform, but Yoda wasn't. And then right there, there's these buttons that you're supposed to build normally, but they're still there under the floor. They just haven't come up yet, and you can actually still land on them and just kind of go through that room. So you can skip all the intended ways of getting those buttons up. And then here, this is a very movement-heavy room. This room is actually one of my personal favorites in the game, in both story and free play, because the whole thing is just a lot of really cool movement with cool jump spacing. And you'll see he's doing those slashes again. Save a little bit of time. They also save time going uphill because Droideka doesn't roll as fast uphill. He kind of struggles a little bit. So there is the only clip, and that clip actually doesn't have anything to do with Yoda. It has to do with Droideka's hitbox being really, really big. So if you fit a smaller character in between the box and the wall, Droideka is just able to, because of his big hitbox, he can't stand there, so it just pushes him out of bounds. And then at the very end there, normally you're supposed to do a bunch of stuff to blow up that barrier, but again, with that exploding shot from the Wookiee, or not the Wookiee, the Ewok, it just allows you to skip the whole thing. And then here we have another ship level. So Falcon Flight is kind of notorious in LEGO speedruns. It's a lot better in this game, but in the complete Saga, the RNG, for whatever reason, is much, much worse. He should be fine in this one, but the targeting can be a little bit finicky at the end. There's a giant boulder that you have to blow up, which, by the way, I don't remember in the movie. I don't know if any of you guys do. But they decided to put a giant boulder in the way of a boss fight, and kind of like a boss fight in this game. So we'll see that when he gets there. He's going to get the red brick for luck. So in these sections, normally you're supposed to blow up these boulders, and they can have torpedoes in them. They can just not, though. It's kind of just luck based. But because he has infinite torpedoes, he can just go right to the end of the room and blow up this barrier. And that's kind of a theme in this room and the next room. So the next room has two different barriers. So you have one barrier, and then you were intended to go down into the actual giant worm's mouth, kind of like they do in the movie, but we're not going to do that because we already have all the torpedoes we need. But yeah, like I said, the ship levels in this game are a lot less broken than the ground levels, I guess is what you would call them. They just don't have as many skips. It's more about just flying to the end because we already have the infinite torpedo red brick, which is just very, very broken in free play. So normally you're supposed to go down that hole on the right that you can see. That's the giant worm. I think it's called the Exogorth or something like that. That's where you're typically supposed to go. And then here, now we are on to the boulder. So basically everything about this is RNG. How fast it moves, the rotation that it has, the direction it's spinning and the way it's spinning, whether it's spinning on its front or its side, or how, there's just a lot of RNG here. The torpedoes can be really finicky with how they target, and they like to just kind of hit nothing a lot, which happens a lot less in this game, which just happened to him twice. That was a pretty average boulder for LSP2, but like I said, in TCS, it is much, much, much worse.
I think
Luckily in
Echo
this game-
Base is the hardest level in the game.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, this is going to be the hardest. Yeah, that's true. Echo Base in this game is insanely hard. The Yoda clips are just the most, like the tightest in the game because the ceiling is so high and you have to completely do your slam animation. So you only have a couple of frames of leeway. I don't actually know the number, but it's not very many. So these are very difficult. We'll see if he was able to get the first one. And we'll see, this one is a lot easier. That would is probably the easiest of this level. And then because again of just the way the room is, the whole thing is already loaded in, so he doesn't need to hit any doors, you can just kind of go around them. And then here again, this one's not very difficult either, but it is a little bit weird. Basically, again, you can abuse Droideca's hitbox by just switching to a normal character and getting in between the barrier and the door. And then when you switch to Droideca, it pushes you through that door. And then this is where there's going to be a pretty difficult skip. He's going to have to try and land precisely on the door, but not far enough in. And he's going to try and hit the reload trigger, not hit the reload trigger, because the trigger just is very, very tall. And he did get it there. This is the single hardest Yoda clip in the game. Let's see how many tries it takes. It's very hard. Third try is very good. I mean, that clip is very, very hard. So overall, pretty clean Echo Base, I'd say, aside from the little bit of thing in the hill roll room, but overall, very good. And then now he's going to go to Hoth Battle. Probably my least favorite level. Probably Saber's as well. Very RNG heavy in this one. There's kind of a section that's kind of hide and seek at the very end, similar to Jedi Battle. If you guys were watching earlier today in LEGO Star Wars 1, it's kind of like that, except we don't have the added benefit of being able to have RNG manipulation like they are able to. So he's just gonna search for the guys. There's not much else he can really do about it, though, unfortunately. In this first section, he does need to just tow this bomb. Unfortunately, in this level, none of the extras we have really do anything. But here, this game, I don't even know how to explain it, but basically some of the characters have really, really high 360s. So you're able to abuse that on those barriers because the barrier extends pretty high, but not high enough to stop them from just being able to get over it with the 360. And so here he's going to use Millennium Falcon because the Millennium Falcon is the only ship in the game that shoots omnidirectional. All the other ones just shoot directly in front of you. But these will auto-target things. So there's too many enemies in here to use anything but this because it'll hit enemies behind him. So he's going to try and abuse that as much as possible. So there's 4 different RNG waves. The first is you got to find, I think it's 10 probe droids, or might be 12 or 11. I don't know the number. But then you have to do the same thing in ATSTs. Looks like this one is 11. Then he will do 2 AT-ATs, and then the last one combines all 3 enemy types. This is probably the most annoying one just because these enemies take longer to die, and there's also, they just move slower, so they're kind of stuck wherever they are. So here, to defeat these guys, you need to wrap their legs all the way around, similar to how they do in the movie, and then you need to tow a bomb directly into them, which is actually fairly difficult, just because of the way the bombs react. They're very rubber bandy, so he has to be very careful with how he grabs them. This is definitely one of the hardest 1P2Cs in this run, because he has to do that while player 1 is still wrapping. And then now for this last wave, it will be all 3 enemy types. So you have to do probe droids, ATSTs, and the AT-AT. And because the AT-AT takes the longest, you just want to go over here and just start wrapping them basically as fast as you can, because the other enemies might show up while you're doing this anyway. to bring him down, and then he just needs to go find the last guy. And there we go. That is Hoth complete. That was actually, that seemed like decent RNG. I wasn't paying that close attention.
The wave 2 wasn't very good.
Yeah, that was the only thing I noticed that wasn't great. The rest, the final one seemed fine though. It's really wave 2 and 4 that are the most variants. And now he's going to head to episode 4. And it's another ship level. These ones are back to back. This one actually does have some skips though. This is the only one. But it has some pretty cool ones, and you'll get to see a piece of tech it's only used once in this run, but it is very cool. So I guess there's also that. So basically, if you do a 180 and then fire a torpedo, it'll shoot it at the end of the 180 because your torpedoes move with you and they're angled downwards. So you can kind of what we call a dunk, and it dunks directly into the target rather than kind of doing a pathfinding where it's trying to find the target and then hits it. Just saves a second or two. So here we'll see the first real skip in the ship levels. You can just kind of just go directly out of bounds because there is no collision there for whatever reason. So he's going to do that, and then he's going to do it again here, but this time he's very close to the reload trigger. So he has to be extremely careful because if he misses that, he has to go all the way back and do that again. He did get it, but that he didn't open the door there. So he'd have to go all the way back and do the skip again that he just did. But he was able to get that one, no problem. So here he's just trenching along. And then again, you're going to call on player 2 to break these turrets a little bit faster and then end the level by hitting the... I don't remember what it is in the movie. It's like the... Is it something to do with the trash or something? That they're hitting... They're the exhaust pipe or something? I don't remember. They do something and they blow up the Death Star. As you saw there, he turned on a different extra toggle. It basically gives you access to a bunch of extra characters. A lot of the time they end up being slow, but in Death Star Escape and Rescue the Princess, there's a character, Mouse Droid, that you get. And the Mouse Droid is way faster than anything else in the game. And you're about to see... And the Mouse Droid can go out of bounds and move. So he's even more broken than Droideka. He's also way faster, though. So you're going to see him use that here. And this is, again, going to abuse the multiple rooms in the same hard load. So he's going to go out of bounds in this little section right here using the Yoda clip. And then he's going to switch to the Mouse Droid out of bounds. He did pop in bounds there. And then he's going to fall down so he can go through this room. And he's going to attempt to hit it. Oh, so close. So you can actually kind of just pop directly into the trigger, but it is so difficult because you're moving so fast. But luckily the backup there is barely any slower. So here he's going to do a sequence break where he's going to again abuse the fact that multiple rooms are loaded at the same time. And he's going to get up here and he's going to skip. There's an entire like elevator section where you need to climb these different floors basically and get up high to get into that room. You can just skip all of that entire room, never even see it, and just go straight to the end of the level. So here he's going to use an out of bounds. Just this one doesn't save that much. Just kind of skips building this section up here, and then he's going to pop back in bounds because he does need player 2 in this room. That is the one downside of skipping rooms entirely, is if you need player 2 called in, player 2 doesn't warp with you. You actually have to hit the door for player 2 to warp with you, and he does need player 2 here. So here he's going to attempt to do an de-aggro. So basically, the enemies can pull levers in this game. When you put away your gun, it's the button to pull a lever, and if an enemy pushes that button, like he just did right there, so the enemy actually... As far as the game goes, the enemy is pushing, the button would be, I think, X on GameCube. So the enemy is actually pushing X as far as the game cares, and so he's still able to pull levers. So you can just manipulate him into pulling lever for you. And so here, he's just going to finish cleaning up these guys. If you guys could tell on those buttons, he called in player 2 and used the mouse droid to run across them. Those buttons, their cooldown for when they're pressed is extremely short. You're supposed to go get a cart and run it over them. And for whatever reason, if you use the cart, the cooldown is much, much longer. But if you're not in the cart, it's really, really short because they didn't want you to be able to do it without the cart. But the mouse droid is so fast that he can hit them all with both players called in. So here he's going to go into Princess, and this will be, I believe, no, it's not the final level with extra toggle because it's Spaceport. There's another character that we'll talk about when we get there. So Princess is just the other Death Star level, so you still get to keep the mouse droid. The only other Death Star level in this game is 6-5 Jedi Destiny, the one where he just pushed Palpatine off the edge, but there's no movement in that level, so it's not really important to use the mouse droid. So there, he basically just did an out of bounds and then walked over to that door, and if you jump straight into the door, you can hit the trigger and go right to this room. And then here he's just going to use mouse droid for very fast movement. As you can see, mouse droid is very fast. And he's also very small, so he can fit in small places like that. Just a little minor time save where you don't have to shoot those boxes out of your way. And for those of you who didn't know, the Imperial Engineer can use those panels, which is very nice because he is very close to the mouse droid. Very convenient. So he's just going to keep on chugging along. This level is kind of just go in a straight line as you skip everything. There's not many clips and not much movement because of the mouse droid. And then that's the end of that level. Now this level upcoming will be the final level that uses extra toggle because of the Womp Rat. I'm sure you guys all love the Womp Rat. Very fun little fast character, but he's actually not any faster than a Droideka. He just can also move out of bounds, similar to the mouse droid. So he is good in some sections of this. You also get his movement in midair, unlike Droideka. So when you do a triple jump to the Womp Rat, you get the extra movement. Saves a little bit of time. So here he's going to grab this speeder. Speeder is faster than all the characters, so it is still fast to grab it. There's the Womp Rat. And he's going to go get back in the speeder with player 2. So those are all the extra characters he has, all those like weird droids and everything. So up here, he's going to do a de-aggro. So it's really weird in these games, but basically in some spots, only player 1 hits certain triggers for some reason. So if you just keep player 1 back and player 2 goes forward, player 2 will never hit certain triggers. So like normally there's supposed to be a bunch of guys that spawn up there that you have to kill to open up that door. So, but player 2 can't hit it for some reason. So if you just keep both players in, you just don't have to kill them at all. And then right there, normally you're supposed to blow up a door, but if you just beat the spy there, you don't have to do it. And then here is going to be another fun little Womp Rat skip. So, oh, actually, that's right. You just do that. So basically, a lot just happened right there. Basically, C-3PO in this game is very weird, and if you knock away any of his limbs, you can force him infinitely when he won't be deactivated. So what that basically allows you to do is he could just force him infinitely without deactivating him, so you could just continually force him, and the trigger there only goes from about where Yoda ended up standing at the very end of the level all the way to about halfway in between the spy. So if you just force him past it, you can just skip the entire spy fight, and you can do that in story as well. which saves like a full minute. There's a whole boss fight there where a bunch of guys come down. You get 3 rounds. You got to kill them all. Then you got to hit the spy. It's a whole ordeal, but you can just skip all of that. And there he just turned extra toggle off because here you do get the Womp Rat, but he's not in a good spot. He's all the way at the end of the wheel rather than at the beginning. So you just be triple jumping to these droids that are incredibly slow and they kill all your momentum. So it's best to just turn it off. So here again, he's going to do another triple jump directly into this basically opening right there. Normally you're supposed to do a little puzzle and then it sucks you up. But because of triple jump, you can just get up there. And right there, that was another example of, it's not really a Yoda clip, it's just abusing different characters' hitboxes. But that one that he just did right there was a Yoda clip. And another thing that I haven't really talked about, but he's doing these slashes in certain rooms because there's a little bit of lag when you enter a new room where you can't move, but you can slash. So he just gets a little bit of extra movement. It's not always good because in some cases it kind of pushes you in a direction that you don't want to go. But it is good in a lot of the rooms. So he's just doing some parkour here to skip all of those quicksand things. I don't know what they're called. There's a name for them, but I don't remember what they're called. But they're basically quicksand. And here he's going to do a speeder clip. So these speeders have some weird collision. So you can actually push your characters through certain walls. Not all walls, but certain walls. And Droideka is very big, so he's very easy to move. And now he's going to go enter into the last level, which will be Secret Lands. I think this run's pretty good for him.
Yeah, for reference, the world record is a 41:43, and right now my best possible time is a 42:26.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was looking like it was pacing a low 42. It's pretty good for him.
And on a no reset, that's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, it is. Very good. So here again, he's going to do a little bit of a clip. This is more to do with Droideka's hitbox than Yoda's. And then this is called Smoke Skip. It is very difficult. If he hits that door too far back, I'm pretty sure he has to reset the whole level because it's just a soft lock. So you have to be very careful there, and it's very difficult to do quickly and fast because you have to go towards the camera and then away from it, and you come really close to coming inbounds, so it's just really precise. So this is another Yoda clip that is pretty difficult because you're very, very close to going back to the previous room, but of course Saber's a master and gets it first try like it's nothing, and very quickly. And then here he's just gonna skip the gap, but normally you gotta use the crane and kill these guys so that rebel friend will pull the lever for you, but we don't need his help. And so here there is a potential for a skip because if you were able to just jump over this door, you can just finish the level. You don't actually need to do all this, but we don't have any way of getting above this door because the ceiling's too high to do a Yoda clip. But if there is potential for there to be something there. So we're coming up on time here. He's just gonna use this panel and then he's gonna do another Yoda clip to get out of bounds to go straight to the end of this thing. Because all these actual levers, they're not objectives to completing, it's just the R2 panel. And then here is going to be time. And that's the end of the run. Very solid run. That ended up being a 42-2x. Nice.
Yeah.
Very good.
42-27 RTA, looks like.
GG. That was very good.
Huge GG.
Yeah, this game is very, very cool. Saber actually has world record in every free play category in all the consoles except for Xbox, but that's only because he doesn't actually own an Xbox. I'm sure if he did, he would also have that one. Saber is one of the newer runners of this game, but he kind of took it by storm and is definitely pushing free play to the limits. Just check him out.
It's a great category. More people should play it.
Yeah, huge congrats on the run. Do either of you have any closing thoughts or anything you want to give?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you both so much for being here. It was a great run. Thank you, everybody in the LEGO community, for coming out today, for all the runs and commentary you gave. We do have more tomorrow, though, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. We've got a bunch more LEGO games to celebrate the 20th anniversary of LEGO Star Wars, the video game. Just a last quick reminder before we close out here. Summer Games Done Quick will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 6th through 13th. You can register to attend the event by May 26th. You can use !SGDQ in Twitch chat or visit gamesonquick.com for more information. Again, thank you so much for being on. LEGO community is awesome. If you are interested in LEGO speedruns, definitely you should go check it out. And have a great night, everybody.